The story begins with a guy sleeping on a bed with fresh air blowing from the window, and he felt this pleasant coolness from the street. The guy suddenly opened his eyes and wondered if it was really him, and couldn't understand how he ended up there and what actually happened. The guy looked at his hands and realized that it was him. And he was alive. And he felt very good and he really liked it like before. The guy realized that he was not mistaken, and he was reborn, and was now back on Earth, and he was glad to know that he could live in this world. This guy's name was Yetien, and for 600 years in this world, Yetien had been a cultivator and had always been developing and practicing there. Yetien stole a divine stone from the treasury of the most powerful clan in this land of 10,000 heavens and was then happy. But as soon as Yetien approached immortality, he was immediately mortally wounded and died before even reaching his monastery. But Yetien was the happiest man on earth because God was merciful and he gave him another chance to live. His body was weakened and his Daoshin was completely withered, and in his past life he made many mistakes, but now everything will be different in this life. Now Yetien's reward was removed and he closed his eyes and began to slowly recall his past life and his past deeds. Yetien realized that he had returned, and he would definitely not allow the old tragedies to be repeated, and in this life, everyone would answer him with their blood for everything. And at that very moment, Yetien heard some sounds on the street, and this immediately distracted his attention, and he wanted to see what was going on there. Yetien looked out the window and saw that there was a luxury car parked in front of his house, and people got out of it and were walking somewhere together. The man told Zihan that he would like to invite her to a night party on Mount Tenglong, and that her presence would be an honor for him. Zihan told Shang Rang that he knew how to communicate with ladies and even invited her to such a luxurious party, while Yetien was a beggar. Yetien watched all this through the window and thought that it was Wang Zihan, and in his past life he was very much in love with her. Yetien thought that for the sake of hopeless love, a lot had been done. But in return, nothing had been done, and he wondered if she was worthy of his sorrow. Shang Rang told Zihan that her fiancé still looked madly in love and asked if her feelings were not mutual with the fiancé. Wang Zihan asked what kind of groom he was referring to, and whether this Yetien was really worthy of her, and whether he was an annoying, pathetic dog to her. And at that moment, Wang Zihan shouted out the window and told Yetien that she forgives him, and asked him to quickly go down to the girl. Yetien said hello to Wang Zihan and asked her why she was screaming like that and said that he was there and he was still Yetien. Shang Rang's friends told him that he had already invited them to the party, and why did they need this Yetien, since he was an ordinary poor guy. Friends said that only influential people are allowed to enter the villa on Mount Tenglol and they should not lose face. Shang Rang told Yetien that he was dressed as a beggar and said that he would not be allowed into the Tangle Villa and asked if he understood this and what was wrong. Yetien told Shang Rang that he didn't care, and he remembered that he beat him because of Zihan, and 600 years had passed, but his heart remembered the pain. Wang Zihan got angry and told Yetien that he had to be there and asked him to dress more decently and said that he was embarrassing her. Shang Rang started laughing and told Wang Zihan that she said everything correctly, and he agreed with her words 100%. Yetien thought that unlike Shang Rang, he didn't have noble roots and why was he needed there, and they would laugh at him at the party. Shang Rang said that he had clothes in his trunk that didn't fit his brother, and he could wear those clothes and they were expensive. Yetien refused this offer and told Shang Rang that they were already late and it would be better for them to set off on this journey quickly. Shang Rang thought how dare he argue with him, and as if he himself wanted to dress him up and at the party, Yetien would stand out. Yetien thought that if he was not mistaken, what would happen at the Tangle Villa would leave a deep impression on all the guests in the villa. Sometime later they arrived at Mount Tangle and saw that in front of the building there was a respectable man who was guarding this place. People said that it was Mr. Ma Wen, and he is under the leadership of the Golden Titan. Mr. Hu-san, and his capital is tens of millions. People said that Brother Shang was a very respected person, otherwise how could he have gotten into a meeting of such respected people? Yetien realized that the aura of the earth had dried up, but its energy there was much stronger, and this would give him a chance to cultivate his power faster. And then Yetien heard Shang Rang call him to him and ask him to come to him as quickly as possible, and he had an important conversation with him. Shang Rang asked Mr. Ma to let him introduce his friend Yetien, and he was completely different from them and very different from everyone. Shang Rang said that this was the son of a respected gentleman, and he was the head of the organizational department of Dongman County and was cool. Mr. Ma Wen told Shang Rang that this man's status simply left much to be desired and asked him to quickly leave there on business. Wang Zihan thought it was a disgrace, and she knew from the very beginning that he shouldn't be taken there, and he would only bring shame on them all. Wang Zihan ran to Shang Rang and asked them to wait for her and said that they were walking too fast and she couldn't keep up with them. Shang Rang handed Wang Zihan a ticket and said that it was a pass to the party and she could only get in with this ticket. Shang Rang told Zihan that without a ticket, even if she was the most beautiful nymph on earth, she still wouldn't be able to get into this party. And then Shang Rang told Yetien that he had completely forgotten about him. and only took one ticket, and he could wait at the hotel until they found the ticket. Yetien asked Shang Rang not to bother himself and asked the guys to have a good time there, and he would do something else and have fun. Yetien thought that he would rather die than take anything from Shang Rang's hands, and he didn't care about them, and he would rather cultivate now. Yetien realized that there was a barely perceptible aura on the earth now, and it would remain like this for 8 years. But with the heavenly stone, the air aura of the earth would be purified. Yetien thought that no one would ever walk all over him again, and that Shang Rang and people like him would have to pay for all their actions. Yetien found a cozy place there and thought that this place was very quiet and calm, and the aura there was acceptable and it suited him very well. Yetien made sure that there was no one there and sat down there and began to cultivate, and he gained strength and purified his chi energy to become stronger. Yetien thought that he had been a cultivator for 600 years, and he would start from the true foundation, and later the results of his training would be noticeable. Yetien remembered that there are only 8 realms of development, and these are the construction of the foundation, the creation of the core, the birth and expulsion of the soul. Yetien thought that there were 4 more kingdoms of development, and this is the search for the Tao, the attainment of immortality, the kingdom of antiquity, and in the end, the kingdom of the Tao. Yetien remembered that in his previous life he almost managed to achieve immortality, but it turned out that all his kingdoms were too corrupt, and a demon settled in Yetien's body and destroyed the Tao heart, and he sat and felt how he began to develop and return his chi to himself. Yetien sat, and he felt his energy radiating to the neighboring plants, and he felt close to pure nature and the clear sky. And Yetien remembered that he then died. But life again opened its gates to him, and now his body was freed from the demon. Yetien realized that he would have to begin his cultivation path by building a foundation, and that his Tao heart did not have the necessary stone. The construction of the foundation consists of 4 stages, and cleansing the aura is the most difficult technique. And before he was so afraid of not being able to cope with it, Yetien realized that Qi condensed to form a base, and with the help of 10-sided refinement, he could more effectively absorb the aura. A couple of hours passed, and Yetien thought that he had been cultivating for half a day already, and he thought that this was enough to establish a foundation in strength. Yetien opened his eyes and thought that he could clearly feel how all the unnecessary particles were leaving his body, and he was getting better. Thanks to the heavenly stone and the 10-way aura refining, Yetien realized that the speed of his cultivation was becoming increasingly incomprehensible. Yetien realized that all that was left for him was to check the results of all these trainings and see if he had become better than then. Yetien clenched his fist and realized that he needed to hit something to ensure that his strength and power increased after that. And at that moment, Yetien found a huge stone and hit the stone with all his might, and he had powerful energy, and it did not hurt him at all. Yetien then noticed that after the blow, he left a huge mark of his fist on this stone, and this did not live up to expectations. Yetien wondered if he couldn't split the stone, and that meant it wasn't enough and he had to continue his training. Yetien realized that he had to find a place where the aura concentration was higher, and something else was needed for him to continue cultivating. And at that very second, Yetien heard someone behind him say that it was an aura, and he was surprised and wondered who could have approached him from behind like that. Yetien turned around and noticed that there was a girl standing behind him, and there were many people next to her, and they very quietly approached him now. The girl told Yetien that it turns out that on the ground where the aura had almost dried up, there were still cultivators left, and this was unexpected. Yetien looked at this girl and said that it was not an aura, and she was very simply mistaken in her beliefs, and there were no cultivators there. Yetien realized that the girl had cold energy and pure yin power, and if the owner of such energy were to engage in it, he would enter some kind of kingdom. Yetien told the girl that on Earth, cold energy was a reason to boast, and for some it was even a disease, and he felt sorry for it. The man next to the girl asked Hu Liner that some nasty guy had taken over her territory and asked if he could get rid of this guy. Hu Liner stopped Yuishan and said that she was afraid that he was not his opponent and asked him to try not to look for unnecessary problems. Yezhan told Hu Liner that he already realized that he was not so simple and he would try to find out more, and he was skinny, and one blow would be enough for him. Yuishan thought that he understood Hu Liner well, and his heart belonged to her, and he wanted to impress her and told Yetien to stand up. Yetien opened his eyes and asked Yuishan what he needed from him, and asked him not to disturb him if he didn't need anything urgently. Yuishan asked Yetien if he knew martial arts, and if he wanted to test himself in sparring and everything would be fair and according to the rules. Yetien was surprised by this and told Yuishan that he knew very little about martial arts and was happy to accept his challenge. Yetien wondered if he had willingly challenged a very experienced cultivator to a duel, and he barely held back his laughter. People asked Yuishan's brother why he challenged him to a duel, and whether he didn't remember how he broke his enemy's spine last time. People said that Yuishan was a diaper boy who studied kickboxing and wrestling, and when the leader came out against Yue, he knocked him out in seconds. Hu Liner told them that this was a very ordinary duel, and they should just exchange experiences and not cross the line or injure. Yuishan asked Hu Liner not to worry, and said that he would not beat him too much and asked her to just watch his victory. Yetien told Yuishan that it was enough of their chatter and it was time for them to start their sparring, and he was fully prepared for this fight with such a fighter. Yuishan swung his sword and told Yetien to prepare for death, and at this time just pray that he would not accidentally go to the next world. Yetien remembered that in his previous life, he often provoked such cultivators and quickly put these arrogant people in their place. And at that very moment, Yetien swung and dealt a powerful blow to his opponent Yuishan, and he flew far away in the other direction from the blow. All the people of Yuishan froze in surprise and could not believe their eyes, and how this impudent stranger managed to hit his brother like that. Yuishan fell to the ground right in front of his men, and now he could no longer get up to continue and he was in pain. Huliner looked at this and was shocked and thought that Yetien really defeated Yuishan with one blow, and he was just an incredible person. After a couple of minutes, Yuishan was finally able to get up, and he realized that everything was bad, and he had just screwed up in front of his Huliner. And at that very second, Yuishan suddenly started coughing up blood, and everyone was horrified to see such a sight and quickly ran to help. People asked Yuishan's brother if he was okay and if he was feeling bad and asked if they should call an ambulance. Yuishan understood that everything was very bad, and he needed to do something to rehabilitate himself in front of his beloved Huliner. Yetien looked at the beaten Yuishan and wondered if he still hadn't admitted defeat, and how he wanted to continue the fight after this. Yetien realized that this wouldn't work, and that if he made a mistake, Yuishan would immediately take advantage of this to take revenge on him for this obvious defeat. But at that moment, Yetien looked down and froze in surprise, and wondered what was going on there and why it only started now. Everything around Yetien began to glow, and a bright blinding beam appeared that people could not just look at, and it blinded them. People were shocked by this and wondered what was going on there. And maybe the wise Huliner knew the answer to this interesting question from their team. People started screaming and waiting for this phenomenon to end so they could quickly go home and rest after such events. And after a couple of minutes, everything calmed down and these bright rays stopped blinding these people, and they were able to calm down after such stress and fear. Yetien stood there and was not at all happy about this event, and he realized that it was too wasteful and he made a mistake for which he could pay. Yetien had just entered the middle period of key cultivation, but due to insufficient control, aura leaked out onto the ground. Yuishan also looked at this and asked what it was just now, because he himself could not explain it in ordinary words and was waiting for an explanation. And now, Yuishan realized that they had too big a difference in strength, and he had just recently dreamed of settling scores with this guy. Huliner and her team bowed and said that they did not know that the master was so strong and asked for forgiveness for their mistake. Yetien said that this is just an exchange of experience and he is not angry with them. But even so, why do he and his team call him this master? Huliner told Yetien that Xiaochen's power had awakened in him, and therefore he had the right to be called a master, and they were proud of such a master. Yetien thought about how Xiaochen's power could have awakened, and whether there were still cultivators left on Earth, and he was curious and asked. Huliner said that this is internal strength and this is the peak of development, but she knows little because she has not yet seen a person with Xiaochen's strength. Yetien thought that it seemed that people with such strength were very rare these days, but he needed to quickly reach the limit of his skills. Huliner said that the one in whom Xiaochen's power was born becomes cruel and domineering, and she wondered if he would kill them all now. The entire Huliner team was waiting for Yetien's answer, and they were very afraid that he would not forgive them for insulting him and would not give them a choice. But Yetien thanked her for the information and apologized for being so silent and said that he needed to think it over now. Huliner and all her friends exhaled and thought that they were afraid in vain. And the master was kind, and fortunately he forgave them and let them go home. Huliner gave Yetien something and asked him to accept the modest gift as an apology, and Yetien immediately asked what it was. Huliner said that this was a platinum pass to the party at Tangle Villa, and with such a pass, no one would say anything to him at the villa. Yetien thought that this girl seemed to have a special influence on Mount Tenglong, and he was curious to see Shang Rang's face. Yetien asked the girl if her name was Huliner, and she said that he was right and asked the master what he wanted from her, and he would help him. And at that moment, Yetien looked straight into Huliner's eyes and asked if her aura was a cold poison, and whether he was right in his guess. Huliner heard the master's question and froze in surprise, not knowing how she could answer such an interesting question. Yuishan asked Huliner what this guy was talking about and whether he was referring to her cold energy and why he called this technique that. Huliner said that just by looking at her once, the master was able to find out the cause of her illness, and she realized that he was really very strong. Huliner asked Yetien if she had the right to know the master's name, because she was very curious, and he had caused an incredible sensation. Yetien looked at the starry sky and told Huliner that he would now tell her his name if she wanted to know and would not hide it. And at that very moment, the master said that his name was Yetien, and he was glad to meet them, and it was a good experience for him to fight with them. Yetien told Huliner that his ancestors suffered from the same illness as her, and it was caused by cold poison, and that's why he knew about it. Hu Liner listened to the master's words and wondered if there was a way to cure this disease, and she began to have hope for salvation. Hu Liner said that the cold poison was brought out from her mother's womb, and then one doctor said that she would not live even 20 years of life. Hu Liner asked the master if he could help, and he asked her not to worry and said that he could cure her of this disease. Hu Liner was very happy and told the master that if he saved her, she would do whatever the master wanted and he would be very happy. Yuishan asked Hu Liner not to do this, and she called him an idiot and said that she agreed to everything. But he was thinking about completely different things. Yetien thought that this was arrogance and he had seen many fairies and goddesses and refused them all. But Liner had such natural charm. Master Tian told Hu Liner that he would help her, but he needed time to prepare and he thought it might take several days. Hu Liner thanked the master and hoped that he would leave her a phone number. And since that was the case, she wanted to invite the master to dinner. Yetien told Hu Liner that it was not worth doing this, and besides, he had already scheduled a meeting with his classmates at Tangle Villa. And at that very moment, Master Yetien threw a piece of paper towards Hu Liner, and she wondered what it was and why he left the piece of paper for her. And taking this piece of paper in her hands, Hu Liner saw that the master had written his phone number there, and she was glad that he hadn't just left. After that, Yetien started to leave from there and asked Hu Liner to just call him in a week and then everything would be fine and fast. Hu Liner asked Yuishan if he knew anything about these people that Master Tian wanted to meet now, and she was so curious. Yuishan said that the students of the Renwan school had gathered at the Tangle Villa, and that there seemed to be a couple of them there, and that Shang Rang had provided passage there. Yuishan told Hu Liner that he wasn't interested in them and he couldn't imagine that information about them would be important to anyone. Hu Liner called Ma Wen and asked him to tell the chef to prepare the most luxurious table for the students of Renwan school. At this time, Yetien was walking around these places, and then he heard a rumbling in his stomach and realized that he was very hungry and needed to eat. Yetien remembered that he hadn't eaten anything since morning and so much time had passed, and his stomach wanted to get at least some food. And at that moment, Master Tian smelled a very delicious aroma and realized that this aroma simply attracted him and he could not resist it. Master Tian ran towards the smell and thought that he had already forgotten what hunger was. But this smell was so tempting that he couldn't resist. After this, Yetien came to the party and the guards told the guests that he could go inside because he had the best pass. The guards asked each other who this village guy was and where he got the platinum pass that not everyone had. A friend told the guard that a smart person would never show his true colors and asked his friend if he understood what he was talking about. Master Tian entered the restaurant and realized that those looks that looked at him with such surprise. But it was impossible to react immediately. Master Tian saw that there was a free seat next to Zihan and decided that he would sit there, since he hadn't seen any other seats there yet. He walked up to the table where his girlfriend Zihan was sitting, and she was so surprised to see Yetien there and asked how he got to the party. Zihan told Tian that he could sit there, otherwise he would start hanging around there, and his mother asked her to take care of him in this place. A friend asked Tian to convince his parents to refuse marriage with Zihan, and this agreement was made in his early childhood. Master Tian got very angry and hit the table and said that he was not going to chase after Wang Zihan, and she was not needed that much. Tian said that secondly, their family's contract is a mere trifle, and if they are not satisfied with it, they can break off the engagement at any time. A friend told Zihan that Tian had said that the engagement could be broken off, and that she was afraid, and hadn't done it all this time. Wang Zihan told her friend that she would tell her about it, but not there, because they were sitting in a public place and it was somehow awkward. Yetien asked Zihan if she really thought that he couldn't hear her, and that the only thing keeping him from breaking up was the memory of her mother's help back then. And at that moment, Master Tian heard people talking next to him, and he heard a familiar voice and realized that it was Shang Rang. Shang Rang stood next to a man and told his elder brother Yue what kind of meeting it was, and he thought that he would not come there. Brother Yue told Shang Rang that he came there for a couple of glasses of wine and asked them all to continue having fun and not stop. But Shang Rang didn't want to go anywhere and asked Brother Yue to let him drink to him because he really respected his brother as a bright personality. But Brother Yue shouted and told Shang Rang to leave and said that he only needed Master Tian and asked where he could find this person. At this time, Yetien was sitting at the table and eating food and enjoying it because he could finally taste delicious food and his stomach was satisfied. Shang Rang couldn't believe his ears and asked Brother Yue who he was looking for because he didn't hear his words very well and didn't understand the question. Brother Yue told Shang Rang that he would repeat it again and that he was looking for this Master Yetien. But first he wanted to drink to the health of Master Ye. People in the restaurant didn't understand who Brother Yue was talking about, what the master was doing there, and why they still weren't familiar with this man. And at that moment, Yetien raised his hand and said that he was there and Yuishan could approach him without being shy, and all the people were shocked. Shang Rang asked Tian if he was really tired of life and had completely gone crazy, and how dare he talk to Yuishan's brother like that. But suddenly Yuishan slapped Shang Rang and asked who he was to treat this Master Tian so disrespectfully. All the people were perplexed and thought how such an influential person was acquainted with such a worthless guy, and it seemed like a dream. Shang Rang didn't understand what was going on there and how this idiot knew such an influential person, and he wanted to get closer to Brother Yue. Yuishan approached Master Yetien and said that he was finally able to find him, and the master asked him to sit down and talk to him. But at that moment, something distracted Tian's attention, and he looked to the side and realized that all of Shang Rang's guards were standing behind him. Yetien thought about what they wanted from him, and suddenly they shouted and said that Master Tian was the best person on planet Earth. Master Tian looked and noticed that all the guards bowed to him, which was strange because recently they considered him just an idiot. Yuishan raised his glass and asked Master Tian to let him drink to him as a sign of his serious respect for Master Tian. Yuishan immediately raised his glass and drank the entire contents to the bottom, and he was glad that he met such a great man as Tiener. Master Tian also drank with him and thought that thanks to Yuishan, all people now respected him, and now everything has changed a lot. He stood up and told the master that he had taught him a good lesson today, Yuishan, and hoped that they would contact him again in the future. Yuishan told the master that his glass was now empty and asked him to let him leave, and after that he left the restaurant. A friend asked Wang Zihan why she didn't tell her that Tian was so highly respected and was such an important person among them. Wang Zihan was surprised and asked Tian what kind of relationship he had with Yuishan and why he respected him so much now. Master Tian told Zihan that unfortunately he couldn't tell her anything and said that he himself had known Yuishan for less than a day and didn't know much. Shang Rang's people told the boss that they were worried, but in fact, Tianya and Yuishan were brought together by chance and will soon separate them. Shang Rang smiled and thought about what he should do with this Yetien and realized that his new acquaintance was not as much to be afraid of as everyone thought. Shang Rang thought that Yuishan is good, but not the same student, and he is not stronger than Ma Wen, and he has good connections and is now on his side. Shang Rang told all the people that nothing unusual had happened and they shouldn't pay attention to this student and he was an ordinary person. Shang Rang asked his man to look at his face and hide the mark from the slap as quickly as possible and not to disgrace him there. Shang Rang's man said that today was definitely not his day and left as quickly as possible from there and thought about what to do with his face. Yetien thought that Tanglong would remember this guy for a long time and that a very interesting show would soon begin, and he was looking forward to it with joy. Rang's man was walking down the corridor of the restaurant and noticed that a very beautiful girl appeared in front of him, and he couldn't take his eyes off her. The man looked at her from behind and thought that he didn't even know that such beautiful girls existed in this world and was glad to meet her. The man was very happy and thought that even though he had just received a slap in the face, he had unexpectedly met this beautiful girl there. The man thought that she looked like a simpleton, and he would now, without any doubt, approach her and get to know this sweet lady. The man immediately approached the girl and said that she was beautiful, and he wanted her to be his girlfriend forever. But immediately the man received a slap in the face for the second time that day, and thought that he didn't think that she would be offended because he was polite. The girl called him a scoundrel and asked how he dared to use his dirty hands and how he wasn't ashamed of such terrible behavior. The man was very angry that no one wanted to communicate with him and did not show him respect, and he thought that she would answer for her words. And then suddenly the man hit the girl with all his might and she fell to the floor from the blow and screamed, and it was very painful for her. The man called her a fool and asked what she thought she was doing and how cool she was, and asked if she wanted to hit him again. The girl was lying on the floor recovering from the blow, and the man thought he had nothing more to do there and went to his boss. The girl immediately pulled out her phone and called her father and thought that this scoundrel would regret it and remember this day for a long time. The girl told her father that his beloved daughter was beaten by a scoundrel and said that he should answer for it, and the father was furious about it. The man returned to his boss and said that there was something wrong with this world and he ran into a very unpleasant woman there, and she seemed nice. The man told his boss that he hit her because he couldn't stand such impudence from her, and it wasn't for nothing that he had been doing boxing and karate for so many years. Shang Rang said that it was nothing, and they had nothing to worry about because Ma Wen was on their side, and even Mr. Dong couldn't do anything to them. The man told Shang Rang that he had said everything correctly, and that they had nothing to fear and that no one could defeat Ma Wan, not even this Mr. Dong. Shang Rang said that only an idiot would risk going against them, and even though Don owns all of Yingzhong's centers, he's still no obstacle to them. Yetien thought that Shang Rang and the others might laugh, but he was afraid that they wouldn't have such an opportunity again in a minute. And a couple of minutes later, someone kicked the front door and walked into the restaurant with a bang. And everyone was surprised who this unexpected person was. And at that moment, many people armed with bats entered the restaurant, and everyone was scared when they saw them and realized that they were definitely bandits. Shang Rang immediately stood up and told these people that this was a private party, and where was their pass and how they were able to enter there without him. But the most powerful man told Shang Rang to get out of the way, and if he doesn't understand in a good way, then it's a disaster, and stood in front of his man. The man asked these men to leave him alone, and asked his brother Shang Rang to help him deal with these people because he was tough. Shang Rang told them to let his friend go right now, and first they all rushed in there, and now they grabbed his friend. And how to understand all this? Shang Rang's man asked the men if they heard him and told them to take their hands off, or they would greatly regret ever getting involved with Shang Rang. But the man got angry and slapped Shang Rang's man and made him understand that he might not believe him, but he would finish him off there. Shang Rang ordered the men to stop and said that if they did not do so, they would truly regret this decision. Shang Rang thought that he should not interfere in this conflict, otherwise he would risk losing his prestige and authority in the circles. Shang Rang's men began to move towards these men and told them to be prepared that they would now get what they deserved for their arrogance. And at that moment, a fight immediately broke out between Shang Rang's people and these men, and they beat each other without stopping and without mercy. And after some time, the people of Shang Rang defeated these people with difficulty and thought that they were very strong and could not compare with them. Wang Zihan was very happy and said that it was very cool and they laid everyone down so quickly, and she was very proud of Shang Rang. Tian asked if it was really everyone and said that he wouldn't rush to rejoice and said that these are ordinary sixes and all the fun is just beginning. Wang Zihan's friend told Tian that he could speak because he himself had only sat there the whole time and had not even lifted a finger in the fight. The man stood up and called all the students bastards and said that they would still answer for this, and it would happen faster than they could think. Rang asked if he was calling his friends, and he was curious about what his best friends were made of, and he wanted to see them in person. And then the man called on the phone and told Mr. Don that they were now at the Tangle Villa, and told him all the information about everything. The man said that the runt who beat his daughter was also there, and Shang Rang froze in surprise and was shocked to hear about this Don. Shang Rang wondered if this blonde freak from his team had insulted Mr. Dong's daughter, and if he was such an obvious idiot. And after a few minutes, the front door opened and everyone realized that the end had come for these students and that it was a big disaster. A lot of people came to the restaurant, and all the guests of the restaurant stood up from their seats to say good evening to this person personally. And then all the people bowed and said good evening to Mr. Don and said that they were very glad to meet such a person in person. Mr. Don asked all the people who dared to touch his daughter and asked the cowards where their courage had gone and where their bravery was. Shang Rang asked Mr. Dong for forgiveness and asked him not to be angry and said that his father was the leader of the Baoguan group, Shang Zhenyang. But Mr. Dong grabbed Shang Rang by the scruff of the neck and asked the scoundrel how he dared to insult his daughter, and he would not leave this villa alive. Shang Rang said that Mr. Ma Wan organized this party, and if they respected him, they should have let him go right this second. Mr. Dong asked Shang Rang to wait and said that first he scolded him with his father and now with Ma Wan, and it seemed he was afraid of him. Mr. Don exhaled and thought that it seemed that this stupid student still did not understand who he was dealing with and thought that he was an ordinary man. Mr. Dong told Shang Rang that he would open his eyes and said that his father and Ma Wan were nothing compared to the headman Li Dong himself. Shang Rang was very scared by these words and did not know what to do now and realized that he had serious problems and he had made a mistake today. Wang Zihan asked why Shang Rang provoked Dong himself and whether Mr. Dong would now punish them all for this act of his. Yetien told Wang Zihan that he promised her mother to take care of her, and so she should believe that he would not let anyone harm her and would protect her. Wang Zihan was surprised by Tian's words and thought that she could not have imagined before that he was such a kind and loyal person. Tian thought that Shang Rang was apparently unlucky this time, but he would not budge until this whole situation affected Wang Zihan. Mr. Don's man approached the boss and told him about what had happened to them recently and who was really to blame for everything. Mr. Don shouted and asked the students if they really thought that if they beat up his guys, they were cool and let them show their coolness. Mr. Don told the students that they would be in trouble and that all their girlfriends would be made to pay for their sins and taken to the house with them. And then Mr. Dong's man started to approach Wang Zihan and she started screaming and asking him not to harm her and not to go there. Wang Zihan asked Mr. Dong to let her leave and said that she had nothing to do with all those people. But at that very second, someone threw chopsticks on the floor and threw them with such force that they stuck into the floor and got stuck there. Mr. Don's people looked at this and wondered what it was and who could throw the sticks with such force, and it was incredible energy. And then Yetien told all of Mr. Dong's people that he didn't want to interfere at all, but they forced him to do it, and now everything. Tian stood right in front of Mr. Dong's men, and they waited for this guy to do something. But he stood there motionless and calm. Mr. Don smiled and asked Tian who he thought he was, and whether he really believed that he could handle him and whether he was such a dreamer. Mr. Dong told Tian that he was very scared, and he asked him only not to harm him and to spare all his people there. Wang Zihan looked at Tian and wondered if he was really so scary that Boss Dong himself was afraid of him and didn't want to fight him. Zihan's friend couldn't believe her eyes, and how could Mr. Dong be afraid of such a weakling like Tian, who was nothing but a coward? Mr. Don asked what the hell was going on there and where did so many ignoramuses gather in this place, and this needed to be fixed quickly. Mr. Don asked his man named Sanzi to teach this hero a good lesson so that he would not behave so rudely again. Sanzi told Tian that they would play now, and told Mr. Dong that he would be happy to do it and was afraid that he would not offer it to him. Sanzi was an elite special forces soldier in the past and was able to defeat dozens of soldiers and was the death of student Yetien. Tien realized that Sanzi had brute strength and a strong body, and he realized that it was time for him to test his abilities in practice and in a real fight. And at that very second, Sanzi swung and wanted to strike Tien, and said that now he would show him the technique of a real elite fighter. But to everyone's surprise, Tien didn't move anywhere and stood there waiting for the fighter to strike and wasn't afraid of Sanzi at all. And when Sanzi almost brought his fist to Tien's face, he grabbed the fighter's hand and all the people did not believe that the man had such a powerful reaction. Sanzi was shocked and wondered if this brat had stopped his punch, and his punch was famous for always reaching its target. Sanzi told Tien that he was not bad and said that it was even more interesting and that finishing off the master was much more pleasant than some brat. And at that moment, Sanzi took out his knife and said that he could fight back with his fists, but it was much more difficult to cope with a knife. Tien wondered if Sanzi had actually pulled out a bladed weapon and realized that he had overestimated him, as he thought he would give a serious rebuff. Tien smiled and asked Sanzi if he really thought that his small toothpick could defeat him, and whether he himself believed in it. Sanzi screamed and said that dead people would no longer have time for such conversations and attacked Tien with a knife in his hands and with aggression. Sanzi continued to run towards Tien and said that now he couldn't hide anywhere, and he didn't need to pretend to be a hero. Tien looked straight into Sanzi's eyes and did not move, and everyone thought that the student had gone crazy and had already resigned himself to not defending himself from the blow. Wang Zihan cried and could not watch how her defender was about to be deprived of his life, and she felt very sorry for the kind student. Mr. Don looked at his fighter Sanzi and was very pleased and knew that he would never let him down, and in difficult times he would defeat everyone. Shang Rang thought that Tien was too self-confident, and now he would not be able to save himself because of his impudence, and Mr. Dong would finish him off. But to everyone's surprise, everyone saw Sanzi's knife fly in the other direction and wondered if Tien had managed to escape his attack. Suddenly, Mr. Don noticed that his fighter Sanzi was lying on the floor and writhing in pain and wondered what could have happened to such a warrior. Mr. Dong asked Sanzi what had happened there and why he hadn't yet taken the life of that impudent Tien, and why he was lying on the floor. Sanzi didn't have the strength to get up, but he told Mr. Dong that he was okay, and that he would now continue fighting with this guy Tien. Tien stood in bewilderment and thought that he didn't even try hard, but Sanzi couldn't withstand even one blow from him, and he was a strong fighter. Mr. Dong was furious and ordered all his men to attack Tien and finish him off and avenge their best fighter and brother Sanzi. And then all of Mr. Dong's men started running towards Tien, and they wanted to impress their boss and be the first to finish off this impudent fellow. Tien thought how low it was to attack in a crowd, but he said thank you for the fact that they decided to save his time and let him finish faster. And then one of Mr. Dong's men ran up to Tien and struck him, but he felt great pain and his arm was injured. Tien thought that thanks to the true key, his skin had become stronger than steel, and now none of these people would be able to deal with him. Mr. Dong looked at how strong Yetien was and wondered what was wrong with this man and why he was such a powerful fighter. All of Mr. Dong's men were screaming in pain and they didn't want to have anything to do with Tien anymore in this life, and there was no point in continuing the fight. Mr. Dong told Tien that today he must understand that he, Li Dong, is not the one to challenge, and he will soon prove it to him. Mr. Dong threw his glass on the floor and it shattered into pieces, and the boss stood right in front of the impudent Tien and wanted to deal with him personally. Mr. Dong asked Tien if he wanted to fight and said that they would fight anyway and he would quickly tear him into 1,000 small pieces. Yetien told Mr. Dong that they would still see who could tear who apart, and he didn't want to talk anymore and just wanted to fight with him. And just as they were about to start a fight, someone said, "What kind of impudence is this? And who dared to start a fight in her villa and destroy everything there?" And at that moment, Yuishan and Huliner appeared in front of them, and she was clearly unhappy with what these invited guests had done there. Mr. Dong saw Miss Huliner and wondered if she had come there to clean up the mess, and if they were all afraid of this lady. Mr. Dong asked Huliner what she was doing there, and said that he was just about to go to her. But that scoundrel kept him there. Mr. Dong looked at Tien and thought that he would finish off this scoundrel, and he would pay for making a fool of him in front of everyone. Master Tien was surprised and asked Huliner what she was doing there, and he said that he was very glad to see her again but did not expect this meeting. Huliner told Tien that this was her villa, and she came to personally say hello to him, and said that no one would lay a finger on him in her presence. Mr. Dong was shocked, and Huliner suggested that Master Tien have a drink together and forget about this misunderstanding and relax after all the work. Mr. Dong couldn't understand who Tien was and why Miss Huliner was so nice to him and where they could have met before this meeting. Master Tien asked Huliner how she knew Li Dong, and he was interested in learning more information about him. Huliner said that she and Li Dong are relatives, but her parents are much more influential, so how could she not know Li Dong after that? Li Dong apologized to Huliner and said that if he knew that he was her guest, he would never have allowed aggression towards the master. Master Tian and Hu Liner just looked at Mr. Dong silently, and he thought that they were definitely planning a harsh punishment for him. Mr. Dong thought that it was in vain that he got involved with this master, but how could he have known that he would have such influential connections as Liner? And then Mr. Dong knelt down and told Master Tian that he was not himself and asked him for forgiveness for all his misdeeds there. Tian thought that no one had died, but someone had been injured. But these were some trifles, and he suggested ending the feud on that note. Master Tian told Mr. Dong that he forgives him, but asked him never to harm his friends or be aggressive again. Hu Liner told Mr. Dong to get out of there, and Li Dong told Miss that he was already leaving there and wished her good night. Mr. Dong and all his people immediately ran away from there, and Li Dong asked people not to push him and to free the exit door for him. Hu Liner told Master Tian that she once again offered her sincere apologies and said that she would pay for all the damages caused to him. Master Tian told Hu Liner that everything was fine and said that there were too many ears and they would talk about it another time. Hu Liner told Master Tian that she understood him and they would discuss important matters with him some other time alone, without these people. Hu Liner told Master Tian that she would see him soon and immediately left the restaurant. And Tian was glad that everything was over. Tian thought that Zihan was safe and his mission was accomplished, and it was time for him to go back home and rest after such an evening. Wang Zihan thought that Tian had always disgraced her, but now it seemed to her that something had changed in him and he had become a different person. The next day, Tian stood and looked at the luxury cars and talked with Wang Zihan about all the events of the previous evening. Zihan asked Tian who Hu Liner was and why she suddenly helped him and even went against Mr. Dong himself. Tian told Zihan that they met Hu Liner yesterday, and he said that she helped him because she wanted to return the favor. Zihan asked Tian who he thought she was, and that they had been living together for several days, and it seemed to her that he was clearly hiding something from her now. Tian smiled and thought that he never expected that Zihan would ask him about his friends and interrogate him like that. Tian asked Wang Zihan if she really meant to say that he simply couldn't help anyone, and she froze in surprise at the question. Tian began to open the car and thought that he had long wanted to tell Wang Zihan about this but did not dare. And now the time had come. And then Tian told Zihan that he was leaving, and from now on they were nothing to each other, and she could continue to pine away over crappy papers. Wang Zihan told Tian that he was an ungrateful scoundrel, and she wanted to say something else, but Tian no longer listened to her words. After that, Yetien came to Yizhang City and thought that he needed to quickly finish his business there, and then return home and go to bed. Tian understood that the development process was proceeding very slowly, and there was too little qi in his soul, and he didn't know what to do with it now. And at that very moment, Yetien heard a rumbling in his stomach and realized that he was very hungry again and would eat anything. Tian thought that until he learned to feed on external energy, and he had not been so hungry for a long time, and he was ready to do anything for any food. Tian counted the money in his pocket and realized that there was very little of it, and it might not even be enough for a filling and nutritious meal. Tian realized that he had to buy food. Otherwise, he would become the first cultivator in this story to die of hunger. And it wasn't funny, but Tian thought that he had to keep his word to Hu Liner, and that he needed to heal her, and that this money would be enough for Liner's medicine. A few minutes later, Tian left the pharmacy and bought a whole package of medicine with his last money, wanting to heal Hu Liner faster. Tian was wandering through a dark alley and suddenly he heard someone say that if he touched her, he would deeply regret it. No joke? Tian became curious and he thought about what was going on there, and that he should go there and see the event with his own eyes. A girl in an alley asked some hooligans if they knew who she was, and they said she was beautiful and wanted to have fun with her. But the girl didn't lose her head and gave one of them a strong slap in the face, and he didn't understand the moment of the blow and was confused by such a precise blow. And then the bully grabbed the girl by her throat and said, "How dare she hit him in the face, and she will now pay for this impudent act." The man told his friends that she was also daring, and that he liked girls with character, and that she was the ideal from his dreams and his dreams. The girl screamed and asked someone to help her, but she herself did not believe that someone would hear her and help her on this dark, gloomy night. But after a couple of minutes, Tian appeared in front of the hooligans and told them to stop doing this and immediately let this innocent girl go. Tian told the hooligans that he didn't want to get his hands dirty with them, but if they didn't stop right now, he'd have to teach them some manners. The bully pushed the girl by the throat and told Tian to get out of there and said that it was none of his business and he could go home and not act smart there. Hooligans with knives asked Tian if he really thought he was a hero and asked the superhero to show them his superpowers. The girl asked Tian to run away from there and said that he alone could not cope with them, and he should at least save his life today. Tian thought that this was so naive and he liked such daring people who think that they are stronger. But in truth, this is not so. All the hooligans were armed and they started running towards Tian and said that he was extremely unlucky today, that he ran into them. But Master Tian dealt with all the knife-wielding hooligans in one movement and headed towards the injured girl on the ground. The hooligans were very scared of Tien and said that they better get out of there quickly before it's too late, and that this wasn't a person, it was a monster. Tien approached the girl and extended his hand to her and said that he was not dangerous for her, and she could calm down and there was no longer any danger at all. Tien told the girl that she was now safe but asked her to never walk alone at night again because it was very dangerous. The girl gave Tien her hand and thanked him for saving her, and he was glad that everything worked out and she was not seriously hurt. Tien told the girl that she reminded him of someone, and it seemed like they had already met. But there was so much makeup on her face that it was difficult to tell. The girl asked Master Tien if he could give her his number so that she could later somehow thank him for such help. The girl told Tien that she had an offer, and it would be nice if he helped her with a part-time job, and he was surprised by this. The girl said that the bar where she works nearby is short of assistants, and he was very close to this place. Tien thought about the bar and wondered if he would have time for coursework, and the proposal is ideal, but he must cultivate. The girl told Tien that he would just stand at the bar for a couple of hours and that it would not interfere with his studies in any way, and she guaranteed this. Tien thanked the girl for such a job, but he still needed to think about it, and he asked her what her name was. The girl said that her name was Li Shu, and she was very glad to meet him, and said that if he wanted to work, he could come. Tien thanked Li Shu and said that his name was Yetien, and he would remember her kindness and never forget the sweet lady. After these events, Tien returned to his rented apartment and thought that first he needed to cultivate to become stronger. Tien was sitting inside the rented apartment and he started casting a spell, and to his surprise, something even started to work out for him. Tien thought that with the help of the miracle pill, the QE filled with cold poison would begin to react with the cold poison and help the poor guy. Tien started taking this pill and thought that it would help the patient get rid of the harmful symptoms and viruses in her body. Tien thought that ordinary herbs would not be enough, and he needed to add some higher herbs for the pill to work successfully. Tien thought that the cooking process was going smoothly, but his empty wallet was bothering him, and it was really stressing him out. After that, Tien sat on his bed and looked at the list of students of Rengan School and remembered the past times. And looking at the names and surnames of all the students of this school, Tien noticed something very interesting that caught his attention. Tien thought, how could he forget about this? And Li Suyu was the first beauty of the Rengan School, and everyone ran after her then. Tien thought that the school celebrity works in a night bar and goes to school during the day, and this was very interesting for him. Tien thought about the two sides of the same coin, and he realized that he would still have to get a job at this bar to get to know her better. Tien lay on the bed and was happy and thought that many things in the new life are revealed from a different, more interesting side. And this is cool. The next day, Tien came to this bar and thought that it looked like a good place and he could work there for a couple of months. Tien thought that an ordinary student was running an entire bar, and Li Shuwu was not so simple and had leadership qualities. Tien thought that for now he would not reveal his identity, because not only his safety but also that of other people depended on it. Yetien walked into the bar and saw Li Shuwu sitting there, doing the paperwork for the bar and being busy at the time. But as soon as Li Shuwu saw Tien there, she was delighted and asked him to come to her, and she had a conversation for him. Li Shuwu asked Tien what he was thinking, and said that they were currently very short of staff, and he would be of great help to them now. Tien smiled and told Li Shu that perhaps he agreed, and asked her to tell him what was required of him in this position. Li Shu said that she was very glad that he agreed, and asked him to follow her and said that now she would show him everything in this bar. A little later, Tien changed his clothes and appeared in this bar dressed as a waiter. And this was his job, and he was happy with everything there. Tien was about to start working, but suddenly he heard the workers saying that boss Li Shu was in big trouble. The waiters said they heard Li Shuwu cross Li Dong's path, and he was unrivaled in cruelty in this city. And then the waiters noticed that Tien was eavesdropping and told him to get lost and start working since he was new to the bar. Tien told his colleagues that he listens to his colleagues and will do whatever his new work friends tell him to do. Tien was surprised, and who would have thought that the Imperial Bar would have problems with Li Dong? And he not only harmed him. At 11 o'clock at night, Tien finished his shift, and Li Shuwu said that she had no doubts about him and that this was his first salary. Tien told Li Shu that there was no need to praise him so much and he was glad to help his old friend and was always ready for any work. Tien told Li Shu that they would meet tomorrow at work and she was glad that they now had such a new employee. Tien realized that something strange was happening inside him, and he needed to return home as soon as possible and improve his health. A couple of minutes later, Tien was already home and he quickly went into his room and he needed to figure out what was happening to him. Tien realized that his cultivation process had already been stopped and it was time for him to complete the final stage of qi development. And at that moment, Tien opened his eyes and realized that there was something wrong, and he felt something strange in his room now. Tien realized that there was too little aura there, which he needed so much now, and he had to find more aura. Tien closed his eyes and thought that he couldn't be distracted and he had to finish his development without putting it off for later. And then, from Tien's house, his energy began to go beyond possible boundaries, and it began to spread in this area. The energy continued to float in the air in this area, and Tien was so strong that everyone could feel his powerful energy. Tien opened his eyes and thought what kind of miraculous technique this was, and he was able to absorb the smallest particles of aura. And it's cool. Tien was very surprised and thought that even the aura of the moon had succumbed to him, and his development could no longer be stopped at this time. Tien closed his eyes and continued to absorb the energy of the moon, and he felt all this energy, and it was simply an unforgettable sensation. After some time of development, Tien stood up and thought that now he would feel whether he could become stronger and more powerful than before. And then Tien realized that energy was overflowing him, and it was great, and he had never felt like such a healthy person. Tien was very proud of himself, and at that very second, someone called him on the phone, and Tien thought, who could call him at such a time? Tien saw that Li Dong was calling him, and he was surprised and thought what he wanted from him, and he didn't want to talk to him. But Tien answered the call and asked Li Dong what he wanted, and why he was calling him at such a late hour. Mr. Dong told Master Tien that he would like to ask him for help and hoped that he would not refuse to help him. Tien was surprised because he never expected that Mr. Dong would call him and ask for help after everything that happened. Tien told Li Dong that as far as he remembered, their last meeting did not go so smoothly, and that is why he asked him for help. Mr. Dong told Mr. Tien that he had a problem, and Huliner told him that he could quickly solve the problem. Mr. Dong said that he could pay him, and Tien thought that he didn't need this snake's money, but why was he so timid? Tien told Mr. Dong that he would help him, and the next day he went to his fortress to talk to him. At the entrance to this building, Tien was met by many people of Mr. Dong, and they bowed and said that they were glad to see such a master there. And then Mr. Dong himself started to come out of the building, and he told Master Tien that he was very glad to see him as his guest, and that it was great. Mr. Dong shook Master Tien's hand and said that he had come. And honestly, he did not expect that he would accept his offer after all the events. They entered the room together, and all of Mr. Dong's people were waiting in front of the entrance, and they stood quietly in front of the boss and his guest. Tien sat down on the sofa and asked Mr. Dong what was the matter, and why he called him so urgently and what his problem was. Mr. Dong asked Master Tien to let him introduce Master Yingjong to Yu Yunqing, and he is also glad to meet him. Mr. Dong said that cultivators were a rarity in their time, and Tien welcomed another strong master. The masters made tea and sat down on the sofa to talk about matters of interest to everyone, and they waited there for a long time for Master Tien. Master Yingjong Yunqing was drinking tea, and Mr. Dong told Master Tien that they urgently needed to talk about a problem together. Mr. Dong asked Master Tien if the name Huang Ziqiang meant anything to him, and this name had been bothering him all this time. Mr. Dong told Master Tien that this master was from Yuzhong on the outskirts of Yinzhong, and his disobedience was causing a lot of trouble. Mr. Dong said that this master's men beat up his men, and now he must avenge his loyal fighters. Tien didn't believe these words and asked Mr. Dong if this was really a joke, since all his people were former special forces. Mr. Dong said that this master's beetles would never defeat his tigers, but this scoundrel hired a master who beat the crowds. Yetien thought that this was very interesting, and asked Mr. Dong what he wanted him to do with the master then. The master next to Tien was also waiting for an answer from Mr. Dong, and he was wondering why they invited masters like them there. Mr. Dong took out his briefcase and asked the craftsman if this amount would be enough, and if he wanted to hire 2 craftsmen at once. And at that moment, Mr. Dong's man opened the briefcase, and there was a lot of money and other valuables in it. Master Tien's gaze fell on the grass that lay in this briefcase along with the money, and he realized what kind of rare grass it was. Tien wondered if this was ginseng, and how rare it was, and that it was at least 2,000 years old and was very expensive. Tien thought that with this herb, he could easily heal Huliner and even replenish his spiritual strength as a fighter. Master Tien told Mr. Dong that he really needed these herbs and asked if he could give him some of these herbs for his friendship. And at that moment, Master Tien put his glass on the table, and the other master saw this and didn't like something at all. The master told Tien that it was very noisy, and next time he should be a little more careful when placing his dishes on the table like a master's. But Master Tien just waved his hand and started using his technique to impress this old man who thinks he is strong. Master Tien stared at one point in the room, and many did not understand what he was going to do in the room. Master Tien moved his head to the side, and Master Yingjong Yunqing realized that it was an airstrike technique, and that was all. And at that very second, a black spot appeared on the sofa, and it was the result of the master's technique in action of his power. Master Yingjong Yunqing looked at Tien and thought that he had apparently only reached the flexible stage of key development. But Master Tien looked at Master Yingjong Yunqing and realized that he was too arrogant and was not that strong. But then the guys came into the room and told Mr. Don that they couldn't handle their people and decided to call the foreman. People asked Mr. Don if he really called 2 masters there at once and said that he could forget it like a bad dream. The man told Mr. Dong that in all of Yinzhong there was no one stronger than him, and all people would lose to him. The man looked at Tien and said that he was filled with inner strength, and this was a very rare gift in the whole world at that time. Mr. Don told the man how dare he so brazenly break into his building and said that he would be punished for his insolence. Mr. Dong told Master Tian and Master Yu that he was sorry for dragging them into this mess, even though they didn't want it. Master Yinzhong Yunqing told Mr. Dong that he was not going to work with this impudent master in pairs and cope alone. Master Yinzhong Yunqing, what good will this guy do and he can handle all these boss enemies on his own without any problems? And then Tian said that he would leave them, and Master Yinzhong Yunqing was much more capable than him, and his help was not needed. Mr. Dong asked Master Tian not to leave there, and two masters were better than one, and he fully believed in his powers. And then Tian just sat there in the corner and watched how Master Yunqing dealt with all the people alone. Yetien thought that Master Yunqing was one stage behind him in his development and still held his nose up as if he was better than everyone else. At this time, Master Yinzhong Yunqing approached his rival master and thought that he would quickly deal with him. The master stood in front of Master Yinzhong Yunqing and said that he yielded to him and the first move and strike belonged to this master. Mr. Dong told Master Yinzhong Yunqing that he must win this fight now so that this master will leave them alone once and for all. Yetien looked at all this and thought that now this Master Yunqing will learn the price of arrogance, and after that, he will become very humble. Master Yunqing wanted to attack this rival master and thought that he was much stronger than him and would easily defeat him now. Master Yunqing appeared behind his enemy and said that he had already lost this fight and allowed the enemy to get so close to him. But the enemy master only looked at Master Yunqing and smiled, and he did not feel any danger from his fast and powerful attacks. The enemy immediately stepped aside and did not allow Master Yunqing to strike and said that it was too slow for the master. The opponent watched Master Yunqing's pathetic attempts to strike him and win this battle, even though he knew it was impossible. And then the master started yelling at Master Yunqing and used his technique and thought that this should be enough to win. Master Yinzhong Yunqing just closed his ears, and he could no longer bear this sound and could not resist this experienced master. Master Yunqing fell to his knees and thought that it was just a shame, and he disgraced himself right in front of the boss Mr. Dong and his men. Master Yunqing sat on the floor and thought how this was possible, and he didn't know what kind of very dangerous technique it was to defeat them. The enemy simply looked at Master Yunqing and said nothing, because he understood that this battle was over and the master would not rise again. Master Yinzhong Yunqing said that he underestimated his enemy and paid for it with defeat, and now he could not do anything to him. Mr. Dong asked Master Tian to be ready and said that he would soon begin a fight with these masters and they were very dangerous. The master's accomplice from another city began to applaud his friend and said that it was incredible and that this Master Yunqing was pathetic. The accomplice told Master Song that it was a good job and that those scum from Yinzhong were no match for such a powerful master. The accomplice told Master Song that these weaklings should be afraid of them and that they would not be able to do anything against their fighters and would only lose. But Yetien asked him to spare his ears and said that he did not agree with him at all. And was he really so confident in the strength of these Yunzhong people? The man heard these words and froze in surprise and thought who dared to talk to them and he should be punished. The man asked Song Tian to teach a lesson to this scoundrel who was now pretending to be a tough guy and thought it was very funny. Master Song Tian agreed with his brother and said that he would quickly teach this impudent man a lesson and began to quickly approach him. Master Song Tian pounced on Master Yetien and said that he would now try a couple of his blows and tell her how they tasted. Yetien just stood there and told Master Song that he was now afraid of him and did not use any of his techniques anymore. And then Master Song Tian froze in surprise and asked where this stranger got so much strength from, and he realized that Yetien was a powerful fighter. And at that moment, Yetien walked up to Song Tian and grabbed him tightly by the throat and began to lift him up using only his strong arms. Yetien raised Master Song Tian and said that martial cultivators should not get involved and fight with all sorts of scum from the streets. And right after these words, Yetien threw Master Song Tian with all his might somewhere to the side and said that their fight was already over and he was happy. Master Song Tian fell to the ground with all his might and asked Yetien if he understood what mistake he had made and what would happen to him now. Master Song Tian began to crawl on the floor and wanted to quickly escape from there because he realized that his strength was not enough to defeat the monster. Yetien asked Master Song Tian if he himself understood what he had done, and said that even though he realized this, he was still trying to escape from them. Master Song Tian wanted to get up, but he couldn't do it, and he realized that Master Yetien had just injured his leg in the fight. Yetien told Master Song that he had noted all of his best qualities, but cultivators were not created to help scum. Yetien asked Master Song to go back and asked his friend to take this master with him and return together to Yunzhong. Yetien shouted after these masters and told them to never show up in Yinzhong again and that they were not welcome there and no one respected them. After this, Tian approached the briefcase and took out an ancient ginseng from there and thought that he had long wanted to get such a rarity. Tian took this ginseng with him and told Mr. Dong that he was happy to accept his gift and that he had long wanted to receive exactly such a prize. After this, Tian returned home and thought that all these masters always underestimate him, and suddenly someone started knocking on the door. Tian was surprised who it could be, and they said behind the door that they came to Master Tian from Mr. Lidong, and he had a message. The man brought Tian a briefcase with money and said that it was a gift from Mr. Don for his help, and that no objections would be accepted. Tian agreed with this man and said that it would not be very nice of him to resist the generosity of his boss, Mr. Dong himself. Tian thanked Mr. Dong's man and said that now he could leave in peace and he would contact Mr. Dong and thank him. Tian closed the front door, and turning around he realized that he still had a lot of things to do, that he had to do as quickly as possible. Tian looked at the pill furnace and thought that he should quickly help Hu Liner because she was still hoping for Yetien's help. And at that very moment the oven opened, and a very beautiful pill appeared in front of Tian. And he realized that the medicine was now definitely ready. Tian realized that the bright color of the pill and the powerful waves of energy indicated its worthy quality, which meant that not all was lost. Tian realized that the ginseng energy would not be enough to break through, and he needed to build a Shi formation to attack people as quickly as possible. Tian realized that making pills was a very expensive business, and so Mr. Dong's suitcase was now in handy, and that was true. After that, Tian came to the antique street of China and just wanted to walk there and look at all sorts of rare and old treasures. Tian quickly realized that it was very hot on this antique street, and he wondered if there was anything interesting there and whether he would find something there. And at that moment, a man walked past Tian, and he was carrying some goods with him. And for some reason, this man alerted Tian. Master Tian wondered if he had actually felt the Qi energy, and it was so close that it was very strange but curious for him. And then Tian saw that it was a cellar, and he was laying out all his goods there, and you could find something very interesting there. Tian looked at these things and thought that the quality of the jade simply left much to be desired, but inside it looks very unusual. Tian looked at the beautiful stone for a long time and thought that it looked very beautiful, and he could buy one of these stones. Master Tian thought that only an experienced cultivator would know that it was based on a formation method, and only the masters knew this. The seller told Tian that he saw that he understood such precious stones, and he would sell him this stone for only 100,000. Tian looked at the seller and thought that this was just a robbery, and such jade could not possibly cost as much money as it did now. Tian put the jade back in place and said that it is not the age of the jade that plays a determining role, but its natural properties, and the price is absurd. Tian told the seller that the maximum he could offer him for this jade was 10,000, and for that price he would buy the jade from him. Master Tian told the seller that either he sells him the jade for that price, or they can say goodbye and he will go about his business. But suddenly the seller grabbed Master Tian by the hand and asked his brother not to leave and said that people could always come to an agreement anywhere. The seller told Tian that this was Lingshan jade, and he bought it in Yunzhong and said that he agreed to sell it to him for 10,000. Tian thought that there was nothing surprising in this, and over all these 600 years he had learned to bargain and he was doing it quite well. After this purchase, Tian wandered around this street for some time and saw that many people were interested in antiques. Master Tian found a quiet place where there were no people at all, and realized that this was what he had been looking for all this time, and no one would bother him there. Master Tian once again made sure that there was no one there, and realized that it was time to determine the QE level of this jade for 10,000. Master Tian took out his new jade purchase from his pocket, and he began to think and thought that this jade looked very good. Master Tian squeezed this jade in his hand and thought that now he would find out the truth about this jade and how much pure Qi energy it contained. Tian thought that this method of formation was far from ideal, and the defects could only be corrected by recycling this old jade. Master Tian closed his eyes and thought that there could be enormous power hidden in the jade, and he began to use the technique for this. And then Master Tian opened his eyes and realized that it was wonderful, and this result even exceeded his expectations and he was happy about it. Master Tian noticed that in front of him stood a golden jade in which the energy of Qi was collected, and the master realized that this was simply excellent. Master Tian realized that from now on, collecting aura would not be a problem, and it was always difficult for him to collect energy and find a suitable place. And then Master Tian's phone rang and he thought that he hadn't been expecting a call from anyone, and that these people always needed. Tian took out his phone and saw that Li Shuwu was calling him, and the master was surprised and thought what she needed because she never calls him. Li Shuwu greeted Yetien and asked him to come to a certain place quickly and said that they were in big trouble right now. And after a couple of minutes, Tian quickly arrived at this cafe and he thought, why Li Shu called him there, and she was scared during the call. Yetien noticed that the bar was closed and thought that the problem seemed to be much more serious. And at first he thought that she just needed something. Master Tian thought that he needed to go into the bar and find out from Li Shu what was really going on there and help her solve this problem. Tian opened the front door of the bar and noticed that Li Shuwu was sitting in the bar all alone and thought that she was clearly upset. Li Shuwu saw Tian and said that he had come and she was glad to see her good friend again who would never let her down. Master Tian began to approach Li Shuwu and asked her what really happened and why she called him, and was shocked. Li Shuwu asked Tian if he remembered those runts who attacked her back then, and that all the troubles were because of those scoundrels. Li Xiuwu told Tian that she had sent her people to these scoundrels, and he should come soon and tell her all the information. And after a couple of seconds, the man asked Li Xiu who she was standing and talking with at the bar, and whether it was possible to trust the person next to her. The man greeted Li Xiuwu and Yetien, and he said that he and his friends would punish those who offended Li Xiuwu, and they would cry. The man said that he was Mo Shetian, and promised that they would never dare to harm anyone again and that this would be a good lesson for them. Mo Shetian's friend asked his brother if he really expected to win Li Xiuwu's heart in this way, and this was an atypical approach. Mo Shetian asked his friend not to talk nonsense and said that he just wanted to help his good friend cope with her troubles. And at that moment, a lot of guys came into the room and said that there were so many of them there, and what they were discussing when they all gathered there together. The guys said they were all idiots, and they were lucky that they all gathered in one place today and it was some kind of jackpot. Mo Shetian asked the guy who he was and told him to bite his tongue. Otherwise, Mo Shetian said the guy risked losing his tongue. But the guy called Mo Shetian an idiot and asked if he knew who he was, and his name was Zhang Liang, and he was an authority among all people. Mo Shetian told Zhang that it seemed he was from the Hong family, and Li Dong was his wife's brother, and he insulted Zhu, and now he came to them. Zhang Liang said that their families had agreed not to interfere in these conflicts, and in this case the law was that whoever was stronger was right. Zhang Liang asked Mo Shetian if he was really going to brazenly violate this agreement today by interfering in their conflict with Li Xiuwu. People looked at the guy and wondered if it was Fang Jiangming himself, and said that they didn't expect him to be in this place. People said that there were all sorts of rumors about him, and they were very interested in what he was doing there and what he wanted from them today. Zhang Liang at this time pushed Mo Shetian away and told him to get out of his way and never stand in his way again. Zhang Liang told Li Xiuwu that he wouldn't touch them, but if her bar didn't quickly pay him for the damages, he would beat up all her friends together. Zhang Liang said that he would never calm down and would wait until the last minute for her to pay him for this moral damage. Li Xiuwu asked Zhang Liang to just talk and said that the bar was her everything, and she would not just give this bar to anyone off the street. Zhang Liang came closer to her and asked Li Xiuwu if she really wanted to talk to him, and said that he agreed to talk to her. Zhang Liang said that if she does everything he says, he will pretend that nothing happened and just leave this bar forever. Li Xiuwu told Zhang Liang that she would never do this and that he would still answer for all his deeds and be punished. Li Xiuwu looked at her friends and asked if any of them could help her, since she was the only one there talking to this Zhang Liang. Mo Shetian asked Li Xiuwu not to get involved with them and said maybe she should accept his offer and then he would leave there. Zhang Liang was shocked by Mo Shetian's question, and he saw that among Li Xiuwu's people there was a very familiar guy standing in the crowd. Zhang Liang approached Yetien and asked him what he was doing there and how he knew all these people and Li Xiuwu in particular. Zhang Liang told Liger that she could give him this guy if she didn't want to fulfill all his wishes, and he would finish off Yetien. Mo Shetian told Li Xiuwu that they didn't care what happened to this Yetien and said that let him die and go to heaven. Tian thought that this bastard Mo Shachin just gave it to this guy to save himself and realized that he was a pathetic coward. Tian wanted to approach Zhang Liang, but Li Xiuwu put her hand in front of him and said that she would not let her best friend go anywhere. Li Xiuwu asked Zhang Liang if he didn't want to get to know her better and said that she was already ready to dance in front of him now. Li Xiuwu's mood immediately dropped and she didn't want to go with that scoundrel Zhang Liang. But she didn't want Tian to get hurt anymore now. Zhang Liang started to pull Li Xiuwu's hand and told her to go with him. But suddenly Tian told Zhang to wait a few minutes and not leave. Yetien asked Li Zhu to step aside from there and said that she would not go anywhere today and would stay in her bar for the rest of her life. Tian looked at the scoundrel Zhang Liang and said that it was time to deal with these guys who were already really annoying and annoying him. Tian asked these people if they were ashamed to mock a simple and defenseless girl and said that it was a vile act. Li Xiuwu watched Yetien protect her with all his might, and she realized that he was her true friend, unlike the others. Zhang Liang asked Tian if he was playing the hero again, and said that this time he wouldn't be able to defeat them, and would definitely lose at the bar. Zhang Liang approached his friend and asked his brother Jiang Ming that he would cover him while he fought with that scoundrel Tian. Zhang Liang said that the third master of their family taught Jiang Ming, and now he has reached such heights that no one there could have imagined it. Tian didn't care at all how strong this Jiang Ming was, because all of his rivals would have the same tragic ending. Tian listened to Zhang Liang's story and thought, isn't this third master the same San Zi they met earlier? Tian told Jiang Ming that he was familiar with their third master, but then he noticed that this fighter had already rushed towards him to hit him. Jiang Ming asked Tian if he really thought he had the right to call his master by his name, and that he was simply not worthy of this honor. Tian smiled and thought that this Jiang Ming didn't even realize that he had already fought with his master, and the fight took place without any intrigue. And at that moment, Tian stopped Jiang Ming's blow and said that it was not bad, and he must admit that he was not much stronger than the teacher. Ling Xiuwu froze in surprise and couldn't believe that Tian was such a strong fighter and was able to stop the attack of an experienced fighter. Mo Tian was also shocked because he also did not expect that this Tian without any special features would turn out to be such a cool master. Tian looked at Jiang Ming and thought that this fighter also did not expect that his opponent was strong, and he caught him off guard and surprised him. Jiang Ming couldn't understand how this guy was able to block his attack, and he had already trained with Master Sun for so many years. And at that moment, all of Zhang Liang's people said that their master was there and they didn't expect to see the master in that bar and why he came. The students noticed that their master was slowly walking towards them, and they were glad to see their teacher in life and simply a kind person again. Jiang Ming greeted his teacher and said that he expected to see him anywhere but here, and why he took the time to come. Tian looked at their master and thought that he recognized this man, and he must remember their recent meeting in the restaurant at the villa. All the people said that their master was the best and strongest fighter in the whole world, and no one could compare with the master of their clan. Jiang Ming thought that his teacher had personally come there, and he was wondering how much longer Tian would resist their master. The student approached the master and said that this guy had just humiliated them all, and said that now it was time to teach him good manners. Master Sanzi was surprised, and asked his students who this impudent man was who dared to attack his boys and beat them up. And at that very second, Tian said hello to Master Sanzi, and the master simply froze in surprise and could not believe his eyes that it was him. Master Sanzi asked Tian what he was doing there, since he could not have expected to see him in this bar, and what he needed in the establishment. Master Sanzi asked Master Tian if this beautiful bar belonged to his friend, and he wanted to get more information. Jiang Ming didn't understand what was going on, and asked his master why he was so polite to this impudent guy who beat them all up. Master Sanzi asked how many times he had told his students that before flying in his name, they should first figure out who they were dealing with. Jiang Ming said that he didn't understand, because Tian was an ordinary hard worker like all people, and why the master treated him with such kindness. And then Tian turned to Master Sanzi and said that he had a few words for him about his students that they should discuss now. Tian told Master Sanzi that his student was not bad, but there was still work to be done, and he knew which skills they needed to quickly improve. Master Sanzi asked Jiang Ming how he dared to say such things about Master Tian, and told him to quickly apologize to him for his actions. Jiang Ming told Master Sanzi that why should he apologize to this guy, and he can finish off this weakling with one hand. Master Tian thought about it, and it became clear to him that the young master's pride knew no bounds, and he imagined himself to be a very great fighter. But Tian told all these people that he wanted to tell them the last word, and he would not change his mind anymore because he had finally decided about him. Tian told the students that he was afraid it was time for them to put an end to their issue, and once and for all determine the winner of this conflict and dispute. And immediately after these words, Tian began to use his technique and sent many of his blue and bright rays towards Jiang Ming. Zhang Liang stood there motionless and asked his master to help him get out of there safe and sound, and not let him die in the bar. Zhang Liang lay on the floor after the attack and said that he didn't want anything anymore, and they could keep this damn bar and they would leave. Jiang Ming watched Master Tian's attacks and realized that he still had room to grow and that he needed to train a lot and learn from his mistakes. And at that moment, a man came up behind Jiang Ming and told him that he wanted to talk to him and give him some useful advice. The man said that the air sword technique was only available to experienced masters who had reached the heights, and he was too young. Tian thought that one glance was enough for him to recognize his technique, and he realized that this old man is not as simple as everyone seems. And after that, the old man approached Tian and asked for forgiveness for disturbing him, and said that he also wanted to say a few words to him. The old man said his name was Bai Ying, and asked Tian to accept a ticket for a private auction that would soon take place on Antique Street. And then Bai Ying asked all the people there whether the conflict that they had with Master Tian had been resolved and whether everything was okay. Tian thought that this old man Bai Ying was dressed like a common man, and it seemed that he did not like to stand out from the crowd of people. Tian told Bai Ying that he was in need of some very rare items, and so he accepted the ticket and would come to this auction. Master Sanzi was sipping drinks at the bar at the time, and he said that Master Tian was as generous as always, and it was wonderful. Master Sanzi asked his disciple Jiang Ming to drink with him to Master Tian because he respected this man very much and was proud of him. And then all the other people came up to Master Sanzi, and they all also took one glass and said that they would drink to this Master Tian. Jiang Ming drank with everyone and wondered if Master Tian was really that much better than him, and he would never be able to get close to him. At this time, Mo Tian was thinking how he could now look Li Shuwu in the eyes when her honor was defended not by him, but by some unknown guy. Li Shuwu told Tian that she was immensely grateful to him, and she could not think of a way to thank her savior in her entire life. Tian told Li Shu that she hired him herself, and he did what he was supposed to do anyway, and there was no need to thank him so much all the time. Li Shuwu told Tian that she was already uncomfortable and he had already helped her several times, but she did not have enough money to give her money. And so Li Shu told Tian that from today on, he owns half of the shares of their bar and will run the bar's business together with her as the director. The waiters said that it seemed like their new boss had fallen in love with their boss Li Shu, and how sweet it was, and they wished them happiness and harmony. Li Shuwu told the slackers to stop talking nonsense and said she would have to deduct it from their salaries if they didn't get down to business. Tian looked at the waiters and thought that only a couple of days had passed, and they already considered him one of their own, and that was very nice. But Tian told Li Shu that he didn't need any shares or anything. But if she needed help, she could call him. Tian asked Li Shu to look at the mess there and said that he better go and clean up there. Otherwise, they would scare away all the customers. Master Sanzi asked Jiang Ming why he stood up and asked if Master Tian really had to clean up all this mess alone. Tian asked Master Sanzi to be more vigilant in the future and not to allow his name to be thrown around left and right. Master Sanzi thanked Master Tian for his advice and said that he understood everything and would now take the necessary measures for his students. Tian agreed with Master Sanzi and said that then, until next time, and will wait for their meeting to sit together as friends. Li Shu watched Tian clean up the mess and realized that she hadn't made a mistake hiring him, and he had really helped them all. And at that moment, two girls came into the bar and they were singing songs and they were in a great mood and they wanted to have fun all day. It was Wang Zihan and her friend, and they came to the bar and wanted to relax after a hard day at work and just sit. Zihan told Li Hui that she completely disagreed with her and that there was good music and a very pleasant atmosphere of a good place. Yetien heard a familiar voice and wondered if it was really the ones he was thinking about and turned around and realized that he was completely right. Tian asked Zihan if it was really her, and he couldn't believe that they met again after their recent breakup. Li Hui asked him if his name was Yetien and said that she was Zihan's friend and wanted to say thank you for saving them back at the villa. Tian told Li Hui that she didn't have to thank him and that it was just a small thing for him, and he was glad that everything worked out that way. Wang Zihan looked at her ex-boyfriend and thought, what kind of arrogance was this? And Yetien did not want to change with the times. Li Hui asked Tian not to pay attention to Zihan and said that she was joking and that she wanted to thank him earlier, back in school. Li Hui said that they hadn't met before and that tomorrow she would be performing at a school festival and hoped that he would come there. Zihan was offended and asked her friend Li Hui why she invited Tian to the festival and said that he was not worthy of it. Li Hui asked Zihan to stop talking like that. And yet he was their savior, and she should never forget that evening. Zihan told Li Hui that she had known Tian for several years, and she was sure that he was no good for anything, and asked her to come to her senses. Zihan told Li Hui that she was no longer in the mood to sit in that bar and asked her to quickly leave that place. Tian said that he doesn't need a stupid and picky girl, and it would be better if he and Wang Zihan didn't know each other and were strangers. Li Hui asked Yetien not to forget about the festival and said that she would wait for him there, and she was glad to see her friend again. Tian told Li Hui that she didn't have to worry about it, and that he would definitely come to the school festival on that important day. Li Shu looked at this and thought that this girl had arranged everything herself, and maybe she should also try to do the same as them. And after some time, Tian came to the Rengan School's 80th anniversary festival and realized that this school lived up to its status. After that, the concert began, and all the people gathered at Rengan School and began to wait for all the stars and their school friends to appear. Tian sat there, and for some reason it seemed to him that he had come to a concert and not to a school festival. And it was very strange and unusual. All the girls were screaming that they saw Yuishan on stage and they all thought he was such a cool guy and they were in love with him. Tian was angry and thought that he could not escape from the noise and his ears hurt. And even Ki energy did not save him from the screeching of this aura and noise. The girls said that it was enough to dream, and couldn't she see that Shang Rang and Mo Tian were also following Yuishan, and they were all cool. Tian didn't even think that Yuishan had such a high status, and now even after curing Hu Liner he wouldn't be able to get past him. And it was sad. And then suddenly Li Shuwu came on stage and said hello to everyone in this school, teachers and students, and she was the host of this best show. Tian was surprised that Li Shuwu was the host of this festival, and why he only found out about it now, and why she kept silent about this news. And the disciple next to Tian shouted with all his might that Li Shuwu was his most beloved goddess from his dream, and he was in love with her eyes and body. Tian realized that he was wrong, and he would not leave there alive, and it was too noisy, and all the people liked this chaos and loud sounds. Tian thought that if he knew about this, he would never have come there, but since he was already there, he would have to put earplugs on his ears. Host Li Shuwu asked people to greet schoolgirl Li Hui on stage with the song I Love You, and support her with a loud ovation. And a second later, Li Hui came on stage and all the teachers and students of Rengan School were very happy that she came on stage. Such a cutie. Li Hui sang her song, and at this time, Mo Tian approached Li Shuwu and gave her some water to drink to gain strength before she went out. Li Shuwu thanked Mo Tian, but she didn't want to drink the water now and refused the water he offered her and returned it back. Mo Tian's mood immediately dropped, and he realized that Li Shuwu had never forgiven him after that incident and still didn't want to communicate. Li Hui said that she dedicates this song to the hero of her heart, and she would like to believe that their feelings will eventually be mutual. Li Shuwu wondered what the hell was going on, and whether Li Hui really wanted to confess her love right on stage, and she really didn't like it. And then suddenly Li Hui started singing her song and said on stage right into the microphone that she loves Yetien and is simply crazy about him. All the students wondered if the third beauty of the school was really not shy at all about confessing her feelings and who this Yetien was. At this time, Yetien still had earplugs in his ears, and therefore he could not hear anything and thought that the songs had ended and he was leaving. After that, Yetien began to leave from there, and Li Hui saw how he was leaving this place and realized that it was Yetien and why he went somewhere. Tien at this time thought, what is special about these festivals, and there is only a crowd of cheerful teenagers, and this is a waste of people's time. Li Hui said that Tien had promised to come to her, and why did he leave this festival at the very moment when she was singing her song? Host Li Xiwu came on stage and thanked Li Hui for such a wonderful performance and said that they should give her some rest. Li Xiwu began to announce the next participant and thought that she already knew that Li Hui would not melt Yetien's heart and that she had a chance. After this festival, Tien returned home and went to bed because he had a hard day yesterday, and he rested after such a bustle of the city. The next morning, Tien sat on the floor at home and worked on developing his energy, and he felt a surge of strength every day. Li Shu texted Tianyu yesterday and said that they were all going to a bar and it was boring without him and she wanted to invite him. Tien was now sitting and thinking that he had almost processed the aura into his ki energy, and all he had to do was absorb it to become stronger. Tien realized that with the mineral cultivation of ginseng and the miracle pill, he would be able to cultivate even more efficiently. And that was cool. Mineral cultivation was a technique based on the previously mentioned 10-way aura purification, and it helped the master. Tien thought that for this technique to work, he had to forget about skin and bones and just let his body transform now. Tien began to sweat, and he knew that this cultivation was working, and it was very effective for such an experienced master as himself. Tien punched, and realized that this technique was working, and he now felt that his fists had become very strong, like real stone. Tien realized that he felt strength, and his body was becoming as strong as before, and he was improving every day, and this made him happy. Tien remembered and realized that he couldn't delay Hu Liner's treatment, and he decided that tomorrow he would go to her and help with her illness. And immediately after his development, Tien went to Hu Liner and realized that her treatment had already been delayed because there was no medicine. Tien was met at the entrance by a man who told Master Ye that Hu Liner had given him orders to personally meet him at the entrance and invite him into the house. They entered Hu Liner's house and Tien looked at her huge house very clearly, and it seemed to him that it was a very expensive mansion. Tien thought that the Hu family mansion was so unusual, and it was rare to find so much aura, and that the carrier of this poison suffered from it. And then a man came out to Tien and asked the master if it was really he who Hu Liner told him about and he wanted to see him. Tien agreed with the man and said that his name was Yetien, and he was there to treat Hu Liner and try to help her. The man asked the master to follow him, and thought that he had recently graduated from kindergarten and had already come to them to treat Hu Liner's illness. They started to climb the stairs and someone asked Old Man Li who he brought home and how he knew they weren't expecting a guest at home today. This question was asked by the head of the Hu family, Wen Cheng. And he began to go down to this guest with whom he wanted to personally talk and understand who it was. The man told the head of Hu Wen Cheng that this master was invited by his daughter, Mrs. Hu Liner, and the guy happily came to their aid. Hu Wen Cheng said that he told his daughter not to trust every person on the street, and how could the master be such a young guy? The head of Hu Wen Cheng told Tien that they were not interested in him, and he could leave there and never bother their rich family again. And at that very moment, Hu Liner appeared in front of the head of Hu Wen Cheng and asked Uncle Li what he was doing and asked Tien not to go anywhere. Hu Liner approached Tien and said that she was very glad to see him there, and she did not believe that he would come. But he still came to visit. Hu Wen Cheng asked Hu Liner what she was doing and said that she was a girl, and asked Old Man Li to stop his daughter immediately. Hu Liner was glad to see Tien, and told the master that she was about to look for him herself, but fortunately, he came himself as he promised her. Master Tien told Hu Liner that the cold poison had worsened her condition, but asked her not to worry and said that he had brought her some medicine. But then some man told Master Tien that he would never do that, and he would not allow him to give that stupid medicine. And then a man appeared in front of Tien and said that if he was deaf, he would repeat that he would not allow him to give this medicine. Tien got angry and asked the man why he wouldn't let him give her the medicine, because it could really help Miss Hu Liner. But the man told Tien that he had no right to ask him any question, and he still would not answer the question of a stranger. Yetien looked at this man more closely and wondered if this guy was also a cultivator, but he could be wrong in his guesses. Head Hu Wenchang told Liner that this is why he invited Master Feng Xian to join them, and he was a true cultivator than others. Master Tien thought he felt weak energy waves, but they were dark, and he went down the wrong, very evil path. Feng Xiang told everyone that Hu Liner was seriously ill, but he was able to cure her of this illness and would now show everyone his skills. The head of the Hu Wenchang family thanked Master Feng Xiang and led him into the living room and told him that he could feel at home. Hu Wenchang gave Master Feng Xiang tea and asked him to try this tea, and said that Da Hong tea was very difficult to obtain. Feng Xiang tried this Da Hong tea and immediately spat out all the tea and said that it was some kind of disgusting thing that he gave him now. Hu Wenchang smiled and told Feng Xiang that it was a matter of taste. But now he asked to return to Hu Liner's illness and treatment. Feng Xiang said that everything was fine, and if the reason was only the cold poison, he would simply free her body from this cold poison. Chief Hong thanked the master, and Hu Liner thought that the master's lustful gaze made her want to fall into the ground. Tian was curious because even he couldn't just extract the cold poison from Hu Liner's body and what this cunning Feng Xiang was planning. Feng Xiang told Mr. Hu that this was rude, and that Tian was just bothering him, and didn't he understand what he needed to do with him? Hu Liner said that he was her friend, and since he was his guest, Feng Xiang should be very respectful to her best friends. Feng Xiang told Hu Liner that they would turn a blind eye to it and said that his time was too precious and asked Miss Hu if she was ready. Hu Wenchang asked Master Feng Xian if he really wanted to start so quickly and if he needed to prepare for such a complex operation. Feng Xiang told Mr. Hu that he knew what he was doing and asked Hu Liner to close her eyes and not open them until he told her to. Hu Liner closed her eyes and Feng Xiang began to treat Miss for her illness, and she thought that this man could do little to help her with her illness. Feng Xiang closed his eyes and began to use his technique to supposedly cure Miss Hu Liner's illness and make her happy. And at that moment, Hu Liner suddenly opened her eyes, and now she no longer moved and did not understand what was happening there, and was like a statue. Master Tian looked at all this and thought that this deceiver was not even trying to save Hu Liner, and what he was doing to her, instead of treating her. Head Hu Wenchang saw that his daughter Hu Liner was not moving and he became worried, and asked Master Feng Xiang what was wrong with her. But Feng Xiang didn't listen to the leader Hu Wenchang and continued to cast a spell on his daughter Hu Liner and told her to ascend, and it worked. Hu Liner seemed to be under hypnosis and did not pay attention to the words and actions of others, and it seemed that she fell asleep standing up. Master Tian realized that this was a soul-sealing mark and only all the villains used this technique, and it was very bad for her. The head of Hu Wenchang became very angry and asked Feng Xian what he did to his daughter and ordered his men to take this deceiver. But Feng Xiang asked these stupid people if they really thought they could stop him, and it was already impossible. But Hu Wenchang and his men also couldn't move, and the leader told Feng Xian that he was a monster and he would soon finish him off. But suddenly Master Tian started to approach from behind Hu Wenchang and told Feng Xian that there is an interesting saying about guests. Tian asked Master Feng Xiang if he was really leaving already, and how could a guest leave without having dinner with them, and he was obliged to do it at home. Feng Xiang asked Tian if he really thought he would have dinner with some dirty runt of a cultivator with no combat skills. Tian told Feng Xian that he had treated Miss Hu Liner very meanly, and that he would have to answer for his mean and evil actions. But at that moment, Hu Liner's grandfather came out to them and asked Yetien to stop and that the Hu family could handle the problem themselves. Hu Wenchang was surprised and asked his father what he was doing there because it was very dangerous there and he would be better off going home and resting there. Grandfather told Tian that he was grateful that he decided to stand up for them, but other families would laugh at them if they found out that he helped. Master Tian looked at this old man and thought that he was just an old man, and how could he possibly fight with a young cultivator? The old man asked Feng Xian how he dared to threaten their reputation, and he would be punished for such actions and he would soon regret it. The old man said that the Hu family treated him with respect, and many gifts were laid at his feet, but he brazenly kidnapped his granddaughter. Feng Jiang was surprised and asked where the dry old man got so much insolence from and why he should answer to him for his impudent actions. Master Tian saw that Feng Xiang was quietly preparing his attack and asked Grandpa Hu to be careful and not fall into this scoundrel's trap. And at that moment, Feng Xiang began to quickly deal with Hu Wenchang's people, and they could not respond to his vicious and powerful attack. Feng Xiang smiled and asked the old man how he liked his soul claw, and that it was the best technique he used and he liked it. And right after these words, Feng Xiang grabbed old man Hu with his technique and began to hurt him. And the grandfather screamed but did not want to give in to him. Hu Wenchang watched all this and asked Feng Xian how dare he do this to his family, and this is the price for all the kindness of the family. Feng Xiang asked the head of Hu Wenchang who he was to address him so brazenly and why he was such an impudent person. Feng Xiang told the Hu family that he had enough and he had no time for games and it was time to end this performance and he was tired of playing with them. Feng Xiang dealt a powerful blow to old man Hu, and he fell to the floor without strength, and it was all over with him. And Hu Wenchang asked his father not to lose consciousness. Feng Xiang started running towards the head and said that now they and the whole family would go to the underworld and nothing would save them now. Hu Wenchang stood next to his father and wondered if today the ancient Hu family would cease to exist because of his mistake. And at that moment, a huge explosion was heard and Feng Xiang used all his techniques to finish off the entire Hu family forever. But Master Tian quickly ran to the head of Hu Wenchang and asked them to stick to him. And Mr. Hu wondered what Master Tian was doing now. Feng Xiang told Master Tian that it was so presumptuous and said that then he too would meet the same end as the whole family. Fengxiang directed his dangerous attacks towards Yetien, but Tian immediately put up a shield in front of himself, and his attacks did not reach these people. Fengxiang continued to attack Master Tian and said that he would not be able to defend himself for long, and that his attack would soon reach him and his family. Tian thought that the art of deliverance and the claw of souls were pure devil techniques. But this did not stop him, and he longed for even more. Master Tian told Fengxian that evil can never win, and a true cultivator should not follow in the footsteps of the devil and that evil. Hu Wenchong told his father that it was his mistake for not listening to Hu Liner and trusting Fengxiang, and his choice led to the downfall of the Hu family. Head Hu Wenchang thought about it and told Hu Liner that his father was wrong, and now the fate of the Hong family lies in the hands of cultivator Yetien. At this time, Fengxiang and Yetien continued to fight each other, and they both had very strong techniques that were difficult to break through. Tian tried his best, and he remembered that he promised Hu Liner that he would protect her from any danger, and he wanted to keep his promise. Fengxiang looked at Tian with a grin and thought that he had already begun to feel how his enemy's defense was becoming weaker, and this was his chance. And at that very moment, a huge explosion was heard, and the head of Hu Wenchang was very scared by such an explosion and thought that Master Tian was injured. Hu Wenchang started screaming and asking Master Tian if he was okay, since not every person could survive such an explosion. But to Ye Tian's surprise, he stood there without a single scratch and told Mr. Hu that he was fine. But the enemy had problems. Fengxiang was shocked and asked Tian what he did to him and why he now does not feel his fierce power and where it could have disappeared. Fengxiang told Tian to answer immediately and asked why he was so calm. And because of him, his meridians were upset and he could not fight. But at this time, Ye Tian approached Mr. Hu's man and asked him to lend him his shirt, and he said that he would take it off right now. Fengxiang couldn't get up and continue the fight, and asked Tian what happened to him, and he couldn't get up and what else the fighter Tian was capable of. But Tian threw this shirt on Fengxiang and said that he had no doubt that this shirt suited him, and in the end, he was right. Fengxiang was surprised and asked Tian why it fit him exactly in size, since he had never worn this shirt and was seeing it for the first time. Tian said that he was given the name Fengxiang in the hope that he would follow the true path and how wrong his family was. Tian told Fengxiang that he didn't even know the meaning of his name, and that it was a shame, and why he looked like a little boy. Tian told Fengxiang to return to his master and tell him that he would kill all the degenerates like him and would spare no one. Hu Wenchang was pleased with Tian and said that he was a real and sincere cultivator, and he had seen it with his own eyes. Then Ye Tian walked up to Grandpa Hu and put his finger on the old man's head and began to use the technique and his pure ki energy. Hu Wenchang asked Master Tian if his father would live, because he didn't want him to die at all, because they all loved Grandfather Hu. Tian said that Fengxian's strength was not enough to kill Grandpa Hu, and now he needs rest and complete peace without any stress. And at that moment, Grandpa Hu began to slowly come to his senses, and he opened his eyes and began to utter the first words after that. Hu Wenchang asked his father if he had come to his senses, and Grandfather Hu asked if Master Tian had really saved him, and he had not expected this at all at the beginning. Grandfather told Tian that the Hu family will forever remember what he did, but he has one more request, and that is to save his granddaughter Hu Liner. Tian asked Grandpa Hu to be quiet and said that he couldn't get up now, and that he originally came there to treat Liner. Tian approached Hu Liner and said that the kui and cold poison in her body had mixed together, so it would not be easy to rid her of the poison. Hu Wenchang asked Master Tian if he needed anything, and now he would give instructions to his people, and they would do everything quickly right there. Tian thanked Mr. Hu and asked him to prepare 4 burning bowls and 4 jugs of water and place them around Hu Liner. A few minutes later, Hu Wenchang did everything that Master Tian asked of him and told him that everything was ready for his daughter's treatment. Tian said that only Hu Liner's relatives could stay, and those who were interested in watching should move 10 meters away and watch. Tian opened Hu Liner's mouth and put his rare ginseng pill in there and thought that this would definitely help the poor girl. And then Hu Liner started sweating, and it was very painful for her because the bad energy that the scoundrel Fengxiang had put in her started to come out of her. Tian saw that Hu Liner had already gotten much better, and he said that now they could start treating her illness and she would become healthy. Tian relaxed and he began to conjure, and Hu Liner immediately rose into the air, and the master said that everything was going according to his plan, and that was good. Master Tian said that fire, water, earth, wind, mountains, and thunder with the heavens would help him, and they would help Hu Liner get rid of the disease. And at that very second, bad ki and unnecessary energy began to come out of Hu Liner. And Tian was glad that he was doing everything correctly so far. Master Tian saw that Hu Liner's energy had appeared above the jug, and it was already clean, and during this time it had managed to clear itself of dirt. Master Tian smiled and realized that everything was working out for him, and his family didn't need to worry about anything, and their daughter would be a healthy lady. And at that moment, Hu Liner opened her eyes, and all the relatives were very surprised and thought that Tian was a real hero. Hu Liner asked what was wrong with her, and the assistant asked Miss if she was still suffering from the cold poison and how she felt. The man told Master Tien that it was incredible and he was able to cure Miss Linner's incurable disease, and she was now happy. Hu Wenchang thanked Master Tien very much for saving their entire family and in particular his beloved daughter from her terrible illness. Grandfather said that the cold poison had been tormenting Linner since her birth, and not only did it cure her, it also saved them all from the villain Feng Xiang. Grandfather Hu told Master Tien that if he needed anything, he could call him and the Hu family would help with anything. Yetien thanked Grandpa Hu for his kindness and said that they shouldn't worry about it so much because he himself wanted to help them all. Grandpa Hu asked his man to bring him the documents for the Flame Maple Villa, and the man said that he would do everything now. Grandfather Hu told Master Tien that the Hu family always thanked friends very generously and asked him to accept this modest villa as a gift. Hu Linner said that what Master Tien did was not worth a villa and said that she thought she should be the reward. Hu Linner smiled at Tien, but Grandpa Hu asked what she was carrying and that she alone could not become his reward and that something larger was needed. Grandfather Hu said that Yetien was a dragon, and Hu Linner was not worthy of such a man and they could not be together and be a couple. Yetien told Grandpa Hu that he agreed to accept his gift, and as he thought, Grandpa Hu would not let Hu Linner's feelings get out. Hu Linner asked her grandfather why he didn't let her make her own decisions, and then she would at least take Master Tien to his villa. Hu Linner told Master Tien that she had to take him to the villa since the guards only allowed members of the Hu family in. The Flame Maple Villa was the perfect place for his cultivation, and there was a high concentration of aura in that place, and the Linner family was so generous. Hu Linner told all her people that from now on, this villa belongs to Yetien, and asked everyone to obey him in all matters. Yetien wanted to get to know the people who work in this villa better and approached them and asked them to listen to his new instructions. Tien said that all they had to do was come to clean a couple of times a week, and anyone who wanted to could go to the old owners right now. Hu Linner approached Master Tien and said that this was not the best solution, and that these people were paid well to work in the villa. Yetien told Hu Linner that he just likes silence and being alone, and if that's all she needs to do, then she needs to go home and get some good rest. Hu Linner was upset and wondered if he didn't like her, because she did everything to make him happy, but he didn't see it. And at night, Tien sat on the floor and thought that the full moon is the best time for development, and then the concentration of the aura reaches its peak. Tien realized that the battle with Feng Xian had almost destroyed his good mineral cultivation structure, and it needed to be restored. Yetien remembered that ki absorption consists of 3 stages, namely counteraction, defense, and synthesis, and all of them were important to him. Tien thought that counteraction and defense were capable of stopping an attacker, and were important for protecting a fighter during a fight. Tien realized that this was a complete success, and he was now moving on to a very important step towards synthesis, and he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Master Tien put his hand in front of the core and began the 3rd stage of synthesis, and it should go without any problems. But when Master Tien directed all his energy at the core, it immediately burned out, and he did not expect such an outcome, and it was not at all according to plan. Master Tien completely incinerated this core, and he thought that this was really bad, and he overdid it and everything failed. And at that moment, a message came on Tien's phone, and someone asked him if he knew who he could get precious stones from. The next day, all the people gathered in one place and asked Brother Huo what it was, and waited for him to explain about the stone. Huo said it was nothing special, and he thought a gemstone bracelet would look good on Li Xu's wrist. People asked him to wait and said that he was from the Qianlong era, and he was worth a lot of money, and did he really want to propose to her? Huo said that this is an ordinary gift, and some trinket is not enough for a marriage proposal, especially for a lady like Xu. Li Xiwu asked Huo how many times she should tell him that she didn't want his gifts and she didn't want any gems. Li Xiwu thought that she needed to get away from the Li family as soon as possible, because she didn't want them to decide the fate of her marriage without her. Huo told Li Xiu that they would soon get married and she would have to accept his gifts. But that's not the point now, because the auction would soon begin. Li Xiwu thought that Old Man Chang had given Yetien a pass, and she was wondering if he would come to this auction of various expensive stones. At this time, Yetien and Hu Linner were driving along the road at high speed and said that they were a little late and the auction was starting. But despite this, they arrived at the auction house very quickly and thought that there must be a lot of rare stones there today. Hu Linner told Tien that Old Man Chang said that the mineral he needed shouldn't be at the auction, but she would help him find it. And when they went inside, Huo met them and asked who had delighted them with his presence, and his name was Ne Huo. He was glad to meet them. Li Xiwu told Tien that she knew he would come there and had no doubt about it, and she and Ne Huo waited for him and Hu Linner together. But Tien was thinking about something completely different. And it was strange, and was the Hu family interested in auctions, and then why did Hu Linner go with him? Tien said that he heard that a very valuable mineral would be put up for auction, and he would like to take a closer look at it. Huliner looked at Li Shiwu and thought why she was looking at Yetien like that, and she was very irritated by her, and she didn't want to communicate with her. Huliner told Tien that she had asked Old Man Chang for a list of all the items in the auction, and that they should go and take their places there. Yetien agreed with Huliner and said goodbye to Li Shiwu, saying that he was glad to meet her, and that they would talk after the auction was over. Li Shiwu thought that of course Huliner was her father's spoiled daughter, but she was a girl from the Li family, and they were like heaven and earth. Nei Huo wondered who this young man was, and how he suddenly ended up in such a company with Huliner, and why his departure upset Miss Li Shiwu so much. Nei Huo called his man to him and ordered him to find out who Huliner came with and who this stranger was before the end of this auction. And at that moment, the host announced that the auction would soon begin, and respectfully asked everyone to take their places before that. The host apologized to everyone for the delay and said that they would now bring the first item onto the stage and immediately begin the auction. The presenter said that the first item in the auction will be a bronze sculpture of a Ming Dynasty horse, and the starting price is 10 million. People immediately started bargaining among themselves and raising the stakes, and they started at 11 and ended at 18 million. Tien was sure that what he came there for was more valuable than the bronze trinket, and he still hoped to save his money at the auction. And after some time, the presenter hit the table with a gavel and said that the bronze horses were sold for 18 million. Tien realized that cultivation items were too expensive and he needed to come up with a way to earn more money for these items. After this, the next item was brought onto the stage, and it was a family of minerals, and they had an interesting history of their ancient extraction. The presenter said that these minerals were mined together, and since then they have been inseparable, and the starting price for the minerals is 50 million. Tien immediately stood up and said that he was offering 55 million for the minerals, and only with them would he complete the structure of his key. And then Huliner heard people behind her saying that it seemed like he was from the Hu family and it was better not to get involved in bargaining with this guy. A friend of this man said that he agreed with him and he also did not want to offend a representative of such an elite and wealthy family. The presenter said that the last price was 55 million and asked who would offer more and wanted to sell the minerals to Tian Yu. But suddenly at the last moment someone asked the host to wait for him a little, and Nei Huo said that he would give 80 million. The host said that this round pleased them with the high bid, and she congratulated Nei Huo on his victory and said that the second lot was also sold. People wondered how Nei Huo dared to outbid the man from the Hu family, and realized that it seemed like this man was tired of living in this world. People wondered why they were so afraid of this young man, and maybe he had nothing to do with the Hu family, and the Huo family was also strong. Huliner told Tian that 80 million was just pennies, and why didn't he ask her for it so they could win the minerals? Tian told Liner that not all was lost, but finding such minerals was difficult. But his pride would not allow him to take money from Liner. Nei Huo asked Li Shiwu why she was looking at this loser and said that this guy lost and he, Nei Huo, won as always. Li Shiwu apologized to Nei Huo and said that she was not feeling well and asked to be allowed to leave him there alone. But Nei Huo told Li Shiwu that he had spent a lot of money on her gifts and asked what else she needed for them to get married. But Li Shiwu told Nei Huo that she didn't want to marry him, and no gifts would change her mind, and he tried in vain with these. Nei Huo thought how dare Li Shiwu talk to him like that, and if it weren't for her last name, he wouldn't even pay attention to such a girl. The man told Mr. Huo that he had received information about Yetien, and that he did not have a high status and rich parents like the other children. The assistant told Nei Huo that after learning this information, he did not understand how Tien managed to get into this auction, and where he got the money. Nei Huo asked his man to quickly bring Yetien to his VIP room, and said that he wanted to talk to him there alone. And then Nei Huo's man came up to Yetien and said that the gentleman who won the minerals wanted to see him now and talk. Yetien agreed with him and told him to take him to him, and thought that the new owner of the minerals really wanted to sell them to him now. The man brought Tien into the room and said that he could go inside without any problems, and that his boss had been waiting for him for a long time and wanted to see him. Yetien entered the room and asked Nei Huo why their meeting was necessary and asked if he regretted such an expensive purchase. Nei Huo smiled and asked Tien if he really thought that such a dog as Huliner had a chance against him, and it was just an illusion. Nei Huo told Yetien to listen to him and ordered him not to try to get close to Li Shiwu anymore because she was his future wife and he loved her. Tien asked what kind of nonsense it was and whether it was really only because of this that he called him there, and he hoped that he would offer something worthwhile. Yetien told Nei Huo that it was completely boring, and he started to leave from there and headed towards the exit, but Huo asked him to wait there. Huo said that these stones are worth a maximum of 60 million, and he was in the red because he angered him then, and that's the end. Nei Huo told Tien to tell him how he would compensate him for these losses, since it was he who was to blame for losing his money. Yetien told Nei Huo that he himself raised the price, and he did not understand what it had to do with him, because he did not ask him to offer this price for the mineral. Huo told Tien that he forgot that he was a pauper, and he could just kneel there and apologize to him 7 times and he would forgive him. Yetien told Nehuo that he didn't want a conflict with him because Li Suwu would then worry, and he didn't want his girlfriend to be nervous. Nehuo started laughing and asked Tien if he thought he was too arrogant for a scumbag and how he talked to him just now. Huo grabbed Tien by the scruff of the neck and asked if he knew that he could just finish him off and that all he had to do was say one word. But when Nehuo clearly didn't expect this, Yetien dealt him a powerful blow and he flew away from him a couple of meters and began to scream for help. And after the blow, Yetien grabbed the mineral that Nehuo won, and it landed neatly on his palm, and he was happy about this event. And right after that, Tien squeezed this mineral in his hand and said that they could end this conflict if he didn't want problems. Tien crushed the mineral into small particles, and Nehuo said that he had just destroyed his precious and rare mineral. And then Nehuo got scared because he thought, what if the same fate awaited him as this mineral, because this guy was strong? Tien told Huo that he was lucky now, but if he didn't tame his snake tongue, it would do the same to him as it did to the mineral. And after that, Yetien came out of the room and saw Hu Liner and Li Shuwu standing there talking, and they didn't understand where he was from. At this time, Mr. Dong asked his man what was going on with the minerals that Hu Liner asked him to save for her Tien. Mr. Dong asked his man if Tien had received the minerals, but his man said that Mr. Nehuo had bought them instead of Tien. Mr. Dong was surprised and asked why Nehuo bought the minerals and not Tien, and what prevented Master Tien from buying these necessary minerals. The assistant told Mr. Dong that Tien did not continue the bidding, and he also saw him enter the room where this Nehuo from the auction was waiting for him. Mr. Dong asked his man why and for what reason he got involved in this business and this trade, and immediately ruined all their plans. Hu Liner immediately ran to Yetien and asked him what happened there, and she was worried about him and looked for him everywhere. Tien said that nothing special happened, and he just taught Nehuo a lesson in good manners and asked Hu Liner to get out of there quickly. Hu Liner listened to Tien and asked him to wait for her there and simply told him that she had to solve some problem now. Hu Liner looked at Nehuo and thought that she remembered him, and the Hu family would not forgive his vile act, and there was no mercy for this. And immediately after these thoughts, Hu Liner quickly ran from there, and Nehuo once again asked Li Shu who this Yetien was and where he came from. Li Shuwu told Nehuo that she would not tell him anything, and that he should try to find information about him where he usually looks. Nehuo thought that Li Shuwu was an ungrateful lady, and did she really think that he would tolerate her antics and outbursts all the time? Nehuo thought that he would find Yetien, and then he would get rid of him and not leave the slightest trace of life on him, and he would be punished. A man approached him and said that he was looking for Nehuo, who had purchased minerals from an auction for $80 million. Nehuo asked if it was Old Man Zhang and how they met again, and he didn't know that he was concerned about such matters. Old Man Chang said that he was there to find out if Nehuo was ready to part with one very important thing for him and lose it. Nehuo interrupted Old Man Chang and asked what he was willing to part with and whether it was really these beautiful minerals that he was talking about. Tio said that he kept these stones for Master Tien, and who could have thought that he would also be interested in this and what the price of the issue is. Nehuo asked Old Man Chang to wait and asked if he was really telling him about this runt Yetien and why he was so protective of him. Old Man Chang asked Huo what that expression was, and how dare he insult Master Tien, since he was a highly respected master. Huo said that Tien knows how to fight, but that doesn't make him a master, and he's a beggar. Masters like him can be found anywhere in Yinzhong. Old Man Chang got angry and called Huo a fool, and asked if he was in his right mind and how dare he say such things, and told him to shut his mouth. Now Huo was very surprised by this reaction, and asked Old Man Chang what had made him so angry, since he hadn't said anything bad about him yet. But Old Man Chiang told Huo to get away from there and said that their best auction house does not want to deal with the Nei family, and that is the end of it. At this time, Mr. Don was walking down the corridor and wondering where the old man had gone, because he had only been gone for a couple of minutes, but the old man had already disappeared. Huo called Old Man Chiang an idiot and asked how he dared to put restrictions on his family, and he was 100 times better than a maggot named Yetien. But Mr. Dong stood in front of Nehuo, and he heard his vile words and became very angry and thought that this impudent guy had crossed the line. And at that very second, Mr. Dong suddenly gave Nehuo a powerful slap in the face, and Huo was shocked because he did not expect that someone would hit him now. Mr. Dong cursed Nehuo and asked who he was to say such things about Master Tien, and told him to shut up and just be quiet. Nehuo sat on the floor and told Mr. Dong that he was very sorry to him, and he didn't know that Master Tien was considered his best friend. But Mr. Dong grabbed Nehuo by the scruff of the neck and said that if he insulted Master Tien again, Li Dong would give him a sweet life. Nehuo was very scared and told Mr. Dong that he understood his words and this would not happen again, and asked to let him leave from there. Mr. Dong told Huo that he knows he doesn't need these minerals and he bought them to spite Tien, and he's giving 100 million for them. Mr. Dong said that he was taking these stones and Huo should get out of there quickly, and he and Old Man Chang would give the stones to Master Tien. After that, Mr. Dong and Old Man Chang came to Tian's house, and Dong found out that it was the Flame Maple Villa, and the Hu family gave Ye their treasure. Mr. Dong decided to ring the doorbell and tell Master Tian the good news that he would receive the minerals he needed. Old Man Chang looked at the sky and thought that it was incredible. And even nature was subject to such a strong master as their friend Ye. And at that moment, Mr. Dong saw a strange and very bright glow in the window of the villa, and wondered what that strange glow was there. Old Man Chang also could not explain this phenomenon and asked what kind of magic it was and what was happening inside the house and how the master was doing. Yetien was sitting on the floor of this villa at this time, cultivating and thinking that he needed to finish cultivating energy as soon as possible. Master Tian looked at the stone and thought that this heavenly god stone was emitting pure magical energy, and it was so amazing. But unfortunately, Master Yetien realized that he couldn't absorb it completely yet, and this made him a little frustrated as a cultivator. Tian thought that without a stable key structure, the absorption process would be unstable, and he would not be able to absorb this powerful stone. And at that very moment, Mr. Dong and Old Man Chang entered the room and were very surprised and asked the master what had just happened. Master Tian told them that he was just cultivating and asked for their forgiveness, and said that he did not mean to scare them with this action. Mr. Dong told Master Tian that he didn't have to apologize to them, and Master asked them why they came to his villa then. Mr. Dong said that he found out that he had not received the minerals, and he tried to find exactly the same ones, and this was the payment for his help. Master Tian opened the box and noticed that these were the same stones from the auction, and wondered if Mr. Dong had taken them from this Nei Huo. Master Tian said that he was sure that Mr. Dong didn't just come to him and ask him to tell him what happened this time. Mr. Dong smiled and told Master Tian that nothing could be hidden from him, and said that he really needed his help again. Mr. Dong said that there will be a martial arts tournament next week and every city should send a master there. Mr. Dong said that they could not find anyone to represent their city of Yinzhong, and Master Tian asked what about his man Sun Zi. Mr. Dong said that a couple of years ago, Sun Zi was unrivaled, but that's no longer the case, and in this tournament, you can lose everything you have. Mr. Dong said that he was telling the truth and said that Master Tian is the strongest cultivator in Yinzhong, and that is why he is turning to him. Master Tian told Mr. Dong that he was currently going through a very important stage of cultivation, and so he did not plan to travel far. Mr. Dong asked Master Tian not to worry about it, and said that it was very close and only 3 hours by car to Mingzhou County. Master Tian thought about Mingzhou, and remembered that it was a good place, and that maybe that freak he knew well, Wang Hao, lived there. The parents begged the man to let their son go and said that they could do anything to ensure that their son would not get hurt there. The man said that for his goal he even shed the blood of his father, and he thinks that he can offer a more worthwhile thing than this. The parents sat in front of the grave and said that this was such a nightmare, and that this person would pay for all his dirty deeds in the future. Master Tian remembered and became very angry, and thought that the Wang family was an echo of his past, and he would pay for all his actions. And then, Master Tian grabbed the chair he was sitting on with his hands, and it immediately cracked, and Mr. Dong stood in shock and realized that the master was powerful. Master Tian took the invitation from Mr. Dong and said that he still agreed to participate there. But he had one condition. Master Tian asked Mr. Dong to go to Mingzhou and find out as much information as possible about the Wang family, and not to miss any details. After that, they came to Mingzhou, and Master Tian asked Dong if there was a martial arts tournament held in this place every year. Mr. Dong told Master Tian that he was absolutely right, and asked him to sit down and wait for the tournament to start and rest for now. Master Tian asked Mr. Dong where Wang Hao was, and he was sure that he would never miss the opportunity to shed someone's innocent blood. Master Tian realized that the people around him and every second fighter there was a cultivator, and realized that unique battles would take place in this place. And then, Master Tian saw a little girl running to the side, and his guard asked Miss where she ran and asked her to stand still. And at that moment, she hit her head on Master Tian's body and realized that she was in a lot of pain, and she didn't look at the road when she ran there. The girl fell to the ground and told Master Tian to watch where he was going, because he looked like a big elephant that was in everyone's way. Master Tian thought that this girl was so tiny, but she was already a cultivator and she had enormous potential and talent. Mr. Dong approached her and asked Miss Xiang not to be rude to their guest and said that he brought him there so that he could see this competition. But Miss Xiang just turned away and didn't say anything, and Master Tian wondered if this girl was also participating in the cruel tournament. Mr. Dong approached Master Tian and said that Xiang Qinkin was Huanshi's daughter, and she was currently looking for her master. And then Master Tian felt something and thought, who was emanating such powerful qi energy? And it must be a very strong fighter. And at that very moment, a huge man appeared in front of Master Tian and asked if his name was Yetien, and if he had been looking for him all this time. At this time, people pointed their fingers at Huan Jiqian, and all the people asked if he was ashamed to come to this place after the events. The man asked if this young man, Master Tian, had really encroached on the life of his son, Song Tian, and how he dared to raise his hand against his son. The guy approached Master Song and said that the tournament was about to begin, and he shouldn't start a fight ahead of time, and that it was unnecessary. Mr. Song told Master Tien that he was lucky they weren't in the arena right now and said he was confident he would be eliminated in the first round. Mr. Dong asked Master Tien to ignore this man and said that he was arrogant and was just an idiot. Master Tien told Mr. Dong that everything was fine and all these little annoying gnats were not worth his attention. And where was the head of Mingzhou? Mr. Dong said that young Master Wang hasn't arrived yet, but the American Blue Group usually comes to the tournament. Master Tien thought for a moment and told Mr. Dong that the Azure Group was something familiar to him, and he had definitely heard of all these people somewhere. Mr. Dong told Master Tien that of course he knew them, and asked if he remembered the swindler Feng Xian and if he was also a member of this group. All the girls in this place ran to the arena and said that the first round between Yunzhong and Mingzhou was about to begin. And this was interesting. Master Tien thought that they should also take a look at what these fighters are like and what kind of strong cultivators they are. Mr. Song said that participating in the tournament was dangerous and someone could die so quickly from his blows and the people of Mingzhou were afraid of him. But then suddenly a man from Mingzhou appeared in front of him and told Mr. Song that he thought too much about his strength. And then a fighter appeared in front of him and asked. His name was Song Yufeng and he remembered his name and knew that he was a good and strong fighter. But the man from Mingzhou simply snapped his finger and told Mr. Song that nothing would help him today and he was doomed to failure. And at that very moment, Mr. Song felt a lot of pain. And he felt the full power of this man from Mingzhou and realized that he had underestimated the guy. Mr. Song fell to the ground with all his might and could no longer continue the fight, and his opponent said that he was about to die. Tien said that he uses the same techniques as Feng Xiang. And is it possible that the Azure Group and Wang Hao are in secret collusion with each other? Mr. Dong was very surprised to hear Master Tien's words and asked what he meant and was interested to know about it. Wang Hao stood proudly in the arena and thought that no one could challenge him. And then someone told him that he was ready to fight him there. Wang Hao turned around and said that whoever wanted could come into the arena and they would finish this fight faster, and he did not intend to mess around with him for long. And then Master Tien came out to him in the arena and told Wang Hao that his name was Yetien and he wanted to find out some information from him. Wang Hao asked if this was the same Yetien and said that this arrears Feng Xiang told him about him and he wanted to meet him. Master Tien told Wang Hao that he didn't just come there and asked him what the Azure Group's goals were and what happened to the Wang family. Wang Hao told Yetien that he didn't know much and asked him for forgiveness, and said that he wasn't going to tell him anything now. Tien saw black smoke and cold. Wang Hao speaks of many lives taken by the cultivator, and he, like Feng Xiang, turned away from the right path. Wang Hao continued to gather all his dark energy into one huge ball and told Tien that he was about to die from the impact. And immediately after these words, Wang Hao directed his technique towards Master Tien, and Tien put up a defense against the dark attack in front of him. Wang Hao smiled and said that Master Hao was not lying when he said that today would be a lot of fun, and it was good that he came to the tournament. Master Tien continued to defend himself and told Wang Hao to tell him how he was connected to the Azure Group and what evil deeds they were planning. Wang Hao told Master Tien that he didn't need to know so much important information, and that the scoundrel would soon be sent to the next world anyway. Wang Hao now began to use his deadly technique, and many sharp swords appeared in front of him, and it was a dark technique. And immediately Wang Hao directed many swords towards Master Tien, and was determined to quickly finish off this impudent and vile fighter. Master Tien also became angry at his enemies' attacks and said that they would talk differently, and he would now feel the full fury of his power. Tien began to smash all of his enemies' swords, and he asked Wang Hao one last time how he was connected with the Azure Group and what their plans were. Wang Hao was surprised that Master Tien had blocked this blow of his too, and realized that he needed to gather himself and think about how to attack the fighter. Wang Hao said that the jokes were over, and when Master Hao returned from the Tang family, he would not want to hear his explanations and he would finish him off. Master Tien was very surprised by these words and thought about the Tang family and whether Wang Hao was dating Tang Shu, and he didn't know that this was possible. Wang Hao began to fly at breakneck speed towards his enemy and thought that now nothing could help him and he was simply powerless. And at that very moment, a huge explosion was heard in the arena, and all the people were surprised and thought that Master Tien died after such an attack. Mr. Dong started running to the arena and asked Master Tien how he was feeling and thought that there was no more hope that he was alive. But suddenly, everyone saw that Yetien was not hurt at all. And Wang Hao was lying on the ground, and Tien put his foot on him and asked about a meeting. Wang Hao just did nothing and lay on the ground and thought about whether he had really lost and how Master Tien had countered his famous fighting technique. Tien began to press Wang Hao and said that the answer was wrong and asked him again where the meeting between these scoundrels would take place. Wang Hao told Master Tien that the meeting between the Hao family and that Azure Group would take place at the Imperial Hotel nearby. Master Tian told Wang Hao that this was the correct answer and said that he was very lucky to fall at his hand and that he himself had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Master Tian dealt the finishing blow to Wang Hao and then walked towards the exit of this arena and thought that he still had a lot of things to do today. Mr. Dong couldn't believe that Master Tian could defeat such a strong and experienced fighter like Wang Hao with such ease, and that's awesome. Master Tian apologized to Mr. Dong and said that he had urgent matters to attend to and asked him to find a worthy replacement for him. Mr. Dong didn't expect Master Tian to say such words, and he had never seen Master Tian so angry. And it seemed Wang Hao had made Yetien very angry. Master Tian thought about Tang Shu and realized that this time everything would be different, and he would correct all the mistakes he made in the past. Xiang Qingqian watched this fight and thought that Tian was so strong and she wanted him to become her master forever. And after some time at night, security guards stood near the building and guarded the entrance so that no one could get in. But now, disaster happened. The guard was told on the phone that Miss Tang was not there, and they were told to quickly find her because Master Hao could not be detained and it was dangerous. Master Tian thought about Shu'er and remembered that she always avoided meeting with other families and did not like such attention from them. Master Tian watched her guards run and thought that they didn't know that at night she climbed out the window to escape. And at that very second, Shu'er herself appeared in the window, and she really looked around through the window to make sure that there was no one there. Tian watched Shu'er climb out of the window and remembered that she was such a brave girl that she was not afraid of getting hurt there. And then, Master Tian realized that his guard shouldn't see her and began to think about how he could distract him so that he would go in the other direction for now. Master Tian took a small stone and threw it at his guard and asked for forgiveness in advance so that he would not be angry for this act. At this time, Shu'er got out of the house and thought that it was, as always, successful, and all she had to do was avoid being caught by the guards. Shu'er was walking around this place but didn't look under her feet and accidentally stepped on a bush and it broke with a nasty sound. Shu'er froze in place and thought that she would be caught now because she made a mistake and the guards would understand that she was right there. And then Tian appeared in front of her and thought that he recognized Shu'er, and she thought that she was allowed to do anything and she was as clumsy as in the past. Shu'er saw Master Tian and asked him to be quieter and said that they could come to an agreement, but only if he didn't make too much noise there. Master Tian agreed with Shu'er and thought that while he and Shu'er were not yet acquainted, he should not put pressure on her, and it was too early for that. The guard told his friends that he heard something there and told the two of them to go there and check what that strange sound was. Shu'er told Tian that she didn't want to go back to them and said that she thought he was nice and asked if he could help her now. Master Tian told Shu'er that he would help her without any problem, but he wanted to ask her where they would go, but he didn't have time to say it before the moment. But Shu'er interrupted him and grabbed his hand and ran from there, and she said that when the guards come to their senses they will already be far away from there. Shu'er thought that she had such a strange feeling, as if she and this guy had known each other for ages, and she knew the person well. Master Tian was very happy and thought that he was finally able to find Shu'er, and he had long wanted to do this, but he never had the time. And after a long run, they stopped and realized that the guards had already left them behind and they needed to rest and catch their breath. The girl told Master Tian that her name was Tang Shu, and she thanked him for not refusing and helping her escape from those people. Master Tian shook Tang Shu's hand and said that his name was Yetien, and that he was also very glad to meet such an interesting lady like her. Master Tian asked his new acquaintance why these people were pursuing her so diligently and what they really wanted from her. Tang Shu said that her family is partly to blame and that her father with his rules is so cruel, and why can't she be with the one she loves? Master Tian thought that Tang Shu should stay away from Wang Hao, but he wondered how he could tell her about this and warn her. Tang Shu said that if she, like Chana, could carefreely rush after the moon, it would be simply wonderful, and she dreamed. Tian told Tang Shu that this is how it will be, and she just needs to listen to her heart and not listen to other people's words that nothing will work out. Tang Shu said that it was time to go back, and she didn't understand because she had known Yetien for a couple of hours, but next to him she felt so good and calm. Tang Shu's car and her personal driver came for her, and Tian told her that they would meet again one day, and it could happen soon. Tang Shu said that she believed that this would happen, and thanked him for his help, and said that without him, people would have caught her long ago. Master Tian thought that Shu'er was his light and his future, and that he was henceforth the master of his life and would not let her be harmed and would protect her from all enemies. Master Tian walked around his villa and thought about how he was going to protect Shu'er while in the stages of purification and absorption of qi. Yetien said to himself that he was weak, that he was too weak, and that he still needed a lot of time to train to help Lady Shu'er. And at that very moment, Master Tian took out the family of minerals that Mr. Dong had brought him, and thought that this thing could be of great help. Master Tian thought that he should become stronger and do everything possible for this, and not be lazy and continue to work hard. Master Tian realized that his goal was to become stronger, and it was all for Shu'er's sake. And in this state, he was vulnerable to attacks from more powerful enemies. Master Tian began to list the names of the constellations, and these were constellations such as Dubhe Merak, Feda Aliot Mizar, and Alkaid. All of Master Tian's minerals gathered like these constellations, and he realized that they were now in the correct position, and he could begin his development. Master Tian asked the constellation to help him improve, because he was very close to the level he wanted. And suddenly the water in the pool next to the master began to rise on its own, and it rushed towards where Master Yetien was sitting. All these minerals collected water near them, and they could also act on surrounding objects, and their power was very powerful. Master Tian opened his eyes and he felt drops of water coming from somewhere, and now he realized that everything was going according to plan and was great. Master Tian thought that he was finally at the stage of spirit movement, and saw that this water was swirling around him. Master Tian thought that now he would be able to sense even someone else's presence, and realized that he needed to try it now. Master Tian wanted to find someone else's presence, and he felt a fish, a bird, and a cricket, and thought that there was something wrong, and was he mistaken? Master Tian looked at the tree next to him and saw someone's silhouette, and asked the person who was hiding and ordered him to come out. And at that moment, someone fell out of the tree and crashed right onto the ground, and Tian wondered why this person had been hiding there for so long. It was Xiang Qin, and she was holding her head and saying that she was in a lot of pain, and she didn't get her hair cut, and that's why she fell out of the tree. Master Tian approached Xiang Qin and asked if she was seriously hurt, what she was doing there, and why she was hiding in that tree. Xiang told Tian that he was a fool, and that he should look at her. And did he really think that having fallen from such a height she was not seriously hurt? And then Xiang Qin calmed down and realized that she needed to behave more restrained if she didn't want the master to kick her out of there. Xiang told Master Tian that he had shown himself to be the strongest master at the tournament, and that's why she wanted to learn his techniques. Master Tian thought that the girl had potential, and if it weren't for his spirit transfer, he wouldn't have been able to notice Xiang in this tree. But Tian thought that he would have too many enemies, and he really didn't want to create problems for other innocent people. Master Tian thought about it and told Miss Xiang Qin that he does not take students and asked her to return home because it was already late. Xiang Qin asked what if she generously rewarded Master Tian and took out a box and told Master that there was 100 million in it. But at that moment, someone called Master Tian, and he was surprised, and he certainly did not expect that she would call him at such a late hour. Master Tian asked Wang Zihan what happened and why she was calling him so late, and Xiang was curious who Master Ye was talking to. Wang Zihan told Tian that her mother is inviting him to her birthday party tomorrow, and she is calling him only because of this event. Shang Rang told Tian that tomorrow his engagement with Zihan would be broken off, and he hoped that after that they would never see each other again. Master Tian agreed and said that he would be there tomorrow, and told Wang Zihan that if not for her mother, he would have sent her daughter away long ago. Wang Zihan wanted to yell at Tian and say that he was ugly, but Tian didn't wait for her answer and simply ended the call with his ex. Master Tian told Xiang that he had things to do, and he would tell her again that he would not be her teacher, and asked her to find someone else. Master Tian began to walk on water, and it was incredible, and his power was very powerful, and now he can even walk on water like a magician. Shang Qin told Master Tian that he really wanted to just leave there and no longer listen to her words and prizes for her work. But the girl did not leave and told Master Yetien that he would have to take her Shang Qin as his student, and it was simply inevitable. The next day, Tian came to the birthday party and thought that today he would say goodbye to Aunt Tang and cut off all ties with Zihan. And then Zihan appeared in front of him with Shang Rang and said hello to him. And this was the most prestigious and expensive hotel in Yinzhong. Zihan told Tian that if it weren't for the Shang family, he would have been kicked out of there long ago. But Tian said that he didn't care about all of this at all. Wang Zihan got angry and asked Tian how he dared to speak to her so impudently and told him not to forget his place and respect her. Shang Rang asked Zihan to just ignore this impudent fellow and said that he would deal with him himself and he would be scared of him. Inside the building, the head of the Wang family, Wang Guanming, and the mistress of the Wang family, Wang Tangqiu, were already standing, and they were greeting all the guests at the mistress's feast. Wang Tangqiu saw a familiar face and told little Tian that she was very glad to see him there, and asked him to let the old lady examine him. Tian told the lady that this talisman would protect her from all illnesses, and he hoped that she would accept it and make everyone smile. Wang Tangqiu thanked little Tian for such a generous gift and said that she really liked it and would carry it with her everywhere. Tian remembered that Aunt Wang had always been in poor health, and this talisman should strengthen her health, and he would figure out about the aura. But then the head of Wang Guanming approached him and asked Tian why he decided to give his wife some dirty stone, and why it was bad. But then Tianya bumped his shoulder into Shang Rang and asked Aunt Tang to accept a gift from him and Zihan, and it was a unique elite decoration. People saw this gift and said how beautiful it was, and it immediately reminded them of some expensive designer brand, and that's cool. Wang Tangqiu told Shang Rang that she was pleased, but he didn't need to spend so much and could take an example from his friend Yetien. Wang Zihan asked her mother why she didn't like the gift, because it was from Shang Rang and not from some poor destitute man. Wang Tangqiu asked her daughter how she could say such a thing about her husband, and Zihan said that this loser would not become her husband. Yetien told Aunt Tang that her daughter was telling the truth, and that she and Zihan were too different, and he wanted to end the marriage quickly without delay. Wang Tangqiu was offended when she heard this news and told Yetien that over all this time he had become like a son to her, and she was very upset. Shang Rang asked Tian if he saw how much Madame Tang loved him, but from the entire Ye family only he came, like a very ill-mannered idiot. Tian got very angry and asked Shang Rang how he dared to say such things about his family, and said that he would get what he deserved for it. Shang Rang asked Tian if he didn't like hearing the truth and he was rude, and how could he report such news on this day? Tian suggested that Shang Rang go outside and said that Aunt Tang would be better off not seeing what he would do to him for such impudence. But then Wang Tangqiu asked them to stop shouting and said that her heart ached when she didn't expect it and it hurt. Tian ran up to Wang Tangqiu and told his aunt that he was with her and that they were going to the hospital right away to make sure that she didn't have any serious problems. But Zihan told Tian that their families were no longer connected and that he didn't even have a car and how he wanted to take his mother to the hospital. Shang Rang asked them to stop panicking and said that his driver would arrive there soon and take Aunt Tang, and that Hero Tian was already free. Wang Tangqiu and her daughter went to the exit and she dropped Tian's gift and didn't even notice it, because her thoughts were elsewhere. Shang Rang stepped on Tian's gift and said that he thought there was at least something good in him, but he turned out to be a real scoundrel. Yetien broke the table next to him with one touch and told Shang Rang that if he said one more word, the same thing would happen to him. Shang Rang said that it was his table and he should pay him for it, and he is the son of the head of the Wang family, and he has no right to touch it there. But Tian didn't listen to Shang Rang and wanted to deliver a powerful blow so that he would finally shut up, because he had already tired of his behavior. Tian's hand almost touched Shang Rang's face. But at that moment, someone asked Master Tian not to dirty his hands with some scoundrels. It was Xiang Qinqian, and she said that she thought Master Tian didn't have to pay for her table and it was just a trifle. Shang Rang asked Miss Xiang Qinqian what she was doing there, and Wang Zihan asked him who she was and how he knew her so well. Shang Rang told Miss Xiang that he was just a regular bully, and he was causing problems for everyone there and he would just throw this bully out. Shang Rang ordered his men to take Tian and said that he had ruined the whole holiday today and they would throw him out into the street from there. But suddenly Xiang kicked Shang Rang in the butt and told him to just stop pretending to be someone, and said she would give him a hard time now. Shang Rang fell to the ground and told Miss Xiang Qinqian that he was actually her cousin, and why was she treating him like that now? But Xiang slapped Shang Rang in the face and asked him not to disgrace his family's name and to kneel down and beg Master Tian for help. Wang Zihan was angry and asked the people who let this child in there and why she didn't respect her elder cousin and was a scoundrel. Shang Rang asked Zihan to apologize to her immediately, and Xiang is Huanshu's only daughter and she cannot be spoken to in such a tone. Shang Rang knelt in front of Miss Xiang Qinqian and asked her not to be angry with them and said that he apologized to her for everything. Xiang simply turned away and walked away from there. And Wang Zihan thought how she could be attracted to this slug who was now kneeling. Xiang Qinqian approached Tian and told the master that his student was a little late, and it was very difficult for her to find him in this place. But Master Tian asked the girl Xiang to stop talking like that because she is not his student, and he already told her yesterday that he will not be her master. Zihan was surprised and wondered why this girl called Tian her master and whether they had really known each other before that day. The man approached Zihan and asked why she was standing there and if she should quickly apologize to her and introduce her father to her. Wang Zihan didn't want to do this and asked the man why she should apologize to this impudent little girl. But the man started yelling at Zihan and asked her not to contradict him and said that his business depended on it and she should be polite. The man said that he did not think that Huan Shi's daughter and her master would come to his banquet and was glad to see them together. Tian smiled and said that Uncle Wang would no longer laugh at his gift to Auntie Wang, because before that, he just laughed at it. Zihan told Tian that Miss Qinqian rarely came to Yinzhong and could she ask him for something since they were well acquainted? Tian asked Zihan what kind of good relationship she was talking about, and maybe she had forgotten how she said yesterday that she wanted to annul their marriage. Wang Zihan started screaming and told Tian that she would tell her mother everything and he would get into trouble and she would no longer trust him. But Yetien got angry. And then the glass in Mr. Wang Guanming's hands broke and he was shocked and realized that Master Tian was very strong. Master Tian said that he warned Wang Zihan and her father Wang Guanming not to disturb Aunt Tang under any circumstances. Shang Qinqian asked how they could be ashamed and maybe they could leave there, otherwise she would get very angry if they continued to pester the master. Wang Guanming said that he and Wang Zihan were already leaving, and he wanted Miss Shang Qinqian not to worry and that they were already on their way. Mr. Wang Guanming asked Shang Rang to get up and said that it was time for them to leave there, and he told the mister that he was already getting up from the floor. After that, Tian went outside and thought that so many events had just happened in this place, although he just came to the party. Master Tian felt that without the seventh mineral, his ki was quickly depleted, and he needed to quickly develop his skills and his ki. Xiang said that the Fida is like the Taoist spirit star, and if he somehow loses it and the QE leaves him and all 7 stars complement themselves, Xiang Tinkin said that without the latter, all efforts were in vain, and Tian was surprised and asked her how she knew all the information. Xiang said that she, like Tian, was training in the villa, and his method of cultivation seemed familiar to her, and she was very interested. Xiang Xingqian told Tian that she had gone through her grandfather's entire collection at home, and that it was a pity that his records were not finished. Tian thought that it turned out that the Xiang family had preserved very rare and some cultivation methods, and that was why it was strong. Xiang Qingqian told Tian that she would help him find a replacement for that mineral if he agreed to become her master, and that would be good. Tian told Xiang that it was a good offer, but he asked her to give him some time and that he needed to think before answering. Xiang was surprised and asked Tian what he was thinking about, and that it was the best deal because it was good for both her and him too. Tian asked Xiang Qingqian, what if she was deceiving him, and how could he immediately agree to such proposals from such a stranger? Xiang Qingqian said that she thought Master Tian was simpler, and said that she was not lying to him, but she needed to prove it to him. Xiang Qingqian said that then she would have to prove her words and asked the master to look at this thing, and immediately took out something. Tian asked if this was the spirit of the beast, and Xiang said that it was a piece of the shell of a stupendemis, and whether the master had heard of these cute turtles. Xiang said the records say they feed on jade, and their shells are full of bronze coins, and they accumulate ki energy. Tian just found out about this and said that it means that the stupendemis can be used instead of the last stone, and it is a great thing. Xiang Qingqian asked Master Tian if he was happy now, because she told him everything she knows and believes in the master. Tian asked Xiang to stop calling him master, and said that he needed this turtle so that he could complete his development. Xiang told the master that then together they would quickly catch this stupendemis, and she would help the master carry out all his plans. Tian said that he wanted to go looking for her himself, so as not to put her life in danger, and said that he was still not her master. And then a guy came up to them and told Qingqian that such little girls shouldn't walk alone at night, and he said that he was her cousin. Tian thought that this guy didn't fit into the mighty Shang clan, and he must be their distant relative but promising. Shang told Shang Ming that he was just in time and that he and Master Tian needed a car to get to the Lake of Anxiety together on business. Shang Ming immediately realized that if they wanted to go to the Lake of Alarms, they were looking for stupendemis and said that he would be happy to help them. But Xiang Qingqian told Shang Ming that even if she had 9 lives, she would not trust him, and Tian would help her in this search. Shang Ming told Master Yetien that he would never have thought that he was so young, and said that nothing can be done about uniqueness. Tian told Shang Ming that all his efforts were directed only at cultivation and development, and realized that he did not like his politeness. Shang Ming told Xiang that her uncle said that in 2 years he would hand over the family business to her, and hoped that then she would not forget about her cousin. Xiang Qingqian told Master Tian that it was a long way to the Lake of Troubles, so he could rest and gather strength to search for the creatures. Shang Ming thought that Xiang Qingqian was so polite to this master, and apparently he was really strong in cultivation, and this was interesting. Shang Ming got behind the wheel and thought that he didn't care about this next cultivator, and he had dealt with worse than that and was confident in himself. A few hours later they arrived at the lake, and it was very quiet there, and nothing interfered with their search at such a quiet time of night. Xiang Qingqian got out of the car and pointed her finger at the lake, and told Master Tian that she found that piece of beast in this lake. Master Tian realized that this lake was quite large, and he thought about it, and suggested that they split up so that they could expand the search area. Shang Ming told Qingqian that she would go with him because her uncle told him to protect her, and always be by her side everywhere. Master Tian listened to Shang Ming, and said that then he would go alone and immediately start looking for these turtles to complete the development of strength. After that, they split up and went to their places, and Tian realized that he was not afraid at all, and they would quickly find this turtle. Shang Ming told Qingqian that he could have caught the stupendemis himself, and asked why she had called Master Tian with them on this search. Qingqian asked Shang Ming what kind of questions these were, and Tian was her master, and if he was so smart he should catch the turtle himself. Shang Ming told Qingqian that he understood her and said that he was only worried about her, which is why he often asked her questions about everything. Shang Ming thought that stupendemis loved energy-filled jade, and decided to put one of these in the pocket of this Master Yetien. Shang Ming thought that this Master Tian was bothering him, and he hated him and therefore wanted to get rid of him so that he would not bother him. Shang Ming thought that even if Master Tian didn't die and was seriously wounded, it would still be to his advantage and he would be happy. Shang Ming thought that Master Tian was just a pawn in his game, and that he had met Xiang Qingqian in vain, and that now he would die very soon. At this time, they all continued searching, and Xiang Qingqian asked Shang Ming why the earth was shaking, and whether he felt these shaking there. Master Tian noticed that a huge silhouette of a turtle began to appear there, and realized that this was stupendemis, and it was huge. And at that moment, a huge turtle jumped out in front of them, and Tian asked Xiang Qingqian to take care of herself, and that there was such a danger in front of her. Shang Xinkin stepped aside and told Master Tian that it was that very same student Timus and asked him to catch this turtle. The turtle started moving towards Xiangming, and he asked Xiang to attack this huge monster from behind, and then they would catch him. Xiangming realized that he had a very strong tail, and it was good that he still managed to jump back, and the turtle's tail would definitely crush Master Ye. They started to tie up the turtle, and Xiangming said that now they would see how he would jump, and Xiang asked Shang to call Master Ye. Xiangming told Qingqin that he would call him now and thought that she might not worry, and he would call Tian, and he would meet death. And then Xiangming ran to Master Tian and asked the master to go with him and said that he and Qingqin had just found this student Emis. Tian asked Xiangming where Qingqin was, and he said that she sent him after him and stayed behind to hold the turtle so as not to lose him. Master Tian told Xiangming that they should then go there as soon as possible and help Qingqin, and Xiangming thanked him. And at that moment, Xiangming pressed himself against Master Tian and put a jade ball in his pocket and thought that he couldn't wait. Master Tian came and told Qingqin that such strong-spirited creatures are very rare on Earth, and it was interesting. Qingqin continued to hold the turtle and asked the master if he could see him, and said that she had not deceived him and was right. Xiangming asked Qingqin to take a rest and said that he and Master Tian would deal with this impudent huge turtle themselves. Qingqin released the grip and told the master that this was their chance, and he should now attack the turtle together with Xiangming. Xiangming smiled and thought that this was really his chance. And Master Tian told Qingqin that Stupendemis is a water elemental. And at that very moment, Stupendemis broke Xiangming's hold and began to scream with all his might and was very angry at all the people attacking him. Stupendemis wanted to bite Master Tian, but he dodged his mouth and Xiangming sat on the ground and just watched Yetien fight. The turtle Stupendemis continued to attack Master Tian, and he wondered what was wrong with this turtle and why it was so aggressive. Xiangming stood up and told the master that he would help him, and fiery rays immediately began to emerge from his hand and directed them at the monster. But Xiangming almost hit Master Tian with his attack, and he wondered if Xiangming was aiming at him on purpose and wanted to finish him off. The turtle started shooting at Master Tian with its beam, and Xiangming told the master that it seemed like Stupendemis was calming down a bit. Master Tian managed to dodge the turtle's beam, and he found himself behind the huge monster and thought that he was now safe there. But at that very moment, Master Tian froze in surprise and realized that he was wrong and had just made a huge mistake that he regretted. And at that moment, Stupendemis dealt a powerful blow to Master Tian with his tail, and the master realized that this monster had a lot of power. From such a blow, Master Tian crashed into a tree, and then suddenly a ball of jade fell from his pocket and rolled to the side. And then this ball split into two, and Master Tian saw it and thought, "Is this really jade? But how did it end up in his pocket?" And immediately after that, the huge turtle calmed down and no longer wanted to finish off Master Tian, but simply calmly looked at him. Master Tian realized that because of the jade, Stupendemis was so excited, and then he understood everything and thought that it was a cunning plan. Master Tian was angry and thought that this cowardly scoundrel would immediately answer him for this act, and there would be no mercy. Master Tian pointed his finger at Xiangming and said that he would answer for angering the immortal, and now he would feel all the pain. Xiangming was very scared and asked Master Tian what he was talking about, and he didn't know anything about it, and asked the master to pardon him for everything. Master Tian approached Xiangming and asked him to tell him where the jade in his pocket came from and how it had gotten there recently. Xiangming made a pitiful face and told Master Tian that he didn't know how it got into his pocket, and maybe Tian didn't remember and put it there himself. Qingqin said that she saw Xiangming at the auction and asked if he was really going to frame the master and why it was necessary. Xiangming stood in bewilderment and realized that his plan had been figured out, and he began to think that now he could tell them, but they would not believe him. And then Xiangming sent a fiery force towards Master Tian and said that the Stupendemis should go to him and no one else. Master Tian told Xiangming that he had plenty of courage, but he said that whoever crossed him last time had suffered. Master Tian directed his power towards Xiangming, and he asked if he wanted to know what happened to the person who harmed him. Master Tian threw this jade at Xiangming, and he said that this couldn't be because this jade stuck to him and it couldn't be pulled out. And after that, the Stupendemis began to approach Xiangming, and he defended himself and thought why the turtle was now so strong. Master Tian smiled and told Xiangming that it was all thanks to his jade, and now he would not be able to hold back this aggressive turtle. Xiangming couldn't continue to defend himself, and the Stupendemis began to approach him, and Xiangming began to scream and ask for help. Xiangming began to think and thought that perhaps in the lake he would have a better chance of surviving, and he should do it now. Xiangming jumped into the lake and began to dive into the depths, and thought that the turtle there would not be as dangerous and aggressive as on land. Xiangming told Master Tian that he underestimated him, and if he defeats this turtle, then sooner or later he will find a master in the future. Zhang Qingqin was very angry, and thought how such a loser could be born in her strong family, and told the master that she would catch up with him. But Master Tian asked Shang Qingqin to stand and asked if she wanted to know what he was capable of and asked Shang to watch it. Master Tian began to cast a spell and a huge sword appeared there. And the master spoke about the ascension of yin and yang and the 5 seasonal elements. Master Tian continued to cast spells and spoke about the changing of the seasons and the triumph of harmony and balance. And Jiang was waiting for something from him. Shang Qingqin looked at all this and realized that Master Tian was so strong. And before she doubted his powers and was wrong, Master Tian created a huge sword and pointed it at that huge monster Stupendemus and realized that this should be enough for her. Master Tian hit Stupendemus with his sword and finished him off and asked Shang Ming to come back and said that he knew he was alive. Master Tian killed the huge turtle with one blow, and it immediately floated to the surface of the lake and no longer showed any signs of life. Shang Ming lay on the shell of the Stupendemis and told Master Tian that he could do whatever he wanted with him because he wasn't afraid of him anyway. Master Tian came to Shang Ming and asked if he could kill him, and said that it was too little for such a scoundrel Ka Shang. Master Tian began to hurt Shang Ming, and said that a villain like him should fall next to the beast, and that was his fate. Master Tian told Shang Qingqin that he would spare Shang Ming, and he asked her to deal with the Shang family and then report back to him. Qingqin approached the master and said that he was too kind to such a scumbag as Shang Ming, and he deserved more punishment. And at that very second, Qingqin took out the ball and told Master Tian that she would use it if he now took her as his disciple. Shang Ming told Qingqin to ask the master to let him go and said that in her childhood, he always helped her out and saved her from everything. Qingqin told Shang Ming that Master Tian did everything right, but she would deal with him herself and come up with her own punishment for him. Qingqin said that Shang Ming has 2 options, and the first is that she will tell everything to his father and he will no longer be able to avoid punishment. Qingqin hasn't mentioned the second option yet, but Shang Ming said that he's choosing the second one because it has to be better than the first option. Qingqin said that the second option is expulsion from the Shang family and told the master that if he is not from their family, then they can keep him. Master Tian said that he no longer wanted to see Shang Ming, and he asked Qingqin to go and prepare if she became his disciple. Qingqin was very happy and asked the master if he really agreed, and it was cool and she became a student of Master Tian himself. Qingqin grabbed Master Tian's hand and said that they needed to hurry up and choose a time for classes so they could start everything faster. Master Tian ran with Qingqin and wondered how Xuer was doing, as he hadn't seen her for several days and missed her very much. After that, Master Tian and Shang Qingqin came to his flame maple villa and had to make a schedule of classes with her. They entered the villa, and suddenly Huliner met them there and asked Tian where he was, and said that she could not find him anywhere. Huliner saw the girl and asked if it was little Xiang and if she was still plotting against Yetien and what she wanted there. Qingqin said, "Is this really Huliner?" and asked what she forgot in front of her master's house and what she herself needed from the master there. Huliner and Shang Qingqin looked at each other angrily, while Yetien just stood aside, not understanding what was going on. Qingqin told Liner that she had proven that she could become his worthy disciple and not just follow him around like Liner. Tian told Qingqin that he would take the core from her and they would discuss the training aspects once he finished his cultivation soon. Huliner was shocked by this and asked Master Tian if he really took Qingqin as a disciple and why he agreed to do so. Qingqin told Master Tian that of course she agreed with him and said that she would come to him in a couple of days after his development. Tian told Huliner that Qingqin had been harassing him and giving him gifts, and he had no choice but to study. Huliner told Master Tian that she now understood everything and asked him if she could also become his disciple and work hard. Qingqin was surprised and asked Huliner how she dared to ask the master about this so brazenly, and said that she was really impudent. Liner told her that people shouldn't be judged by themselves, and she wanted to learn from Tian since he healed her, and thought that then they would become closer. Qingqin asked Huliner if she could think of anything more clever and said that she just wanted to curry favor with Master Tian. Huliner told Qingqin that this was not true, and that she was very wrong in her guesses, and that she also wanted to develop and become stronger. Qingqin told Huliner that she helped the master obtain the core of the student's soul to become his disciple, and asked what she did. Huliner said that she knew her worth and told Master Tian that he wanted to meet Wang Hao at the martial arts tournament. Master Tian agreed with Huliner and told her that he hated him, and wanted him to become kinder because he always harmed good people. Huliner told Master Tian that Grandpa asked her to tell him that he was planning to marry a girl from the Tang family, and he was shocked. Huliner said that he then wants to take over her assets and money and leave this girl and her business without a single cent. Master Tian was furious and said that Wang Hao was a scumbag and he never understood his actions, and he would soon teach him good manners. Qingqin was surprised and wondered why the master was so angry when he learned that some unknown girl was getting married soon. Huliner held Tian and asked him not to go anywhere and listen to her, and said that she still had a lot of information about this Wang Hao. Master Tian asked Huliner to let him go, and said that it was time for him to come out of the shadows and show all these scoundrels his anger and rage. Hu Liner told Tian that she doesn't know what's going on between them. But if he goes there, the Tang family will end. And that's a fact. Tian told Hu Liner that he just wanted to get them out of Wang Hao's hands and thought that what he really wanted was to save the sweet Tang Shu. Qingkan said that they have another way, and they should try to help Master Tian solve this problem with Wang Hao. Hu Liner told Qingkan that their families couldn't help in any way and that they were nothing compared to Wang Hao and couldn't help the master in any way. Hu Liner told Master Tian that he would understand how terrible Wang Hao was if he met him once and he was a very bad person. Master Tian hit the tree and told Hu Liner that he already knew what Wang Hao was like, but they needed to protect the Tang family. Master Tian said that even if Wang Hao were the most dangerous beast on the entire planet, he would not retreat and would go all the way and break this scoundrel. After that, they came to the building and Hu Liner told Master Tian that Director Tang was looking for guards for his daughter, and she offered him more. Liner told Tian that this place was teeming with spies of the Wang family, and because of this, she had better not linger there, and Tian understood Liner's situation. Tian entered the building and the man told Director Tang that a guy recommended by the Hu family had arrived, and the director asked him to come in. Director Tang sat on his desk and told Master Yetien that he was finally there, and he was glad to see him, and the Hu family praised him very much. Director Tang shook Master Tian's hand and said that he trusted him with Shui's safety. And Master Tian said that he would do everything without any problem. And at that very second, Tang Shu appeared in the room and, seeing Tian, she recognized him and said that then she was definitely in good hands and under protection. Tang Shu asked her father how he managed to find her savior because she already knew this man. And a couple of days ago, the guy helped her a lot. And then the director heard his man outside the door begging him to leave his children, and he was the driver. And someone said that it was all the director's fault. Director Tang asked Tang Shu and Master Tian to hide in the closet together and not reveal themselves to Wang Hao and not come out until the signal. Director Tang approached the door and asked, no matter what happened, not to make a sound and to sit quietly in the closet and wait for his arrival. Director Tang came out of the room and saw Wang Hao standing there, and his driver asked the director to help him with an obvious problem. Director Tang told Wang Hao to tell him what happened to his faithful driver's children, and he wanted to hear a sincere answer right now. Wang Hao smiled and told Director Tang that the driver's children were targeted by the Azure Group, and their souls were very helpful in cultivation. Director Tan told the driver that he could not comply with his request and would do everything in his power to save the children and bring them home. Director Tan asked the driver to go home now and calm down, and the driver thanked the director for not refusing him. And then Wang Hao called someone and said that he had a child there for him, and he could do with them whatever he wanted and no one would mind. The driver was surprised and asked Wang Hao because he had promised to let his children go, but he had not fulfilled his promise and was a vile liar and a coward. Wang Hao told the driver that he was probably stupid and said that these were just empty words, and he believed them like a naive baby. Then Tang Shu shouted and asked how dare he do this to Uncle Liu, and said that she was no longer going to tolerate this insolence. But Master Tian covered her mouth with his hand and asked her to be a little quieter because her father asked him to look after his beloved daughter. And then Master Tian hugged Tang Shu and said that he, Yetien, lives only to protect her and does not want Tang Shu to suffer. Master Tian asked Tang Shu not to move or make any sounds so that Wang Hao would not know that they were in this room. And for now, she was safe. Master Tian told Tang Shu that he would let her go if she promised him not to scream anymore. And she agreed with the master and nodded. Master Tian immediately let her go and thought that while Shuer might not understand this, he didn't want to harm her and wanted to save her as soon as possible. Master Tian told Tang Shu that they would talk after Wang Hao arrived, and if he entered this room, he would regret this decision. At this time, Director Tang was asking Wang Hao what he should do to make him leave his family and other people alone. Wang Hao sat on the chair and asked if the director really wanted him to leave them alone and said that he would never leave what he wanted. Wang Hao told the director that he wants to get his daughter as well as his company and all the working staff, and that's all he wants to get. Director Tang listened to Wang Hao's conditions and said that it would be easier to just kill him, and said that he would never give him all of this. Wang Hao said that the lives of old people are not interesting to him, and he can easily kill Director Tang when he gets tired of talking. And at that moment, a woman appeared in the room and told Mr. Wang Hao that one person from the Azure Group was waiting for him at that time. Wang Hao sat and listened to the woman, and she asked him to follow her and said that she herself would take him to that person from the group. Wang Hao hugged the woman and said that he could not refuse such a beauty, and she said that Mr. Wang was such a daring man. Wang Hao called Director Tang an old man and said that he would not tolerate him forever and said that he would give him 1 month to respond. Wang Hao turned around and told Director Tang that after the deadline, he would kill his entire family if he didn't get what he wanted. Director Tang felt sick from these words, and he thought that he could not give him everything he asked for and that another solution needed to be found. Tang Shu asked her father not to despair and said that she had thought everything through clearly, and for their sake, she agreed to be with Wang Hao and stop him. Director Tang said that Wang Hao is the devil incarnate, and she will not live if she marries him, and he does not allow it. But Tang Shu told her father that in that case, Wang Hao would get to all of them and would not give anyone a normal life and would even finish them off. Tang Shu told her father that this was not right and that they should not forget their roots and the people who helped them reach heights and think about themselves. At this time, Master Tien thought why he was so weak, because he was reborn again to change everything. But he simply did not have enough strength. Master Tien asked Director Tang and Tang Shu to forgive him and said that he was not strong enough and therefore could not help them yet. Director Tang told Master Tien that this was fate, and they had to accept it and thanked Master Tien for trying his best for them. Master Tien said that he was hurt by Miss Tang's words and he wanted to take her away from there. But then he learned how concerned she was about the lives of all their employees. Master Tien approached Tang Shu and said that unfortunately he would not be able to fight Wang Hao now, and their forces were too unequal at that moment. Tang Shu asked Tien not to embarrass her and said that in any case he deserved their gratitude, and her heart began to pound wildly. Master Tien realized that there were about 50 cultivators gathered on the 30 floors of this building, and they could cause great harm to them. Master Tien told Director Tang that there were a lot of spies in this building and asked him to allow him to hide Tang Shu from these people. Master Tien focused his energy on her and told Director Tang that for 1 month she would not be found even by martial arts. Director Tan thanked the master for such help, but asked what they could do with the enemies and what they should do after. Master Tien told Director Tang that he swears that later he, Yetien, will come and save them, and during this time he will become stronger than the enemies. At this time, Masters Hu Liner and Shang Qinkin were sitting and waiting in Yetien's villa, and they were wondering what Tien had done to these enemies. Qinkin asked Hu Liner how she thought her master had met with Wang Hao, and she said that it was possible because he was so angry. Hu Liner was surprised and asked Qinkin why she called Yetien her master since they had only just met him. Qinkin told Liner that Tien had promised to take her on as a student, but several days had already passed and she was wondering where he was now. And at that very moment, Master Yetien entered the room and Liner and Qinkin told the master that they were glad to see him and what happened in the end. Yetien told the ladies that they should head to Yinzhu immediately and not waste a single second, and he would explain everything to them on the way. Qinkin approached Master Tien and asked if he really wanted to start a war with the Wang family, and asked if he had thought about his actions. Hu Liner told Master Tien that this Wang family owned many resources in Minzu, and they were no match for them, and they were stronger. Yetien said that then they would ask for help and said that he just had to defeat them and not let them destroy the innocent Tang family. Qinkin thought about it and told Master Tien that, by the way, her father told her that the dragon catchers would arrive in 2 days and she remembered it. Yetien was very surprised to hear about dragon catchers and asked his student Qinkin who they were and how strong they were. And he didn't know this. Qinkin told Master Tien that the dragon hunters were the strongest people in the country and the Azure Group's main rivals in terms of power. Qinkin reported that her father also told her that they needed a mentor, and she could recommend Master Tien for this position. Master Tien thought that the Azure Group had a conflict with the hunters and that his enemy's enemy was his friend, and they could become allies with them. Master Tien told Qinkin that he would bother her a little then, and she said that Master could rely on her help without any problem. After this, Yetien and Shang Qinkin came to one place, and the Master suggested that it seemed that those same dragon catchers had gathered there. Master Tien saw 2 guards at the entrance of the building and realized that these 2 had such a powerful aura and were strong fighters. Qinkin asked the Master to go with her, and she would tell her father that she had found the Master and he would be glad to hear such news from her. The man told Miss Shang Qinkin that she had returned and said that the old Master was already waiting for her and wanted to talk to her alone now. Qinkin greeted the man and asked him to take Master Tien to the living room of the dragon catchers, and he agreed with the young miss. The man asked them to follow him and said that they needed to go a little further to meet the dragon hunters in this building. Master Tien thought that there must be many dragon hunters there, and he wanted to personally communicate with them and find out how strong they were. The man led Master Tien to the door and said that he could go into the room where the dragon catchers were waiting for him, and he could talk there. Master Tien noticed that there was some strange symbol on this door, but it seemed to him a familiar and interesting symbol. Master Tien was surprised and wondered if these were the same 6 star-forming lights and who were those dragon catchers. And at that moment, the symbol began to change, and Master Tien thought that it was very strange, and the symbol was changing shape and changing its shape. And then the symbol transformed into sharp swords, and they began to fly straight at Master Tien, and he thought what it must mean. Master Tien realized that the dragon catchers were not the most welcoming people, and they had prepared such a sudden surprise for their young guest. Master Tien immediately directed his beam towards these flying swords and thought that this should be enough to protect himself from these swords. But the swords didn't stop and their shape only changed, but they continued to fly towards him without stopping, and he realized that this was interesting. Yetien realized that the chaotic formation only confirmed all his guesses, and the enemy was strong and he should be prepared for such attacks. Master Tian immediately put up a defense in front of himself, and all those swords flew towards his defense, and only after that they exploded and disappeared. After this, a woman came out of Master Tian's room and said that it was excellent, and that old man Shang was not mistaken with this recommendation. After her, an elderly man came out to Master Tian and said that he understood that he had attracted his attention, and they did not want to offend him. Master Tian asked them if they were testing him and wondered how they dared to do this, and whether he looked like some kind of newbie. The woman said that she was an elder of the Zhong Daidai Dragon Catcher group and told Master Tian that they were selecting true people. Zhong Daidai told Tian that it was rare to meet such a strong cultivator, and so she went a little overboard with it. Yetien said that he understood but asked to be more careful next time, and said that you can get burned while testing the expert. Zhong Daidai said that the dragon hunters are the best group in this country, but they also have many enemies, so the leader sent her to search for them. Zhong Daidai said that they were looking for the most talented people and asked Tian if he wanted to become a mentor for their elite team. Their emblem reminded Tian of a magical treasure, and he realized that until he regained all his powers, he could afford to enter there. Master Tian told Zhong Daidai that he agreed to become a mentor, but only he had some conditions in order to help them. Zhong Daidai said that the Azure group is with Wang Hao, and they are terrorizing the Tang family, and Tian came there precisely because of this. Master Tian told Zhong Daidai that she said everything correctly and he was pleased to talk to an intelligent person who knows everything. Zhong Daidai told Tian that with this emblem he would be able to manage the Tiger Dragon team and he could get down to business. Master Tian looked at the fighters and realized that this was not bad, and their level of cultivation was low. But it was enough to fight Wang. Zhong Daidai told the master that these people would not ask him unnecessary questions and that his personal team would now obey him. Master Tian was happy and told Zhong Daidai that he liked everything, and they would work together, and it was a great gift for him. Zhong Daidai told Master Tian that it was great and threw him their group's emblem, and said that they were glad that he was with them. Master Tian caught the emblem and asked boss Zhong Daidai when they would set out to complete the mission and defeat their enemies. But suddenly some guy appeared there and told Zhong Daidai that she was wrong, and Tian was an ordinary person with no skills. The guy started to approach them and asked Master Tian if he really thought he was worthy of being a mentor to such strong fighters of the group. Master Tian was surprised and asked Zhong Daidai if this was another test for the Dragon Catcher group, and he was ready. Zhong Daidai said that this is the old mentor of the Tiger Dragon group Gong Yanhan, and he recently joined the Blood Dragons. Master Tian looked at Gong Yanhan and realized that qi was flowing through his veins, but he was not using the most appropriate formation method. Yetien told Gong Yanhan that he was strong but had a bad character, and this had always prevented him from achieving greater heights in life. Gong Yanhan asked Yetien who was going to criticize him, and what he himself had achieved in his life that he spoke like an experienced guru. Gong Yanhan told little Tian that they weren't happy to see him, and that maybe he should go back to his mom and go to bed, instead of thinking he was a hero. Zhong Daidai was furious and asked Gong Yanhan to stop acting like an idiot and stop being rude to Master Tian and leave from there. But Gong Yanhan pushed away Zhong Daidai's hand and told her to shut her mouth and remember how she herself had come to this position and how she had risen in her work. Gong Yanhan said that he would tell her about it, and said that Zhong was simply attracted by her cute face and her career immediately began to improve. Gong Yanhan told Tian that to become a mentor you need experience, not good looks, and Zhong told him to get out of there. Master Tian removed his hand from Gong Yanhan's shoulder and told him to roll away and never come back there again, and he didn't want to talk to that idiot. Gong Yanhan started preparing for a fight, but Zhong Daidai asked him not to do it and he risked angering her, which she advises him not to do. Yetien said that he did well on the first test, and he was not going to stand idle the second time and the impudent one would be punished. Yetien said to Zhong Daidai, apparently dragon catchers don't know the word respect, and they treat other people disrespectfully, and that's a fact. Zhong Daidai asks Master Yetien not to forget that they are still in the Shang household, and let Master remember that they will not tolerate conflicts in the household. Yetien told Zhong Daidai that he knows what respect is, so he asked Gong Yanhan to go outside and not disturb Mr. Shang's peace. Everyone went outside, and Zhong Daidai asked Master Yetien to be careful there, as all duels between the hunters often ended in death. Yetien told Zhong Daidai that he would not hold back in battle, and that Gong Yanhan was wrong to underestimate him, and that he would show a masterclass in techniques. Gong Yanhan wanted to attack Master Yetien, but he told the newcomer Gong that he was moving too slowly and would never defeat him in combat. Master Yetien jumped behind Gong Yanhan, and he asked his opponent what would happen if he met an evil elephant and the enemy was interested to know. Gong Yanhan fell to the ground and said to Master Yetien, "He is an impudent scoundrel, and is it weak not to run away from him but to fight like a true warrior and master?" Gong Yanhan stood up and told Master Yetien that he hated such people and that his opponent was wrong to agree to a fight and that he would not survive the battle today. And then Gong Yanhan sent a battle beam towards his opponent and asked Master Yetien how he could defend himself from the attack, and that it was impossible. Master Yetien has started using the technique and wants to tell his opponent Gong Yanhan a story so that he understands who he is dealing with and that he is clearly mistaken. Master Yetien easily repelled his opponent Gong Yanhan's attack there, and doesn't know why his opponent decided he could teach the master a lesson. Master Yetien tied up Gong Yanhan, and one cannot underestimate the opponent, otherwise anyone could end up in a similar situation and fail. Master Yetien will tell Gong Yanhan what will happen when the insect crawls towards the elephant, and he warned that it is very dangerous to fight with it. Master Yetien told Zhang Daidai that if they were still interested in him, he should tell the leader that he no longer wanted to undergo the tests. Gong Yanhan was lying unconscious, and Master Yetien told Zhang Daidai to stop testing him, or else they would all face the same fate. After some time, Zhang Daidai gave Master Yetien the sign of their Dragon Catcher clan, and now he is with them, and they are glad that they have a master. All the people from the Tiger Dragon clan bowed, and they are very happy that Master Yetien has arrived, and he will give valuable advice and teach them techniques. Master Yetien asked Zhang Daidai if her promise was still valid and he had not forgotten anything and wanted to make sure that she would not deceive him under any circumstances. Zhang Daidai told Master Yetien that she remembered the promise and would not forget, because he had fulfilled all the conditions of the tests and no one was arguing. Master Yetien addressed the Tiger Dragons, and from now on their main task is to protect the Tang family, and all the fighters agree with Captain Yetien. Master Yetien asks Zhang Daidai to help the master make amends to the Shang family because he has done mischief in their house and is so worried. Master Yetien began to leave the clan territory and told his friend Zhang Daidai that he would be waiting for her at the Flame Maple Villa in 3 days. Zhang Daidai was convinced that Master Yetien was an incredibly strong fighter and cultivator, and it was foolish to test the master, and this was a clear mistake. After Master Yetien returned home, Shang Qinchin asked Master if her brother was really going to Yinzhong for a whole month on business. Master Yetien agrees with Shang Qinchin, and now his brother is the commander and teacher of the Tiger Dragon clan, and it will take a lot of effort to complete their tasks. But Shang Qinchin tightly clung to Master Yetien's hand, and she doesn't want to let him go, and he has already promised to fulfill his part of the agreement. Hongling hugged Master Yetien's hand on the other side and asked him to become her master, and he will teach her many techniques, and this is so important. Master Yetien agrees with his friends, and Shang Qinchin and Hongling both helped him a lot, and today he will teach them how to defend themselves from enemies. Shang Qinchin and Hongling are delighted, and Master Yetien will teach both of them secret techniques and methods, and they are lucky to have a colleague. But at that very moment, Shang Qinchin and Hongling turned away, and they are not friends, and Master Yetien will not correct the situation in the conflict between the two ladies. Master Yetien thought, unfortunately, he had already died once, but this time he would be careful and would no longer take risks in training. Master Yetien decided it was time to realize his section, and he wanted to call the section Lingtian, and was ready to teach the two sisters the techniques. Shang Qinchin and Hongling said it was an honor for both of them to learn from Master Yetien, and no one can do better than him, and he is the best fighter. Master Yetien told the sisters in his section only one rule, and that is they should not touch anyone who has not caused harm and let both of them not forget. But Master Yetien deftly cut the candles with a talisman and told both sisters that whoever offends them must pay back in full, and this is so important. Shang Qinchin and Hong Linger took the talismans and told Master Yetien that they had learned the rule and would glorify the Lingtian section and that this was their goal. Master Yetien asks Shang Qinchin and Hong Linger to stand up, and from now on they are both part of the Lingtian section, and he trusts them and will no longer scold them. Shang Qinchin and Hong Ling handed the drink to Master Ye and asked him to drink it, and his words are very important to them, and they do not argue with Yetien. Master Yetien drank the drink, and the master guarantees 100% that Shang Qinchin and Hongling will become much stronger after all. Master Yetien told the sisters that he was leaving for Yinzhong for a month, and their master had a lot of things to do and let them both wait for him, and he would return and teach them everything. Shang Qinchin and Hongling listened to Master Yetien's words, and they both will miss him so much and wait for the master and immediately continue training. After some time, a car arrived at Master Yetien's house, and they clearly don't want to waste time, and Zhang Daidai wants to take his friend for business. Zhang Daidai got out of the car and said good afternoon to Master Tian, and she was glad that the genius had joined the Tiger Dragon clan. Master Yetien gave Zhang Daidai and Hongling leaves and wants to tell them important things, and they learn quickly and have the potential to develop. Master Yetien asks the sisters to take the leaves, and if something happens to the Tang family, let them tear the leaves and the master will immediately come and help. Master Yetien thought that he would be busy with awakening for the whole month, and it would be nice if Shang Qinchin and Hong Ling finished their business. Shang Qinchin told Hong Ling that while the master is away, she is already in charge of the house and her sister is obliged to listen to her orders, and this is important. Hong Ling is furious at Shang Qinchin's words and why she is the head of the house and she was the first to meet Master Yetien, and she is definitely the head. Shang Qinchin told Hong Ling, it doesn't matter because she was the first to become Master Yetien's disciple and no one will give Shang instructions. An hour later, Master Yetien and Zhang Daidai arrived in Yinzhong, and she said it seemed like the Blood Dragon fighters were still training in their skills. Master Yetien told Zhang Daidai that they were in no hurry and asked her not to distract the fighters and let them continue training their skills. Master Yetien decided that during this time he would strengthen his connection with the minerals and must be 100% ready to give advice to other fighters. Master Yetien knows that minerals are fed by the energy of the 9 Heaven Stone and has begun to apply the technique, and his body is already full of strength and energy. Master Yetien feels the negative energy leaving his body, and he has cleansed his body of harmful toxins and wants to learn the techniques. Master Yetien noticed someone hiding behind a tree behind him and asked the stranger who was hiding there, and he ordered him to come out to the master. The stranger came out to the master and asked if this was Yetien, and he had already heard many stories about him, and he was interested in learning information. The master told the stranger that he was Yetien and asked the guy who he was and why he was asking about the master, and he wanted to know his plans. The stranger told Master Yetien that he is the leader of the Blood Dragons and his name is Ma Fei Guang, and he asks for his guidance and he will be glad to receive valuable advice. Master Yetien looked in the other direction and asked the second fighter if he really dared to challenge him and wasn't afraid of getting injured in the fight. Another fighter told Master Yetien that his name was Yin Yang, and that he was from the Dragon Squad and challenged the master and wanted to know his limit in combat. Master Yetien said that Ma Fei Guang didn't come alone and realized that their squad was full of talent and he was 100% ready to learn a lot. Master Yetien told the fighters that there were 13 of them and asked them to come out to him, and they would discuss important aspects of their squad's training. Master Yetien told the fighters from the squad that he applauded their courage, but they should not expect him to give in, and that Tian would spare no one. Ma Fei Guang said that the Blood Dragon Squad value strength above all else, and if Master Yetien wants to become their teacher, he should defeat them first. Master Yetien stretched his shoulders and said to Ma Fei Guang, this is even better, and he did not expect less from the Blood Dragon Squad and believes in talents. Master Yetien told the Blood Dragon Squad fighters that they would now find out what they were capable of and whether they could harm Master Yetien. Yin Yang asked his colleague if Master Yetien had gone crazy and that they weren't joking and could easily injure him if he underestimated their skills. Yin Yang told his friends that they had no choice but to beat up Master Yetien and prove that Tian was unworthy of training them. Yin Yang and his colleagues suddenly rushed towards Master Yetien, and he could not hide anywhere and accepted his fate when he decided to become a teacher. The Blood Dragon Squad fighters there surrounded Master Yetien from all sides and want to know if Tian is really good in a critical situation. Master Yetien found it funny and told the Blood Dragon Squad fighters that they have interesting tactics and they all want to confuse him and strike him, and at that very moment, Master Yetien directed an attack towards the opponent. Do the fighters really think that they can defeat the master so easily? This is nonsense. Master Yetien almost injured Yin Yang with his attack, and the fighter from the squad did not dodge so easily and realized Master Yetien noticed the enemy and attacked. Master Yetien asks the fighters from the Blood Dragon Squad to come closer to him there, and he will play with them and show them what a warrior is capable of. Master Yetien swung his leg at his opponent and asked the Blood Dragon Squad fighters what else they wanted to surprise him with, and he was waiting for it. Ma Fei Guang has started using the Tiger Dragon technique and wants to teach Master Yetien a lesson and destroy him so he won't get too brazen there. There was an explosion from Ma Fei Guang's technique, but Master Yetien managed to retreat to a safe distance, and the fighter was not injured or maimed. Master Yetien told Ma Fei Guang that he is strong but slow and his attacks and blows are noticeable to the opponent, and therefore the master managed to defend himself. Ma Fei Guang told Master Yetien to stop talking and continues to fight with him, but he did not give up and wants to injure the fighter and believes in his strength. Ma Fei Guang dealt a powerful blow to his opponent, but Master Yetien did not fuss and defended himself from the fighter's attack, and he would not allow himself to be injured. Master Yetien told Ma Fei Guang his attack was fast but weak and he must become more powerful and faster and then he will defeat any enemy. Master Yetien wiped the dust off his clothes and asked Ma Fei Guang and Yin Yang if they would continue to test the master and if the master was ready to fight until nightfall. Ma Fei Guang told Master Yetien that he is really very strong, and they all want to become his students and learn special techniques in battles. Master Yetien told Ma Fei Guang and the other fighters that the rumors about them were clearly not lying, but he would help them become better and they would all reach their potential. The fighters from the Blood Dragon Squad thanked Master Yetien and he taught them good manners. And Master proved that he is strong in battles. Master Yetien realized that every blood dragon fighter has weaknesses and thinks it's worth trying the energy purification tactic first. One fighter from the Blood Dragon squad told his colleagues that it seemed that this was all and their training was over and he didn't have to stand and wait for anything. And at that very moment, the fighter from the Blood Dragon squad began to leave. And Yetien wanted to find out information about this stranger and attracted attention. Master Yetien asked Ma Fei Guang if that fighter was from their squad, and he doesn't want to put pressure on him but needs to find out what the dragon fighter is unhappy about. Ma Fei Guang said the guy's name is Yue Shang Yun, and Shang Yun is the younger brother of the strongest in the Hua Kingdom, Yu Shang He, and it seems he has heard of him. Master Yetien was surprised by Ma Fei Guang's words and was, Yu Shang He really that strong? And many in the Blood Dragon squad praise and respect Yu Shang He. Master Tian told the Dragon Squad fighters what their battle had shown him, and he decided to create an individual plan for each of the fighters. The squad's fighters asked Master Yetien if it was possible to change their skills, and they inherited them from their ancestors and thought it was impossible. But suddenly, Yue Shang Yun asked Master Yetien how he dared to encroach on something that even his brother Yu Shang he clearly did not dare to do. Master Yetien asked Yue Shang Yun why he was telling him about this and creating an unpleasant atmosphere and wanted to reproach the teacher, and this is terrible. Yue Shang Yun asked Master Yetien if he knew what kind of resonance he could cause when he wanted to measure the skills of fighters, and if it was dangerous. Master Yetien realized that Yue Shang Yun was hiding something, and as their master he was obliged to find out the condition of all the fighters and what was troubling the fighter. Master Yetien told Yue Shang Yun that of course he understands the risks and wants to know his colleague's opinion, and maybe Yue would share what their friend is thinking. Yue Shang Yun told Master Yetien that the skills of fighters are clearly the result of training, and careless changes to them will not lead to anything. Yue Shang Yun cut the sheet with his fingers and said to Master Yetien that the squad's fighters risk simply losing energy and not achieving results. Yue Shang Yun said that in his youth, his brother Yu Shang, he did this, and he acted as a guide in the process of change for all his friends. Yue Shang Yun said that it all ended with the fact that his friend's energy flow did not break out and accumulated in the fighter's heart, and he immediately died. The Blood Dragon squad fighters never thought it was so dangerous, and hoped that Master Yetien understood all the risks, and Yue Shang Yun helped them. Yue Shang Yun said after that incident, his brother had already forbidden him from changing skills, and his brother was the strongest, and who was Yetien to break the ban? Master Yetien does not deny that the process of change is dangerous, but there is already a different matter, and he will find a way to reveal other talents of the fighters. Yue Shang Yun told Master Yetien that the fact that he defeated the fighters does not mean that he has the right to doubt his brother's strength, and that it is not cultural. Ma Fei Guang told Master Tian, and Yue Shang Yun is 100% right, and the change in fighters' skills is a completely different level, and that's a fact. Yin Yang respects few people, but Yue Shang Yun is one of them, and he advises Yetien to listen to his opinion and forget about changing their skills. Yue Shang Yun told Master Yetien that his stubbornness would lead to nothing and that he needed to take care of the health of the Dragon Squad fighters. Master Yetien came there to help the fighters become stronger, and he asked them not to be afraid to take risks, and without changing their skills they are very weak. Yue Shang Yun asked Master Yetien if he understood that training and methods were threatening their health, and that everyone should remain stuck in the same place. Master Yetien understood that the fighters must come to the truth themselves, otherwise they will not be convinced, and the fighters trust Yue Shang Yun, and the fighter is right about something. Yue Shang Yun asked Master Yetien if he was scared by the story, and he asked him not to be afraid since his brother Yu Shang. He is a legend, and he remembers them forever. Master Yetien began to apply the technique and noticed the fire in Yue Shang Yun's body, and he was rotting from the inside, and that's why he treats his friends like that. Master Yetien asked Yue Shang Yun what he should be afraid of, and he would show everything on him so that he would not worry about his friends and would not harm them. Yue Shang Yun immediately removed Master Yetien's hand from his shoulder and asked what he was doing, and if he should not touch other people and who gave Master Ye permission. Master Yetien told Yue Shang Yun that he had strong energy that was causing chaos, and the fighter asked the teacher who told him all the information about their powers. Master Yetien told Yue Shang Yun that this energy is suitable for him, but he has such poor control over it that the fire can envelop his heart and his body. Master Yetien told Yue Shang Yun, if he doesn't change his skills, he will end up like his brother's friend and he doesn't control all the energy. Yue Shang Yun is furious at Master Yetien's words, and why did Fool Ye think that he could humiliate him in front of his colleagues and he would show his skills in battle? Yue Shang Yun started running towards Master Yetien and wants to beat and punish the master because he is talking nonsense and everything is fine with his skill. Master Yetien sighed and said to Yue Shang Yun, apparently it was too late and he wouldn't be able to change the fighter's mind. And why was Yue so stubborn? Yue Shang Yun took a swing and called Master Yetien a liar, and he must be punished for slandering him and why he is so impudent there. Master Yetien was surprised by Yue Shangyun's actions, and it was so strange. And why was the fighter so fast and lost control, and it was bad for him? Ma Fei Guang asks his brothers to hold Yue Shangyun, and he is crazy and wants to attack Master Yetien, and does not listen to his instructions, and he is so dangerous. Yin Yang told his colleague Ma Fei Guang that he would distract Yue Shangyun, and asked his colleagues to surround their comrade, and that only they could subdue him in an instant. Yi Shangwen told Yin Yang to step away, and he is in his way, and he will not spare anyone, and will punish everyone who gets in his way, and he is not joking. Yin Yang uses a defensive technique, and Yue Shangyun attacks all his friends. But Master Yetien asks Yin Yang to be careful, and Yue is strong. Yin Yang's defense couldn't withstand Yue Shangyun's attack, and the fighter immediately realized how strong Yue Shangyun was, and he destroyed their defense with one attack. Yue Shangyun asks his colleagues not to believe Master Yetien and not to anger him, and he is talking nonsense, and he wants to take revenge on the bastard Yetien for his vile accusations. Ma Fei Guang told the Blood Dragon fighters to listen to his order, and they are not weaker than Yue Shangyun, and together they can stop Comrade Yue's wrath. Yue Shangyun lit up with a bright flame and told his colleagues that they all do not listen to his words and must believe him and his brother. And his brother was right. Yue Shangyun told the fighters they would die if they didn't step aside, and he would perceive them as enemies if they interfered with his plans for revenge. Ma Fei Guang told the fighters that Yue Shangyun's power was growing, and they could no longer fight him. And he did not know how to defeat his colleague, and he was strong. Master Yetien began to apply the technique and told Ma Fei Guang that he could stop Yue Shangyun, but his colleagues should trust Master Ye. Master Yetien protected his friends from Yue Shangyun's dangerous attacks, and why he is so furious at his words and wants to protect his brother. And this is shocking. Master Yetien realized that not all was lost, and he needed to find a way to immediately defend against Yue Shangyun's attacks and cleanse the Omni, and he would help his friend. Master Yetien told the Blood Dragon Squad fighters that he would save his friend Yue Shangyun, but he needed some time and asked everyone to distract him. Ma Fei Guang agrees with Master Yetien 100%, and it seems he knows a way to help Yue Shangyun, and they will distract his colleague and save him. Yue Shangyun threatens his friends and asks them to move away and not to irritate him, and they have helped each other for so many years, but now they do not trust their colleague. Master Yetien saw a lake nearby, and he has a plan, and let Yue Shangyun not worry, and he will stop his anger and calm his brother there. Master Yetien jumped into the lake and realized that Yue Shangyun was injured, and he could not accept the fact that his brother could have made a mistake and was hiding it. Master Yetien began to use the technique and created a whirlpool in the lake, and the fighters of the Blood Dragon Squad are in danger because Yue Shangyun is so angry. Master Yetien jumped to the side and asked the Blood Dragon Squad fighters to lure Yue Shangyun there, and they are capable if they believe in themselves. Ma Fei Guang and Yin Yang are running to the lake, and Master Yetien arrived on time, and no one in the Blood Dragon Squad can curb Yue Shangyun's ardor. Yue Shangyun was surprised and asked his friends where they were going, and he would not let anyone go because they were the first to attack him and wanted to harm him. Master Yetien uses a special technique of Omni and Dragon Water, and he did not want to fight Yue Shangyun, but he is obliged to use a defensive technique. And at that very moment, a water dragon came towards Yue Shangyun, and the fighter there was in shock, and it seemed that the fighters of the Blood Dragon Squad had deceived and cheated him. Yue Shangyun screams in pain, and the water dragon surrounds him, and Master Yetien is not worried about his comrade's health, and he will not harm his friend's body. And then Master Yetien noticed a dark fog coming out of his friend's body, and Yue Shangyun was doomed, and he didn't think that he had all this in his body. Yue Shangyun calmed down and stopped attacking and threatening Master Tien. And the water dragon took away his powers, and he comes to his senses after everything. Yue Shangyun was shocked and asked Master Yetien where his strength was, and that he no longer felt a surge of strength and energy in his body, and how he lost his strength. Master Yetien told Yue Shangyun that he freed him from chaos, and he temporarily sealed his energy there to keep him safe, and this is important. Master Yetien asks Yue Shangyun to take a pill, and it seems he will never be the same again. But at least he will be able to heal his body. Yue Shangyun said a huge thank you to Master Yetien and didn't know what came over him, and the force seemed to be tearing him apart from the inside, and he was captivated by the force. Master Yetien told Yue Shangyun that his skills are imperfect, but they are clearly not the cause of the outburst of anger, and he can explain the information. Yue Shangyun was surprised and asked Master Yetien what happened, and he always thought the reason for the anger was his skills, but it seems that is not the case. Master Yetien told Yue Shangyun that the bracelet had fallen off his hand and that it was already filled with yin flames, and he believed that the Green Guild was involved. Yue Shangyun is confused, and is it possible that Master Yetien is talking about the Green Guild and he doesn't understand anything, and so asks the master for an explanation. Master Yetien told Yue Shangyun that he had already met the Green Guild, and the black fog was saturated with their energy, and this is a fact. Yishangyun told Master Yetien that his brother got the bracelet when he won the grand tournament, and it seems like the Green Guild cheated them. Master Yetien told Yishangyun, if he is not lying, the Green Guild has already infiltrated the kingdom and asks all fighters to be careful. Ma Fei Guang told Master Yetien that he knew and guessed about it, and fortunately the master clarified the details and identified who was to blame for the problem. Master Yetien patted Yuishan on the shoulder and said he was a good boy, and he would help restore his spiritual foundation and reveal all his talents. Yuishan apologizes to Master Yetien for his careless words and asks for help in improving his skills and unlocking his potential. Ma Fei Guang asks Master Yetien to teach all the fighters of the Blood Dragon Squad to control their skills, and the fighters will become even stronger. Master Yetien agrees with the fighters, and they will definitely cope in a month if, of course, they train hard, and he believes in the students. Master Yetien decided that within a month he would train the squad's fighters and they would fight together and become a fighting army and defeat their enemies. Master Yetien told the fighters that he analyzed their skills and immediately changed their training, and now the turning point has come. And this is a fact. Master Yetien told Ma Fei Guang and Yin Yang that water is their element, so he advises them to train closer to the waterfall and it will be more effective for them. Master Yetien asks the other clan fighters to gather around the master, and the training will be more effective if they use the 7 stars technique. Master Yetien realized that it seemed that contact with others helped him improve his energy, and he felt how the energy flowed evenly in their body. Ma Fei Guang told Master Yetien that he had already completed half of the training and the master was pleased, and the squad's fighters were doing great and he was so happy. Master Yetien decided that he should not relax, and that he must always be an example for his students and try his best for the fighters. Master Yetien realized, together with the squad's fighters, that they were absorbing more and more energy and his body was changing for the better. And thank you all. Master Yetien knows that just a little more time is needed, and he will reveal the secret of one very important technique and teach other fighters the basics and power. Master Yetien uses the technique of wisdom of clear honor and broke through to another level, and the master is delighted and he did what he wanted so much. Master Yetien stopped training and he achieved success, and the fighters made him happy, and the teacher had no doubt that his fighters had potential. Ma Fei Guang and Yin Yang congratulated Master Yetien, and he developed many aspects of his skills, and it was not for nothing that he was appointed as a teacher in the fighter squad. Master Yetien told the Blood Dragon Squad fighters that he would improve the effectiveness of their training there and would not disappoint them and guarantee everyone. Yin Yang wondered if Master Yetien really wanted to help them, and he never thought that he believed in the fighters so much and was ready to help. And he was the leader. Master Yetien told the fighters that this should help everyone regardless of their natural element, and Tien has mastered absolutely all techniques. Ma Fei Guang asked the fighters why they froze and let them thank Master Yetien, and all the fighters of the squad said a huge thank you to Yetien. After some time, Zhong Daidai approached Master Yetien and noticed how the fighters had become stronger, and her friend Tien was an excellent teacher and sage. Master Yetien asked Zhong Daidai what she was doing there, and it seemed like she was spying on their training and who sent her. And this is so important. Zhong Daidai told Master Yetien that he was mistaken and that she needed to immediately say a few words about the exam, and Teacher Yetien would understand all the nuances. Master Yetien was surprised by Zhong Daidai's words and what kind of exam it was, and he wants to know all the information about the exam and hopes Zhong will answer. Zhong Daidai told Master Yetien that teamwork is important for dragon hunters, so they organize group battles for everyone. Master Yetien took the documents and understood why the fighters attacked him all together, and this is their main task and the meaning of training friends. Zhong Daidai asks Master Yetien to prepare the fighters, and the exam will start in 3 days, and Yetien will prepare all the fighters without any problem. Master Yetien told the fighters that they already knew about the exam, and they had all been training hard, but their teamwork needed to be improved quickly. Master Yetien told the fighters that everyone must be ready to attack and that they should not forget about speed, and in 3 days he would test their skills. 3 days later, Master Yetien and his fighters came to the exam, and he is 100% confident that his fighters will surprise their experienced opponents. Other people asked their friends if they recognized those losers, and Master Tien realized that they were fighters from the Battle Dragons, and their spiritual level was already higher. A member of the Battle Dragons asked if these were blood dragons and if they were weak and pathetic newbies, and how could a bunch of weaklings help, and that was nonsense. A member of the Fighting Dragons asked a friend what was wrong with playing with children, and let the friend attack the children and they would all know the result of their fight. Yin Yang was furious at the words of the Martial Dragon members and wanted to attack them. But Master Yetien stopped him, and Yin Yang could not defeat them alone. A member of the Fighting Dragons asked Yin Yang if he was scared, and it seems like they all think they are scared of the people from the kingdom, but they are all scum. But suddenly, at that very second, all of Master Yetien's fighters want to attack the enemies all at once to confuse them, and they will defeat the bastards. Yin Yang smiled and said to the members of the Fighting Dragons that they will find out who among them is scum. and they will teach a lesson, and the elders will remember forever. A member of the Fighting Dragons told the pathetic fighters that they think too much of themselves, and they will never be able to defeat experienced masters in combat. A member of the Fighting Dragons ordered his colleagues to attack the insolent juniors so that they would learn a lesson and not get in the way and get on his nerves. But Ma Fei Guang put up a block and easily defended himself from the attack of the elders. And in vain, they underestimated the skills of the younger ones, and they will surprise the elders, and this is a fact. The member of the Fighting Dragons was unable to injure Ma Fei Guang, and his defense was strong. And he did not think that newcomers could fight back against experienced fighters. Shang Rang asked the member of the Fighting Dragons if this was all they were capable of, and why he had insisted that they were all invincible. A member of the Fighting Dragons told the younger brothers that they had angered him, and he would not spare them during the fight and why they teased the brothers like that. And then a member of the Battle Dragons used the Fire Fist technique, and the juniors do not realize what the Battle Dragons are capable of, and they are the best in combat. Master Yetien ordered Ma Fei Guang to destroy the opponent's Earth Spirit, and he taught them defensive techniques and believed that they would defeat any enemy. Ma Fei Guang asks Master Yetien not to bother himself, and Yue Shangyun immediately began to apply the 7-star spirit technique there, as Master Tian taught. And at that very moment, a log grew under the member of the Fighting Dragons, and he was surprised by the skills and techniques of the newcomers, and they fought like pros with them. A friend from the Martial Dragons told Master Yetien's squad that they were all small and weak idiots, and why couldn't they accept the fact that they were all losers? A member of the Fighting Dragons asked his friends what they were waiting for and let them attack their small opponents. And he himself could not teach the impudent ones a lesson. A member of the Fighting Dragons began to use serious techniques, and the juniors clearly underestimated the potential of the seniors. And now, they are already facing punishment. The fighter said the Battle Dragons would never lose to some scum, and he gave them a head start so that they would believe in the illusion that they could win. Master Yetien was surprised and wondered if a dragon warrior could really use the Black Fog and Skeleton Shackles techniques, and he had heard of such terrible techniques. The dragon fighter struck the ground and ordered his colleagues to surround the villains and that they would not leave until they begged for forgiveness on their knees. Master Yetien asks Ma Fei Guang to watch out for the Black Fog and that it is dangerous and that the member of the Fighting Dragons is bluffing and that they should not fall for all their tricks. Ma Fei Guang asks Master Yetien not to be nervous and that they can manage without him, and asks him to evaluate how well the students have learned all the lessons. Ma Fei Guang told his friends not to retreat under any circumstances, and they would defeat the arrogant and unprofessional enemies if the friends believed in their strength. A member of the Fighting Dragons told the opponents that they would soon die, and even Master Yetien would not save them, and that it was in vain that they stood in their way and believed in success. Ma Fei Guang and his friends used the Heavenly Portal technique, and the enemy will not understand what is going on, and they will be able to catch the enemy off guard, and this is their goal. The member of the Fighting Dragons is not afraid of Ma Fei Guang. And why does the scoundrel think that this way he can catch them off guard, and he has enough experience to punish them? Ma Fei Guang asks the heavens to open their gates, and immediately thunder and lightning came from the sky, and the opponent was trapped and could not get out. Master Yetien's squad defeated a dangerous opponent, and they were delighted, and told the master that they defeated the opponent thanks to his training. Master Yetien applauded his disciples and said they had defeated the enemy well, and he never doubted their skills and believed they were the best. And then Zhang Daidai approached Master Yetien, and she had already received important information about the Tang family, and Master must find out about it as soon as possible. Master Yetien was shocked and wondered if the Tang family was in danger and asked Zhang Daidai what happened to the Tang family and promised to protect them always. Zhang Daidai said that the people they sent to protect the Tang family have already disappeared, and she is afraid that Wang Hao is involved in this, and this is her guess. Master Yetien underestimated the influence of the Azure Group, and in his opinion, Wang Hao will definitely not stand aside in the next tournament. Master Yetien told Zhang Daidai that a month would soon pass, and he thought he had been able to help the Blood Dragon hunters, and it was time to return to his business. Master Yetien told the fighters from the Bottomless Hunter Squad that he was saying goodbye to them and would never forget their training, and that the master had learned a lot of experience. But Ma Fei Guang asks Master Yetien to wait, and he wants to say something and hopes the teacher will listen to him, and he is obliged to speak about his thoughts. Master Yetien told the fighters that in 20 days, they had managed to get close to them and that many dangers awaited him on the way, and that it would be better for the students to stay there. Ma Fei Guang said Master Yetien taught them to cultivate, and from now on the fighters will follow him and swear to help to the death and protect the leader. Master Yetien thought that he and the fighters barely knew each other, but they were ready to trust him in everything, and he would not let them down and would protect them from any dangers. The fighters said they would follow Master anywhere, and Master Yetien said he and his friends were going to Yangzhou and would save the Tang family from the enemy, and that was true. Zhong Daidai realized that Master Yetien had tamed the dogs in just 20 days and that he was a true master and that no one had been able to teach dragon fighters before. After some time, Master Yetien thought about Xiu'er, and he returned to Yangzhou as he promised, and he will always keep his word and will not disappoint his dear people. Master Yetien remembered, and these pots reminded him of something, and he missed them, and would not abandon anyone in trouble and was ready to show courage and save them from the villains. Master Yetien entered the building and realized how well everything was hidden and even he couldn't see anything. And did the Tang family invite the master there, and what do they want to check? Master Yetien remembered that he had dealt with similar formations many times in the past, and he remembered the lesson forever. The Tang family is surprised. Master Yetien realized that it doesn't matter now, and he is focused on the matter and will not be distracted by the past and will help the Tang family if they are in trouble. Master Yetien thought it was still strange why he, an experienced cultivator who was not a novice in such matters, had a memory like that of an old man and grandfather. And then Xiu'er appeared behind the master and asked Yetien if he had really returned, and she didn't know about it and was pleasantly surprised by her friend's visit. Master Yetien told Xiu'er that he has been in the city for several days now, and he is also glad that she is doing well and that she was not harmed by the attacks of their enemies. Xiu'er told Master Yetien that it was all thanks to his friends and they helped in the situation and saved the Tang family from problems, and she is so happy. But Master Yetien doesn't agree with Xiu'er, and he sees that something is wrong and asks to tell all the information and he will help and will not leave her there. Xiu'er started to cry and told Yetien that her father had been missing for 3 days, and she was worried about his health and thought someone had harmed her father. Xiu'er told Master Yetien that Wang Hao said he was giving her a week to think about it, but immediately after that, her father and subordinates had already disappeared. Master Yetien told Xiu'er that tears do not suit her, and maybe she will not cry and her friend will solve the problem and remember how he promised to take care of them. Xiu'er asked Yetien what it was and noticed how he took her tear on his finger and it began to glow brightly and wanted to know everything at once. Master Yetien asks Xiu'er to trust him and he will not let her down and there is no need to worry and he knows a way to help and she is so dear to him. Master Yetien told Xiu'er that he would save her father and he had not been hurt yet, and Wang Hao would not injure her father until he got what he needed. Xiu'er wiped her tears with a handkerchief and said a huge thank you to her friend Yetien, and he will always come to the rescue and he will not leave the Tang family in trouble. But suddenly at that moment, Xiu'er lost consciousness, and Master Yetien was very worried and asked her friend if everything was okay and what was going on. Xiu'er threw her handkerchief on the ground, and Master Yetien noticed something strange in her handkerchief, and it seemed that this was the matter, and he would figure out this nuance. Master Yetien understood this purification of the soul, and it is not for nothing that Wang Hao wants to immediately remove the Tang family, and he has his own motives and is plotting something. Master Yetien knows that soul purification covers the entire Tang family, and it is not surprising that this formation took a month and was caught off guard. Master Yetien asks the Blood Dragon fighters to listen to his order, and he did not think that the opponent was ready to act so meanly, and he is not weak. Master Yetien ordered the Blood Dragon fighters to get rid of the formation, as it interferes with the use of special skills, and he loses concentration. But the Blood Dragon Squad fighters were unable to approach Master Tien, and someone interfered with them and used a serious move and knocked everyone down. And then Wang Hao appeared in front of the fighters and told the fighters to stop attacking him and that their attacks were useless and would not harm the genius in any way. Master Yetien noticed a man in a cap with streams of dark and bad energy. And could this stranger be from the Azure group? Xiu'er begs her enemies to return her father, and she will do anything, and does not want her father to suffer, and she loves and respects her father very much. Wang Hao asked Yang Sheng if he heard Xiu'er's words, and now in his hands the Eye of Creation and Xiu'er's rare body can help them in the plan. Master Yetien thought that the blood formation was a dark type of formation, and he didn't know if the enemies really wanted Xiu'er's body because of the energy in the body. Master Yetien imagined everything in his imagination, and Wang Hao was targeting the entire Tang family, and he would get Xiu'er by any means and would not spare her. Master Yetien shook his head and decided that he would not allow Wang Hao to harm Xiu'er there, and she was under his protection and he would not let the lady go. Master Yetien stood in front of Wang Hao and said that he would only get Xiu'er over his dead body and he would never give his girlfriend to an idiot and would protect Xu. Wang Hao asked Yetien if someone wanted to steal his loot, and he didn't understand why a stranger would help the Tang family if there was no benefit. Yang Shang started walking towards Master Yetien and asked him how he wanted to die, and he would fulfill his opponent's wish and finish off the bastard. Xiu'er is worried about his friend and asks Yetien to be careful, and the enemies are very strong and he must be on guard, otherwise he might get hurt there. But Master Yetien asks Xiu'er not to worry about him, and he knows what he is doing, and the enemies will not harm him as long as Xiu'er supports and believes. Yang Shang commanded the spirits of darkness to burn, and he will not leave a single chance for Master Yetien, and it was in vain that he stood in the way of Wang Hao and the Azure group. Master Yetien wondered if Yang Shang had released the grieving spirits, and that this opponent was strong and should not be underestimated and was dangerous in battle. Master Yetien uses the Constellation Blade technique and defends himself from any attacks from the opponent, and let him not think that he will give up, as this is absurd. Yang Shang was surprised and felt something behind his back, and it was as if the enemy had not stood still and had managed to move to the other side and attacked from the trajectory. At that very moment, there was a roar and an explosion, and Yang Shang's cap flew a couple of meters away, and he clearly did not expect such a powerful attack from Yetien. Yang Shang lies unconscious on the floor, and then a spirit begins to leave his body, and Master Yetien is perplexed, and it seems the enemy was hiding his secrets. Master Yetien thought this was crazy, and it seemed that Yang Shang had taken the form of a ghost, and how much anger there was in this person, and he wanted to harm them. The ghost told the scoundrel Yetien that he would absorb him, and he could not be killed, and he would complete the mission and some idiot would not interfere with their friend's plans. And then the ghost swung and almost injured Master Yetien, but fortunately he managed to move to a safe distance in an instant and was not injured there. Master Yetien realized that Yang Shang had left his body and become an evil spirit, and he could only defeat him by turning his energy into divine energy. Master Yetien uses the second star breakthrough transformation, and the ghost might cripple him if Master doesn't take action quickly. Master Yetien went towards the evil spirit and wants to attack in response to all his actions, and let him not think that he has forgotten about all the threats of the enemy. And at that very moment, Master Yetien deprived the evil spirit of his arm with one blow, and the opponent realized that the master was brutally attacking him and did not want to spare him. Master Yetien destroyed the evil spirit in a couple of minutes without any problems, and he knows the evil spirit leaves Yang Shang's body when the owner loses consciousness. The evil spirit told Master Yetien that after returning to Yang Shang's body, he would definitely survive and absorb even more souls, and no one would stop him from his plans. Wang Hao told Yang Shang that the Wang family doesn't want to keep trash like him, and he's useless in missions and couldn't hurt his opponent, and it's a shock. Wang Hao attacked Yang Shang and seriously injured him and took his life, and he does not want Yang Shang to reveal the secrets, and the fighter is very weak in the fight with Tien. Master Yetien asked Shu if she was okay and what was going on, and he didn't understand many things, and she could immediately clarify the situation. Wang Hao started to use the blood-making technique, and Shu is doomed, and even Master Yetien will not have time to save her, and he was too late, and this is their triumph. Wang Hao said he will not leave this matter because of the idiot Yang Shang, and will finish the ritual himself, and none of the opponents will be saved, and he feels sorry for everyone. Master Yetien realized this was a huge problem, and Wang Hao activated the formation and wanted to quickly take away the spiritual energy from Shuer's body. Master Yetien knows that if Wang Hao is not stopped, Shu'er and Ma Fei Guang's spiritual energy and yin-yang will leave their bodies forever, and they are in trouble. Master Yetien started cutting Wang Hao's thread, and we need to get rid of these threads, and then the master will save Shu'er and all the fighters of the Dragon Squad. Master Yetien is very worried because there is almost no energy left in Shu'er's body, but she is holding on, and he believes that she will withstand any attacks. Master Yetien approached Shu'er and asked his friend to wait a little while. He would correct the situation, and Shu'er should not make any sudden movements. Ma Fei Guang asks Master Yetien to leave them, but Tien told Fei Guang to shut up, and he will not let his fighters die before him there. Wang Hao thought that he didn't often have to work with souls, and the souls were starting to rebuild, and he needed to quickly complete the ritual with Shu Er. Wang Hao asked the brat Yetien if he really imagined himself to be a hero and immortal, and thought his opponent wouldn't harm him, and that it was so funny. But Master Yetien suddenly directed his attack towards Wang Hao, and Yetien has no time to deal with losers and will teach the idiot a lesson. Wang Hao wants to make a deal with Yetien, and the master realized that the enemy is standing still and controlling the formation, and he clearly cannot defeat him in battle. Wang Hao told Yetien that he would retreat today, but if he didn't see the master at the martial arts tournament in a week, the enemy would have to return. Master Yetien hugged Shu'er and asked her for forgiveness, and he did not protect her from the scoundrel Wang Hao, and she suffered because of him, and her friend is so sorry. Master Yetien is angry and he is serious, and soon Wang Hao will definitely answer for these actions with his life, and he will not forgive him for the beatings. As Wang Hao left, he realized that if he had stopped a little later, he would have definitely lost his mind, and Yetien was too strong and he was waiting for their battle. Master Yetien understood that Shu'er had a hard time and she suffered, but he believes that she is strong and will soon recover from her injuries and come to her senses. Master Yetien noticed Director Tang sitting in front of him and was surprised and thought that Wang Hao took him with him, but the gentleman managed to escape. Master Yetien approached Director Tang and asked what was wrong with him, and the head was clearly not in the best condition, and Wang Hao tried to break the head's will. Master Yetien doesn't understand what happened to Director Tang's soul, and it seems one of his parts was lost, and the enemies have already thought of everything. Master Yetien asks the Blood Dragon Squad fighters to obey the order and protect the Tang family. and the fighters are capable of repelling any enemies. Ma Fei Guang and the other Blood Dragon Squad fighters understood Yetien's order and will not let him down, and he can rely on them to protect the family. Master Yetien took Director Tang with him, and his condition is clearly not normal. But he will do his best to save Director Tang. Master Yetien realized that he would have to use the art of soul hunting to help Director Tang, and he would not allow the death of the head. After some time, Master Yetien came to Chongmingdao Mountain, and it seems the trail leads there, and he has no choice but to learn the truth in this family matter. Master Yetien followed the trail and came to the place where Director Tang was, and he will find out Wang Hao's plans and will stop him, so that he will not be so happy. Master Yetien is 100% sure that there can be no mistake, and ordinary people cannot see this temple, and Tian did not come there in vain. Master Yetien realized that this is the end point, and he will definitely find out the answers to all the questions and save the Tang family from the disease, and he will protect his friends. And then people approached Master Yetien and asked how he dared to brazenly invade the territory of the ghostly puppets, and that he was not so simple. Master Yetien remembers people and they use the soul as the source of their spiritual energy, and they have a special technique and people will give answers to everything. People are angry and asked Yetien how he dares to ignore them and did not pay attention to the warning and will regret and be punished for this. Master Yetien told people to get out of his way before it was too late, and he would not spare the impudent and people would experience the wrath of Master Yetien. The man told Yetien that he asked for it and threw a weapon at Yetien and that he would not allow anyone to mock him. And what Tian allowed himself to do. Master Yetien noticed the opponent's weapon, and they are not joking and can injure him, and it seems they do not want to reveal their secrets. The opponent smiled and told Master Yetien that it was the end for him, and that he was wrong to contradict his elders and did not want to go back and irritate them. But Master Yetien is angry with his opponents, and he said not to interfere with him, but they attacked and thought to teach him a lesson, and he will never forget their actions. Master Yetien began to use the 7 stars whirlwind transformation technique and directed the attack towards the opponent's weapon, and they enrage him. People are shocked by Yetien's technique, and he knows many techniques and was able to easily repel his attack and was not even afraid of getting injured and believes in himself. But at this moment, another person appeared in front of the people, and he is definitely not afraid of Master Yetien's attacks and is ready to surprise and learn a lot of data. Master Yetien feels the energy of Director Tang in this man, and does this old man really have a part of Director Tang's soul? And this is interesting. The fighter said this is their leader, and he is able to punish Yetien for his insolence and no one can defeat the leader, and he is too experienced and will find weaknesses. Master Yetien asked the old man. It seems he is the leader and he came to them to take something from them, and they are a sect of ghost puppets. The leader asked Yetien if he really wanted to take something and let him first ask his sword's permission, and he threw the sword at his opponent. The leader's sword flies towards Master Yetien, but the sword changed shape, and the master realized that everything is not so simple and he must be careful with the enemy. Master Yetien wondered if this was a sword that changed elements only at the boss's command. And that was interesting, and the leader was able to surprise the opponent there. Master Yetien managed to step aside and the leader's sword smashed the floor in their room, and they don't want to let Yetien go, and the bastard must learn a lesson. Master Yetien realized that the leader and his sword were capable of switching elements, and therefore the leader's colleagues were absolutely confident of victory. The people from the sect are delighted, and they know their opponent is finished and he attacked the wrong opponent, and the leader will not let go and will destroy the scoundrel. The leader's sword changed shape and split into several parts, and he will not let Yetien go, and he has nowhere to hide. And why did he come to their house? Master Yetien defended himself from the group leader's attacks, and wondered if the opponent's weapon interacted with the energy of nature, and that was cool. The leader of the ghostly puppets realized that his opponent Yetien was a nimble and agile bug, and he dodged all of his attacks and how he could get to the enemy. The sword of the leader of the ghostly puppets has become huge, and he wants to immediately wound the opponent. Why did the enemy think that he could be impudent and was wrong? The leader told Yetien that he was very lucky to fall to the blade of the ghost puppets, and that he does not often use a special sword in battle, and this is true. Master Yetien realized that the sect leader could not control the sword himself, and it seemed that he was taking power from some object and began to look for it. Master Yetien understood, and the leader controls the sword with the help of the statue, and he guarantees that the sect will pay for their actions, and he will punish them. The sect leader pointed his sword towards Master Yetien and said, "Enough of playing with the opponent. He's tired and wants to take the impudent fellow's life, and that's important." The people from the sect are happy, and it's time to calm Yetien's ardor, and there was no need to anger their master, and the idiot Yetien didn't even understand who he was dealing with in battle. The sect leader called Yetien a pathetic insect, and what he was hoping for when he boldly came to their lair and wanted to find out the truth about the family. But at this moment, Yetien suddenly easily defended himself from the sect leader's sword strike and asked the leader who he called an insect and a coward. The The sect leader asked Master Yetien who he was and how he was able to defend himself so easily from his sword strike, something no one else could do. Master Yetien asked the sect leader what difference it made who he was and ordered him to return Director Tang's soul, and then he would have pity on their sect. The sect leader was furious and asked Yetien how he dared to set conditions for the leader and he would return the director's soul if Yetien caught the sword again. Master Yetien approached the statue and told the sect leader that it seemed the enemy had found the source of his power. But he was praising him for hiding his secret so well. The sect leader was sweating heavily and was nervous and asked Master Yetien what he was planning and why he stood next to the statue, and he didn't understand. Master Yetien asked the sect leader if he was really panicking so much, and that meant he had guessed the source of the leader's power in the statue and smashed it with an attack. Master Yetien broke the opponent's defense and directed his attack towards them, and they will not remain alive and he will punish everyone from their sect. Master Yetien saw something strange while looking at the sword, and it looked like there was smoke again, and he got involved in a complicated matter and had to find out who was to blame for this. Master Yetien remembers that there are many rumors about this sword, and he himself did not expect to see it in person, and the head of the sect protected a special sword there. Master Yetien was surprised. It seemed to be a myriad of power, and the sword was already changing elements to suit its owner, and he was happy with the valuable find. The sword began to move towards the sect leader, and Master Yetien immediately understood whether the sword really recognizes its owner, and whether it is truly a special sword. Master Yetien realized that it would probably be difficult to take possession of the sentient sword, but he could not leave the valuable artifact behind, and that would be a mistake. Master Yetien understood the sword, and the sect leader are adamant, and if he does not interrupt the flow of his energy there, he will begin destruction with the soul of the leader. Master Yetien is sorry, but he has no other choice and he must quickly make the right decision. And the health of the head depends on his actions. Master Yetien realized that the spirit of the sword is with him, and the power of myriads too, and he can think through everything, and one mistake can ruin the life of Director Tang. Yetien noticed how the stone of the 9 heavens was emitting energy, and this sword was worthy of improvement, and it was not for nothing that it fell into his hands, and this was luck. Master Yetien was distracted, and the sword almost dispersed Director Tang's soul, and he wants to know all the information about the sword, and will return to the sword a little later. Master Yetien left from there, and he should return to Shu'er. And she experienced many events there, and the enemies will regret that they harmed dear Shu. At this time, Shu'er begs her father to wake up and does not understand why her father does not react to her words and what Wang Hao did to him, and she will take revenge. Shu'er told Master Yetien that her father still hasn't woken up, and she doesn't know how to help her father, and is worried that her father will never wake up. But Master Yetien asks, "You are not to make such sudden movements there, and she has not yet fully recovered from her injuries, and Zhu must take care of herself." Master Yetien told Shu'er not to worry, and her father would be fine, and he guaranteed that Director Tang would soon be full of energy. And then Master Yetien began to return the soul to Director Tang, and the enemies are not so simple, and they hid the director's soul well, and it is not easy for him there. Master Yetien has no doubt that Director Tang will be fine. But Shu'er is his daughter, and she still worries about her father, and he understands her. And at that very moment, Director Tang came to his senses, and Shu'er was so happy that her father had finally woken up, and she was afraid that the director would never wake up. Master Yetien told Director Tang that he would soon be able to return to normal life. But for now, he should rest, and that he had experienced a lot there. Yetien told Director Tang that he had cleared the enemy's formations so that no one would disturb him for a while, and it was time to start the game. Master Yetien said that the national tournament will take place in a week and he needs to train, and then he will take revenge on his enemies for the Tang family. Shu'er relies on Master Yetien, and he will always keep his word, and she never doubted him. But once again, she was convinced of her friend's kindness. Shu'er and Director Tang look at Master Yetien, and they are lucky that their family is protected by such a strong fighter, and with him, no one is in danger for the family. Master Yetien decided that in order to move forward, he needed to forget about his past, and then he would achieve success in any endeavor, and this is a fact. Master Yetien came to the university, and it seems that he is clearly not destined to live a quiet student life, and all enemies are waiting for him everywhere. Master Yetien thought that he was always in danger because he was not one of the mortals, and his life was already radically different from everyone else's. Yetien wants to contact the cultivators, and the immortal teacher there will return, and teach them special techniques, and they will immediately see the results. But at that moment, someone called Yetien, and he was surprised and did not know who else remembered him at the university, and they were waiting for him, and he would find out everything from his friends. Master Yetien turned around and noticed Shiyu behind him, and she was so happy, and asked her friend if it was really him, and it was great that he returned to his studies. Shiyu thought that she would never see Yetien again, and she was waiting for his visit, but he never showed up at the university, and she was worried. Shiyu wondered if Yetien still remembered her, and they hadn't seen each other for a long time. And during this time, Tian could have found many new friends. Xiyu noticed the documents in Yetien's hand and asked her friend if he was leaving school and why he made such a decision, and it was strange. Master Yetien told Xiyu that he had chosen his path and therefore did not want to be distracted by his studies and that school was distracting him from his concentration. Xiyu is despondent, and will she and Yetien never see each other again, and she doesn't want to lose her best friend and he supported her in any situation. Master Yetien asked Xiyu if she was okay, and she decided that she would not put up with this and would convince her friend not to leave and that he was dear to her. Xiyu asks Yetien to take her with him, and she wants to follow his path and is ready to help in any situation and will not betray and promises everything to her friend. Master Yetien told Xiyu that the path he had chosen was not easy and she might not survive there and he never wanted to put her in danger. Xiyu told Master Yetien that she doesn't know what awaits her there, but she doesn't want to stay in the Li family, and there are reasons for this. And this is important. Master Yetien was surprised and asked Xiyu if her father was using her and asked her to tell him all the information and he would find a compromise. Xiyu told Yetien that she has no freedom and that she is a pawn in the Li family and nothing could be worse than that, and that she is tired of being a pathetic dog. Xiyu told Yetien that she wants to decide for herself and not depend on her father's decisions, but he will not support her in such matters and will scold her. But Xiyu told Master Yetien, no matter how hard it is, she is so scared and she doesn't know what to do and is confused and she really needs advice. Master Yetien remembered how in his past life he depended on others and ended up paying for it, and he made many mistakes and remembers everything. Master Yetien realized that Xiyu is right, and that it is not the heavens that will decide his fate, and that they must be stronger and not be afraid of problems in life. Master Yetien told Xiyu that she is 100% right, and everyone in their world is free to determine their own destiny, and he understands her logic. Master Yetien told Xiyu that he would give her such a chance and let her come to the Flame Maple Villa and find Hong Linger, and she would give the answers there. Master Yetien told Xiyu that he has some business and asked her to pass this emblem to Hong Ling Er, and she will understand what to do and help her friend. Hong Ling Er said a huge thank you to Master Yetien, and he helped her so much, and she was lucky that she has such a sweet friend who will help her. Xiyu hopes that Yetien will be fine, and that he is strong and will overcome and solve any problems, and she never doubted his skills. Master Yetien remembered, and the tournament will start soon, and we need to get there earlier, and Wang Hao put forward his conditions and will wait at the tournament. But at this moment, Ma Fei Guang and Ying Yang appeared in front of Master Yetien, and they wanted to tell the teacher important information about the head of Tang. Master Yetien was surprised and asked Ma Fei Guang and Yin Yang what they were both doing there, and it seemed like the dragon catchers were already giving out solo missions. Ma Fei Guang told Master Yetien that he taught them a lot, and they learned from Zhongdai that Tian was going to the national tournament to participate. The Blood Dragon Squad fighters came to remind the master to be careful, and Yetien said, "Thank you to the fighters and he knows what to do." Ma Fei Guang whispered in Master Yetien's ear, and he was afraid that the tournament would no longer be as simple as it seemed, and he had to know everything himself. Master Yetien asked Ma Fei Guang what he meant, and the fighter immediately said that there was something more hidden behind their harmless tournament. Ma Fei Guang said that the 7 major sections have fielded their best fighters, and the sections want to know who is worthy of becoming the leader in the cultivation world. Master Yetien asked about the 7 major sections, and he feels it will be very interesting there, and he wants to find out many secrets of the sections there. After some time, Master Yetien came to Lingzhen Island, and no one will stop him from achieving success, and he will teach a lesson to other sections. Master Yetien noticed that Lingzhen Island is rich in spiritual energy, and it seems that the tournament is not just for show and is serious. People asked if these weren't the Dragon Hunters people, and he heard that the previous champion Qiu Xing would also participate, and that he was stronger than Lin. A friend asked a colleague if he was talking about Lin Yan Nan, and he is the best in the Azure group and the Dragon Hunters will hand everything over to the champion. The sage asked the boys what they knew, and according to tradition, the losers will be expelled from the immortal world and the dragon catchers will not decide this. Master Yetien probably realized that the Azure group was planning to take over the world of Chinese cultivators, and Wang Hao was clearly involved in this matter. Master Yetien asks to give him a room, and the man said that he is a guest from the group of dragon catchers and asks to come in and wait for him. Master Yetien told the man he can go and he wants to rest, and the administrator said, "Let Tian ask for everything and they respect the catchers." Master Yetien decided to concentrate on cultivation, and the special fishbone sword became much calmer and it will improve its power. Master Yetien began to unite the sword and the spirit, and he hopes the result will amaze the imagination and the sword can help solve all matters. And at that very moment the sword began to fly in different directions, and he could not calm the sword there, and it seemed that the energy in the special sword was very strong. The special sword is not amenable to Master Yetien, and he cannot improve it now. And it is not for nothing that the sect leader treasured the sword so much and protected it so much, Master Yetien realized that the stone could not tame the energy of the sword, and he does not know how to solve this problem, and he will not stop trying in the matter. Master Yetien wondered if his spiritual energy was lacking, or if he had chosen the wrong method, and that was why the sword was resisting development. But at that moment, someone threw the lady on the floor and asked why she did not fulfill his request, and he wanted to punish her and let her learn a lesson. The lady told her older brother that she admits her mistake and asked him not to hit her, and that she will never make a mistake again and will make everyone happy. The stranger swung his arm and asked the lady how she dared to order him, and he would severely punish her so that she would remember it forever, and she infuriated him. But when the stranger wanted to hit the lady, Master Yetien told him not to jump to conclusions and that he wanted to discuss something with his brother there. The stranger asked Yetien who he was and how he dared to interfere in the Bagua section, and now he was in trouble and should not interfere in their affairs. The master told the stranger that he was Yetien from the Lingtian section and why his brother was so rude to others, and he wanted to discuss important aspects. The stranger told Yetien that he had never heard of the Lingtian section and that they were just another bunch of scum, and advised the master not to interfere in their affairs. The administrator asked the guests to be careful, and he understands that they are both dragon hunters, but it is better to save their strength before the tournament starts. The stranger asked Yetien if he was one of the dragon catchers, and that today he was lucky, but next time he would answer for his impudent actions. Master Yetien approached the lady and asked if she was okay, and he did not see any serious injuries and she just needed to take a break from work. The lady thanked Master Yetien for his help, and she was fine and didn't need help, and her brother didn't hurt her, and he saved her from the villain's blow. But when Master Yetien did not expect this, the lady asked her friend to wait and asked if she could look at his sword. And this is important. Master Yetien was perplexed and asked the lady how she knew about the sword and whether she was familiar with the sword, and wanted to know the answers to her questions. The lady was amazed and noticed how the sword had shrunk, and she so wanted to look at the special sword at least once, and thanks to Master Yetien. And he is kind. Master Yetien asked the lady how she managed to recognize this sword, and he thought that no one would be able to know the meaning of the sword, but the lady was able to. The lady told Master Yetien that she didn't know how she recognized the sword, but at that moment she felt something and realized that Yetien's friend had a sword. The lady told Master Yetien that, by the way, she is the third student of the Bagua section, and her name is Duishan, and she is so glad to meet Master Yetien there. Master Yetien was despondent and asked the lady if she was Duishan, and wanted to ask if Dui was teaching her, and he had to find out about it as soon as possible. Duishan was delighted and asked Master Yetien how he knew about this, and whether he knew her teacher and where they had met before with a friend. Master Yetien told Duishan that he hoped her teacher would no longer recruit students. Otherwise, it would be some kind of mockery. Duishan told Master Yetien it was okay and she got used to it, and teacher Dui found her when she was left all alone and helped her. Duishan hurt her finger and told Master Yetien that his sword is sharp and he must be careful when using the sword, and she is so worried. Master Yetien said, Duishan has one drawback, and that is that this sword has its own will and he cannot subjugate it, and that is a problem. Duishan thought about Master Yetien's words, and she had heard so many stories about a special sword that does not obey others. Master Yetien waved his hand at Duishan and said he thought she knew a lot of information and he would go, and he had a lot of things to do and leave Dui there. Duishan told Master Yetien that their section has a lot of secret weapons, but this is the first time she has seen a living sword, and she doesn't know where he found this sword. Master Yetien was surprised by Duishan's words when she spoke about the living sword and why he didn't feel anything at that moment, and it was strange. Master Yetien asked Duishan if she really meant that there was a spirit inside the sword and how he could have missed an important clue, and he was stupid. Duishan agrees with Master Yetien, and in addition to her spirit, his sword contains part of the essence of the previous owner, and she feels everything. Master Yetien told Duishan that it is very difficult to notice because two spirits can mix, and Duishan is very sensitive and noticed two spirits there. Duishan told Master Yetien if he didn't mind, she would take care of his sword, and she needed 3 days to complete what she had planned with the sword. Master Yetien thought, and it seems that the Wuling section has prepared traps specifically for him, and he must clear the sword of them, and he has not forgotten this. Master Yetien knows that the spirit of the Wuling section will weaken then, but it will not be easy for him to train it again, and this is already quite problematic. Duishan asked Master Yetien if he really knew what to do, and if he had incredible strength and the sword would help him achieve success in everything. Master Yetien told Duishan that he knows, but that's not all, and thanks to his friend for this knowledge, and he shared it, and he was able to find the sect in their hideout. And then a spirit came out of the special sword and told the Great Master that he would never forget about it and would remember how he controlled it, and that he was the best. Master Yetien is interested in who the spirit called the Great Master, and maybe it is someone from the Qing gang, and he is confused in this matter, and this is a disaster. Duishan asked her friend what the spirit said, and she heard something about a Great Master there, but Yetien can't confirm. But he knows something. Master Yetien told Duishan that it was time for him to go and that she should call if anyone started attacking her again, and she agreed with Yetien's friend. Dui. San waved to her friend Yetien and said, "Thank you for your help, and she will not forget about everything and will help him in the future if he has any questions." Master Yetien came to a quiet place, and the heavenly stone Jutien should merge with the sword Yugu, and the genius did not abandon this idea. Master Yetien did everything 100%, and the sword will help defeat and punish many enemies who harm the Tang family and other friends. The sword is so happy and how long he slept. But someone managed to free him, and he doesn't want to sleep anymore, and he has many plans and no time for peace. Master Yetien said that means the sword does have intelligence, and he had no doubt about it, and Duishan helped solve their problem, and thanks to her. The sword spirit is angry and asked Master Yetien who dares to touch him and whether he knows who he is talking to. Tien does not respect the spirit and contradicts his elders. The master told the spirit of the sword. His name is Xiantian Zongye, and asked if he could touch him now, and he was eager to touch him. And it was cool. The sword spirit asked Xiantian Zongye how he was doing, and that he was weak and had no right to talk to him in such a tone, and that he should remember the rules. Master Yetien told the sword spirit that it seemed like it needed to be punished, and the light attack technique would help teach the sword spirit manners, and that was so important. The sword spirit dodged Master Yetien's attack and said, "The idiot will never hit him with an attack, so why is he trying when he knows he won't hit?" Master Yetien asked the sword spirit why he was running away, and he didn't remember allowing such a thing, and the spirit was impudent and didn't want to obey the master. The sword spirit asked Sun Tianzongye if he was using mean and uncultured methods, and it was unfair, and the spirit did not want such a master. Master Yetien told the sword spirit that he had two options, submit to him or die, and he would not allow enemies to take possession of him. And that was so dangerous. The sword spirit is embarrassed and did not think that Master Song Tianzunye is so strong and asks him not to jump to conclusions and to discuss all the nuances. Master Yetien decided it was time to start training the sword spirit, and it was already clear that he wouldn't give up so easily and drastic measures had to be taken quickly. Master Yetien told the sword spirit that there was nothing special about it except the element and, remembering, asked if it could create other sword spirits. The sword spirit told Master Yetien that he knows a lot of things and wants to look at his skills and evaluate him, and he will definitely be able to surprise the master. The spirit of the sword asks Master Yetien to climb on him, and he will prove that he is absolutely right in everything, and he was wrong when he did not believe and did not trust his friend. Master Yetien jumped on the sword spirit and wants to know what he is up to, and there is no need to be afraid of him, and he can pacify the sword spirit in a moment of danger. The sword spirit asks Master Yetien to be prepared, and the trip will clearly not be easy, and they have nothing to lose, and Master Ye awakened the sword spirit in time. Master Yetien noticed a bright glow, and he and the spirit of the sword both entered the portal, and the master learns many secrets, and with him all paths are open. Master Yetien never expected this, and the sword spirit travels there in time, and this skill will come in handy and they can solve many problems. The sword spirit asked Master Yetien how he got such a skill and what strength is, and let the master evaluate his strength and say that he is stronger than others. The sword spirit asked Master Yetien what was wrong with his face and whether he didn't want to praise him there, and what kind of stone was in his hand, and so many questions. The sword spirit told Master Yetien that there was enormous power locked in his stone, and he immediately felt the energy, and that the master was not so simple and was hiding something. The sword spirit told Master Yetien that this is incredible, and now he is full of strength and spiritual energy, and the master did not lie when he wanted to help his friend. Master Yetien knows that the sword spirit will become even stronger, and the spirit asked Master Yetien if this is really his personal mark and the boss is cool and so strong. Master Yetien noticed, and it seems like everything worked, and he improved his characteristics today and can now carry a cultivation capsule with him. The sword spirit asks Master Yetien not to look at him like that, and he will no longer run away anywhere, and the master proved that he trusts the sword spirit so much. After some time, all the people started coming to the tournament and finding out who is the strongest among them, and the champion will dictate his conditions to others. The sword spirit told Master Yetien that so many people had gathered at the tournament, and did they really just want to fight, and he was clearly the best at it? Master Yetien told the sword spirit that its time had not yet come, and that it should not show itself yet, and that it would tell him when it fought its opponent. Dai. San waved her hand and called, Master Yetien, and the tournament will begin. And fortunately, the master arrived on time, and Dui will stop worrying. The host struck the gong and asked the audience to pay attention to him, and he would explain the rules to them and hoped that today they would have a spectacular fight. The host said the battle will begin soon, and the first round will be one-on-one until knockout, and all opponents will be determined by lottery. The host said that in the first round, Ganling from the Bagua section and Ao Long from the Longhu section will face off, and Duishan knows that her mentor is very strong. Master Yetien knows that her Bagua section specializes in secret weapons, and perhaps this fighter Gunling is that very weapon of the section. Master Yetien sensed the spiritual energy in Gunling's body, and he strengthened his body with spiritual energy, and his opponent is in danger, and these are the facts. Aolong from the Longhu section rushed towards his opponent and wanted to use the Roaring Tiger Strike first, and Ganling would not survive their fight. But Ganling from the Bagua section is not worried and began to apply the technique, and Aolong is a fool if he decided to defeat him in such a naive way. Master Yetien smiled and understood that Ganling from the Bagua section was using the illusion mirror technique, and his opponent would not be able to be hurt by his attacks. Aolong from the Longhu section was surprised, and why Ganling was standing there and not defending himself, and seemed to be using a special technique, and he didn't understand anything. At the same moment, Aolong from the Longhu section flew back a couple of meters from Ganling's attack and asked his opponent what he was doing and if this was their sparring. Ganling answered Aolong's question and said he took the victory in their fight, and the host said that in an interesting fight, Ganling from Bagua won. The host said that Yetien from the Qinglong section and Wu Xing from the Jinwu section will now enter the arena, and he is absolutely sure that the audience will be in for some action. Master Yetien knows that the Wu Xing section is famous for its skill, but all their spiritual energy is limited, and they all control one element. Wu Xing asked the brat Yetien if he really decided to challenge him, and he would show a masterclass and show the scoundrel his place, and he annoys everyone. Wu Xing started using the Fire Dragon technique without hesitation, and he wants to teach Yetien a lesson so that idiot Ye will remember it forever. The Sword Spirit is delighted and told Master Yetien what a delicious sphere, and he wants to evaluate Master Wu Xing's skills, and they will surprise him, and this is the goal. Wu Xing told Yetien that his sword would instantly turn to ashes, and he would not be able to protect himself from its flames, and that it was a waste of time to come to the best tournament. Master Yetien stands still and waits for the dragon to come closer, and the fighter Wu Xing does not know what his sword is capable of, and thinks that he is weak. But at that very moment, Master Yetien cut through the flame dragon without any problem and directed his attack towards Wu Xing to let him defend himself. Master Yetien broke his opponent's weapon with one blow, and Wu Xing doesn't understand what kind of monster is standing in front of him, and Yetien's skills are amazing. And at that moment, the fighter Wu Xing ran out of the arena and begged for help. And Master Yetien did not expect that his opponent would simply run away and that he was weak. The host said that Yetien from the Qinglong section won, and now Yu Shang from the Qinglong section will fight Qihie from the Yanling Alliance, and people are waiting for them. Master Yetien thought it seemed like this was the same Yuishan, and he was obliged to evaluate his skills and heard that he was 100% ready for battles. The Sword Spirit asked Master Yetien what was going on and whether they would fight there again, and he did not show the best of his abilities, and this is true. Master Yetien told the Sword Spirit that he couldn't imagine how much he wanted to see the champion of the last tournament, and people were praising the fighter everywhere. People asked if this was the same champion Yuishan, and Yanling was not his opponent, and the champion would deal with him in a couple of seconds, and these are facts. The Sword Spirit is afraid and said that Yushang he is strong, and Master Yetien there thinks it seems that Yueshang Yun was so proud of this brother, and he is so strong. Spectators said that the champion Yushang he is facing the master of the alliance, and that Qi Xie is capable of fighting back against the champion, and that the fighter has special techniques. People heard that the alliance section had been replenished with strong fighters and therefore sent Qi Xie to the tournament and believe in the newcomer's potential. Qi Xie told the opponent that a tough fight was expected and that he would not stand in front of Yushan He and would not dodge the enemy's attacks, otherwise he would die in battle. Champion Yushang Hu swung his sword and directed his attack towards his opponent Qi Xie, and the fiery stream clearly left no chance for the opponent. But Qi Xie defended himself from the champion's fiery stream with a shield, and he is also not a weakling. Otherwise, he would not have taken part in the tournament and is ready to endure everything. Qi Xie realized that champion Yushan he is strong in spirit, but it will definitely be difficult to resist his ice elements, so let him fight to the max. Yushang He shattered his opponent's ice blocks, and Qi Xie realized that this is where the champion's strength lies, and many fighters are afraid to fight him in the tournament. Champion Yushan he has not moved from his place, and Qi Xie still does not realize where he ended up and who he will face, and this is the main mistake of the fighter Qi. And at that moment, the champion Yushan he disappeared, and Qi Xie was in shock and did not know where the champion was hiding, and he often changed trajectories and confused the enemy. But suddenly at that very moment, the champion Yushan he appeared behind Qi Xie and swung his sword and wanted to destroy the enemy and show everyone his class. The Sword Spirit began to cry and told Master Yetien that the champion Yushan he was no slower than him, and that Tien should be careful in the tournament. But ice grew on Qi Xie's back, and he asked the champion Yushan He how he got this skill, and it seemed he thought he was able to catch the enemy off guard. Qi Xie swung his sword and told the champion Yushan He that he had lost his concentration in the battle and was now going to the next world and that this was fate. The sword spirit told the master that it was all over with the champion Yuishan He. But Tien knew that ice created in a hurry was never strong, and remembered everything. Champion. Yuishan He is not worried that Qixie will not be able to defeat him, and all hopes of success are an illusion, and he is sorry that he will disappoint the enemy. Champion Yuishan He instantly freed his opponent Qixie's hand from the ice, and now no one is stopping him from striking, and the opponent is trapped. The spectators don't know how Yuishan He managed to free his hand from the ice, and he surprises everyone, and the champion is so strong and Qixie will lose and is already doomed. Qixie suffered serious injuries, and the host told the audience that he had defeated Yuishan He from the Qinglong section in the fight, and that his opponent had been broken in the battle. Champion Yuishan He began to leave the arena, and the spectators were delighted with the fight, and the fighter did not lose his excellent physical form and punish the enemy. Qixie doesn't want to accept defeat and will finally hurt Yuishan He, and the champion Shang will forever remember who he fought in the tournament. Master Yetien realized something was wrong there, and his opponent wanted to harm Yuishan He. But the champion didn't notice that his enemy was preparing a dirty trick from behind. And at that very moment, Master Yetien threw his sword towards Qixie. But the sword spirit asked the master not to throw it, and why he wants to help Yuishan. Qixie spat in the direction of the champion Yuishan He, and wants to inflict damage and prove to people that he is not a loser, and he was just unlucky in the fight with Shang. Master Yetien asks, Champion. Yuishan He to be careful, and breaks Qixie's dangerous attack with his sword, and breaks the boulder and protects Yuishan. Champion Yuishan He did not expect such meanness from his opponent. But Yetien saved him, and if it were not for this man, he would have received serious injuries. Master Yetien is looking closely at the champion Yuishan He, and he didn't want his brother Yue Shangyun to be injured by the scoundrel Qixie in the fight. Champion Yuishan He turned around and noticed how the stranger saved him, and he threw his sword into the ice and why the opponent wanted to hurt him in a mean way. Champion Yuishan He smashed the remaining ice of Qixie with his sword, and he will be on guard there and will not allow opponents to attack the fighter from behind. The sword spirit crashed into the wall and told Master Yetien that he was not created for this, and why he abandoned him and did not warn him, and this infuriates the spirit. Master Yetien returned the sword, and the tournament must be held fairly, and he does not want scoundrels like Qixie to injure their opponents after the fight. The champion approached Master Yetien and said to Yuishan He and asked his friend which section he belonged to, and he was interested in finding out information. The master told the champion Yuishan He that he was glad to meet him and that he was Master Yetien from the Lingtian section, and was amazed by his friend's techniques and that he was able to surprise everyone. Champion Yuishan He told Master Yetien that he had good skills and would not mind fighting him, and they would find out in a fight who was better prepared. People asked who Yetien is and why the champion Yuishan He wants to fight him, and they envy him, and they all want to learn from the best. Master Yetien told champion Yuishan He that of course he was not against fighting him anymore, but he asked to change the location so that no one would interfere with them. Master Yetien thought that champion Yuishan He offered him a sparring match at the right time, and he would finally try out Yugu's sword and find out how much he had developed. Dui-san told Master Yetien and champion Yuishan He that she really wants to watch their fight and thinks they will both show a masterclass and believes champion Yuishan He and Master Yetien climbed the trees, and Yu told his friend that he could attack first, and he wanted to know Tien's potential. Master Yetien thought he could finally show his true strength and not hold back during the fight, and the champion Yuishan He was really powerful. Master Yetien doubled his swords, and the champion Yuishan He was unlucky, and he does not know who he challenged and thinks he can defeat the master in battle. And at that moment, Master Yetien pointed two swords towards the champion Yuishan He and let the fighter give his best and show his skills. Champion Yuishan He felt the energy of his opponent, and he cannot fight such an opponent underestimating him, and he is dangerous in every aspect. Champion Yuishan He wondered if this was sword energy, and Master Tien was not as simple as he seemed, and he would not repeat Wu Xing's mistake in their battle. Champion Yuishan He knows the sword spirit, which is very rare, but the spirit has one drawback, which is instability, and he knows the weaknesses of Master Yetien. The sword spirit told Master Yetien that they were unlucky and couldn't even injure the champion and Yuishan. He predicted their attacks and what their plan was. San noticed, and it seems that the sword spirit Yu Gu has problems and does not know how to find the opponent's weak spot. And Yuishan He caught the enemy off guard. San asks. Master Yetien to lie down, and Yu Gu's sword is uncontrollable and he has not curbed it, and they are having problems during the fight, and this is bothering Tien. Master Yetien asked Dui-san what happened, and he did not understand what he had done wrong, and it seemed there was a problem with the Yu Gu sword, and he would listen to Dui's friend. Duishan told Master Yetien that the Yugu sword cannot contain his power, and if Master does not stop containing the power, the Yugu sword will fall to the ground. Champion Yuishan he told his friend Yetien that he had encountered a similar problem and asked if he could take a look at his sword Yugu and help. Sword Spirit. Yugu is angry and said to Duishan that she is talking nonsense, and he definitely doesn't have any problems, and why do all his friends want to do something to him? Master Yetien told Champion Yuishan that he is good at everything and knows a lot about weapons and he thinks rationally, unlike other fighters. Sword Spirit. Yugu asked Champion Yuishan what he was doing and how dare he touch him, and he had no problem and he knew the state. The Sword Spirit Yugu told the Champion Yuishan to let him go and asks Tien to save him, and this idiot does not want to let go, and what is the Champion Yu planning? Master Yetien forgot to say that this sword has its own spirit and this fact can help Champion Yuishan. He solved the sword's ailment and it is so important. Champion Yuishan he is very interested, and Yugu's sword spirit has been restored. And this is a rare phenomenon, and the champion has not seen such a powerful sword for a long time. However, Yuishan he said the spirit body is fragile and the regeneration speed is too slow, and to restore it, the sword must be recreated. Duishan told Yuishan that it is not difficult to restore the body of the sword spirit, but there are few materials on this island and she will not be able to find the necessary ones. Yuishan he asks Duishan not to worry about the materials, and over the years he has traveled all over China and found a lot of things there and is ready to show them everything. Master Yetien realized that Yuishan he and Duishan were both so obsessed with swords and had forgotten about him, and he told his friends that he himself would soon correct the situation. Champion Yuishan he asks Master Yetien to calm down and give his friend just 2 days, and he will help resolve the issue and let him trust his brother. Master Yetien knows that if the sword is not restored soon, it will be difficult for him to defeat a strong opponent in the next battle, and he trusts his friend. Master Yetien told Duishan, "It's better not to disturb Yuishan. He and everyone knows that body shaping is a painstaking process, and it's not easy." Yuishan said that forming the sword spirit body would take a very long time, so he would use spiritual power to create a plan. Master Yetien thought the sword spirit was so great, and except for the lack of strength, it was not inferior to a fishbone sword, and it was so cool. Champion Yuishan. He said these are all the weapons he received over the year, and he thinks they are suitable as material for recycling, and this is his idea. Yuishan said that this fishbone sword clearly has the power of all phenomena, and it should not cause rejection, and he conducted an analysis there. Champion Yuishan, he will not forget how Master Yetien saved his life, and he will do his best to help and will not let his best friends down. Sword Spirit. Yugu asked Champion Yuishan what he was doing and told him to continue, and he liked how it tickled him, and it excited him. Duishan smiled, and she didn't expect that the sword spirit Yugu liked how Yuishan. He changed the concept, and the spirit there was not at all against the ritual. Champion Yuishan, he told his friends that it was incredible, and that this sword could absorb a huge amount of energy, and he did not expect the result. Duishan asked Yuishan if she should let the sword spirit absorb more energy at once, so that the sword would receive a huge surge of energy. Champion Yuishan listened to Duishan's advice, and then he would not waste time and try to give more energy right away, and this is the idea. Champion Yuishan began to give a lot of energy to the sword spirit Yugu, and Duishan said the fighter has such strong spiritual energy and he is striking. Yetien realized that the spiritual power of different attributes can move throughout the body, and this is incredible. And Yuishan, he taught many secrets of swords. Sword Spirit. Yugu told Master Yetien that it was very tasty, and his friend Yuishan he helped him a lot, and he never doubted the champion's potential. And at that moment, the silhouette of a dragon appeared, and Yugu's sword became strong, and Yuishan, he managed to infuse the energy of other swords into one, and this is a miracle. Sword Spirit. Yugu is delighted, and he hasn't eaten so much in a long time, and now he has so much energy and he is ready to fight with any strong opponent. Champion Yuishan, he asks his friend Yetien to evaluate the strength of Yugu's sword, and he hopes that he has improved the sword and the blows will become much more powerful and stronger. Sword Spirit. Yugu asked Master Yetien if he really has a new appearance and asks the boss to test him, and they will find out how much Yu has improved the sword. The spirit of the sword. Yugu feels that now he is full of strength and no one is his rival, and even if someone tries to harm his master, he will destroy the enemies. Master Yetien swung his sword and realized the aura was strong, and the sword was stronger than before. And Champion Yuishan. He was not lying, and his friend's methods had improved the sword. Duishan told Master Yetien that tomorrow's fight is no big deal for him. And Yuishan, He asks his friend to lend him a special sword for 2 days after the fight. A day later, the fighters return to the arena to continue the tournament, and Sword Yugu asked the boss if they would have a strong opponent in their fight today. The host said that in the first battle of the day, Yetien will fight Qixie Yuanxing, and the Sword Yugu told the boss that it was their time to show their skills to the weaklings. Qixie Yuanxing asked the crowd who Yetien was and told the weakling not to hide and to quickly come to the arena and accept his death with dignity. The spirit of the sword. Yugu told the boss that their opponent also fights with a sword and they must show the difference between the two. And Yugu is better than any sword. Master Yetien realized that he should be careful in battle, and his opponent Qixie Yuanxing also has a sword with a spirit, and he certainly does not seem like a weak fighter. The host said that Qixie Yuanxing used the unique trick of their 7 Colors League, the Ghost Blade, and he used his trump card at the beginning of the battle. Champion Yuishan, he understood, and it seems that his friend Yetien knows what to do, and he is an experienced fighter and will deal with this situation, and he does not lose control. And at that very moment, Master Yetien delivered his powerful blow to the opponent, and Qixie Yuanxing did not have time to react and defend himself from the enemy's attack. Qixie Yuanxing froze in place and asked Master Yetien how this was possible, and he didn't notice how he struck and it was so fast. Master Yetien told Qixie Yuanxing that he was too slow and clearly couldn't keep up with his attacks, and he still didn't understand what the fighter was hoping for. But when no one expected this, Qixie Yuanxing struck himself with a sword, and he would not lose so shamefully to the scoundrel Yetien and would teach the fighter manners. Qixie Yuanxing has become powerful, and his body has undergone a transformation, and he threatens Master Yetien and wants to kill him for the sneaky sword attack. The audience is horrified by the physical transformation of Qixie Yuanxing, and he is not a man but a monster, and how he changed form so quickly is unclear. Daisen asks Master Yetien to be careful, and Qixie Yuanxing can't control his emotions and can cause harm, and he is so dangerous. Qixie Yuanxing jumped towards Master Yetien and Champion Yushang, who hopes everything will be okay, and he worries about their friend Yetien. Qixie Yuanxing dealt a powerful blow to his opponent, but Master Yetien managed to defend himself from the enemy's blow. And Qixie says he is very durable. Master Yetien thought about it, and it seems that Qixie Yuanxing absorbed the sword spirit to become stronger, and his power is amazing and the enemy is strong. Qixie Yuanxing began to strike dozens of blows at his opponent, but Tien deftly changed his trajectory and prevented the enemy from hitting his target. Master Yetien noticed that Qixie Yuanxing was so close, but this was clearly not a problem, and the sword needed strength, so he would retreat and find a gap in Qi. Master Tien said the power of the spirit can be released 100% by the combination of human and sword powers, and he learned an important lesson forever. Master Yetien raised his sword and lightning sparked from it, and the fighter had no doubt that he would defeat Qixie Yuanxing, and the opponent had an opening. Qixie Yuanxing continues to attack the enemy, but Master Yetien moves towards the opponent, and lightning will help break Qixie Yuanxing's will. And at that very moment, Master Yetien struck Qixie Yuanxing with lightning and let the opponent learn a valuable lesson and not to underestimate fighters. The host said that Yetien won the fight, and the audience was happy, and that Tien was incredible and had so many techniques and he would defeat any opponent. Sword Spirit. Yugu asked Master Yetien if he was any good, but the boss said that he was not worthy of mention and did not want to apologize for his words. Master Yetien stroked the spirit of the sword Yugu and said that he is the best and that no one can defeat the tandem, and that the master's intellect and the power of Yugu will amaze anyone. Duishan told Master Yetien that he was so strong, and she didn't know that he had so many special moves in his arsenal, and he humiliated Qixie Yuanxing. Master Yetien thought maybe he did something wrong and the schoolgirl Duishan wanted to mock him, and Tien said that he fought with his soul. Champion Yuishan applauded Master Yetien, and today his friend is really good, and to be honest he wouldn't be able to defeat him in a fight and doesn't hide it. Master Yetien asks Champion Yuishan to stop bullying him, and the hand of the 7th League has struck him, and he is now obliged to train harder. Champion Yushang heard that the 7th League has recently become close to the Youth League, so Shang He asks his friend Yetien to be careful. Master Yetien asked Yuishan how this was related, and the champion said the Xin Gang had always been famous in the cultivation world, and that was true. Champion Yuishan he said the Xin Gang wanted to win at the last martial arts conference but failed, and he remembers all the fights. Champion Yushang he said the Xin Gang will return soon, and Yetien angered their spirits in the battle and is afraid they will not let this incident go unnoticed. Master Yetien said a huge thank you to his friend Yuishan. He and his friend will be careful, and well champion warned him about the Xin Gang today. Yetien is only in the tournament because of Wang Hao, and he didn't expect that the martial arts club would become a common battlefield, and he would no longer be able to survive on his own. Champion Yuishan he realized that Yetien is similar to himself who he was a couple of years ago, and hopes that Tien will not stray from the path and will continue his work. Some man was watching Master Yetien from a tree and immediately realized that Wang Xiao was 100% right, and it was not for nothing that he was watching the fighter Ye. The stranger hid in the tree and realized that Master Yetien looked like a very good guy, but he didn't know his true nature, and that was his problem. After some time, Master Yetien came to the building, and Tien wanted to discuss important details with friends, and he went through 2 stages of the tournament with fights. But in the corridor, the master was met by a stranger and asked if it was Yetien, and he had heard many stories about him and wanted to discuss the details in private. Master Yetien took out his sword and pointed it at the stranger, asking who he was and why he should discuss any matters with him and let him answer. The stranger realized that Master Yetien was very fast and should not be trifled with, and that he could teach a lesson with one swing of the sword, and that was dangerous. The stranger asks Master Yetien not to worry, and that he has already come to help him, otherwise he would have attacked long ago and would not have been waiting for him in the corridor. Master Yetien told the stranger that he didn't need help, and if he didn't leave, he should blame himself and he might accidentally hurt the stranger. But when Master Yetien did not expect this, the stranger asked Ye if he was not interested in Wang Haiyin and if his friend knew a lot of information. And at that very moment, the stranger disappeared and told Yetien that they would both see each other tomorrow and he would answer all the master's questions and let his friend think about it. Sword Spirit. Yu Gu asked Master Yetien what he was waiting for, and they had to catch this idiot, otherwise he would escape and they would never catch him. But Master Yetien asks the Sword Spirit Yu Gu not to rush, and he must think everything over, and the stranger's words struck Yetien, and he immediately began to think. Sword Spirit. Yu Gu asked Master Yetien what was wrong, and the stranger was almost gone, and they wouldn't catch him if Master continued standing there. Master Yetien thought he didn't tell anyone why he personally came to the tournament and how the stranger found out about Wang Haiyin, and this is strange. Sword Spirit Yu Gu asked Master Yetien if he really didn't want to catch the stranger, and it was as interesting as in the movie. Master Yetien climbed onto the sword and told the Sword Spirit Yu Gu that he was right, and they could learn something if they followed that guy, and the boss didn't argue. Master Yetien pointed his finger and asked the Sword Spirit Yu Gu not to lag behind and hurry after the stranger. And he will ask many things, and it is so important. The Spirit of the Sword. Yu Gu absolutely agrees with Master Yetien, and he follows the stranger, and he can't hide from the tandem anywhere, and they will punish the bastard. Master Yetien wants to quickly catch the stranger and why he decided to run away without answering his questions, and wants to organize something with him. The stranger was happy and told Master Yetien that he was finally following him, and he began to think that the master would not want to play with him, but he was already mistaken. And at that very moment, the stranger disappeared again, and Master Yetien does not know where the stranger is and why he is hiding everywhere and does not want to discuss everything. The stranger told Master Yetien that since he had decided to pursue him, he wanted to see if the sage could find him. He started a game with the master. Master Yetien didn't expect that the stranger was a genius of disguise and that you couldn't even hear his breathing there. And he thought of everything and earned respect. And at that moment, the stranger threw the sword from the back of Master Yetien and does not want to stand on ceremony, and if the master is weak, he will not dodge the attack. Yu Gu's sword spirit protected the master and shot down the stranger's flying sword, and Master Yetien must not lose concentration because of the idiot in the forest. The stranger told Master Yetien that he underestimated him and that it was a good sword, and Yu Gu said that he had excellent reflexes and where was the thank you for saving him. Master Yetien directed his attack at the stranger and asked if he was Wang Haiyin and not to keep him waiting and to answer his questions before it was too late. The stranger easily defended himself from Master Yetien's attack, and he never doubted Yetien's skills, and he is not the type to lose to enemies. The stranger asked Master Yetien if he really wanted to know about Wang Haiyin, but he was interested in Master Tian himself and his special sword, Yu Gu. The stranger asked Qi Xie Yuanqing if he saw this, and the duet between Yetien and the Yu Gu sword was beautiful, and this was his masterpiece, and he did not forget about creation. Master Yetien was surprised by the stranger's words, and asked if the enemy had really used magic and what was the purpose of his actions, and he did not understand it. The stranger told Master Yetien that of course he was already using magic, and that this was the perfect combination of man and sword, and he realized his technique. The stranger is confident that Master Yetien will be truly strong if he learns to fight with a sword correctly, and that Yetien has a connection with the sword. The stranger realized that Yu Gu's sword spirit looked very good, and if he could absorb it, it would become much stronger and she would reveal her power. Master Yetien told the stranger that he was talking nonsense and that no one could under any circumstances create both the sword and its spirit, and he brazenly deceived everyone. The stranger put the weapon on his hand, and if Master Yetien really wants to fight him there, let him not blame him if he is rude, and he said everything. And then the stranger jumped towards Master Yetien and said that he himself will decide his destiny, and no one will stop him, and he is so strong. Master Yetien and the stranger stand opposite each other, and no one wants to give in to the opponent in strength, and wants to teach a lesson and beat him up. Master Yetien noticed the tip of the stranger's sword had changed so many times, and it seemed the opponent had absorbed more than one spirit and the enemy was insidious. The stranger threw two swords towards Master Yetien, and they will test the opponent's reaction and whether he can dodge all of his enemy's attacks. Master Yetien managed to dodge the opponent's sword, and he is a clever fighter and deliberately lured him into his territory, and it is convenient for him to fight. The stranger told Master Yetien that this is not bad, and the master's reaction is on another level, and he trained his skills and he is an example for others. Master Yetien realized that if the opponent's weapon joins in, it will be bad, and he must take action, and this is not the time to lose control. Master Yetien threw his sword at the stranger, but the enemy's reflexes were also developed, and he dodged the sword without any problems, and it hit the master. The stranger told Master Yetien that he underestimated him, and thought it would be much easier to defeat him. But he is a steadfast teacher and continues to fight. The sword spirit Yugu asks Master Yetien to help him get out, but he is stuck there and can't get out. And why is the master frozen in place? And then, the spirit of the sword. Yugu began to glow, and Master Yetien wondered if the power of the galaxy was activated, and he doesn't remember, but it's fortunate. Master Yetien said that many spirits and swords were involved since even the galaxy's powers were activated, and their opponent was not so simple. The stranger was surprised and asked Master Yetien what he was talking about and what kind of power the galaxy had, and that he should not remain silent and that he was interested in learning everything. The stranger told Master Yetien that he was so funny, and if he killed him, he would receive rare attributes and improve his skills, and that made him happy. The stranger grabbed the sword tightly and he wants to get all the artifacts from Master Yetien. And isn't he afraid that the enemy will torture him in their battle? Master Yetien told the sword spirit Yugu that it was time for action, and didn't he say that he wanted to fight strong fighters and this was his moment? Sword spirit. Yugu told Master Yetien. It was a wonderful feeling when he had the chance to move freely and Master unleashed his movements. The stranger swung his sword and told Master Yetien that he had waited so long and that the day had finally come, and that he would not spare the master and would take his sword. Sword spirit. Yugu asked Master Yetien if the opponent could so easily absorb spirits even directly, and if the master could help him. Master Yetien asks the sword spirit Yugu to keep quiet first, and if this is not dealt with, it could create problems for them in the future. The stranger told Master Yetien that he was good, and it was a pity that he would die today, and if he gave up his sword he would spare him and save the life of the master. Master Yetien began to use the technique against his opponent and said that he would give him the spirit of the sword Yugu only if he himself wanted and decided everything. Sword spirit. Yugu asked, Master Yetien, it seems like the two dragons technique, and they still can't compare to him and his doubles, and this is obvious. The stranger swung his sword and told Master Yetien that he would immediately absorb him, and that it was in vain that he did not personally give him the sword and made a mistake. Master Yetien told his opponent that he has a good appetite and he is not even against helping him, and the stranger's desire is amazing. The spirit of the sword Yugu struck the enemy's sword and told the scoundrel that he was finished, and this time he attacked the wrong opponents and no one would spare him in battle. And then the stranger's sword cracked, and the sword spirit Yugu broke the opponent's weapon with one blow, and they don't know what he was hoping for when he attacked Yetien. Master Yetien told the opponent, this is the last swing and let him eat as much as he wants, but this is the end, and he has decided his fate and they have no regrets. Master Yetien pointed his sword towards the stranger and he got caught and won't get out of this situation and let him pray that he doesn't get injured. The stranger doesn't understand how this is possible, and Master Yetien is clearly already on a different level, and fighting him in open territory is dangerous. Master Yetien knows the power of the Yugu sword is abnormal, and if you don't find the flaws there, it will be difficult to purify it, and it is at its limit, and the enemy is cunning. The stranger began to quietly apply the technique, and he will not give up so easily, and Master Yetien will not make him regret his actions. Master Yetien told the stranger not to try to pull these tricks in front of him, and he reads the opponent's mind and knows what he wants. But the stranger is not sure that he can fulfill the request of Master Yetien, and there is no need to stand in his way, and he knows better how to solve troubles. And at that moment the stranger began to disappear, and he did not have the energy and strength to continue the fight with Master Yetien. And he came up with a plan. Master Yetien wondered if the enemy was retreating, and the sword spirit Yugu was suffocating there, and told the master that he was having difficulty breathing from the smell of their enemy. The stranger told Master Yetien that he remembered him, and would never forget him until he got what he needed and until he met the master again. Master Yetien said that retreating in such a situation is also difficult, and the opponent knew what he was doing and did not leave any traces behind. Sword spirit. Yugu asked Master Yetien why he sat there, and he demands to go after the enemy, and they cannot miss him, and the enemy is so dangerous. Master Yetien said their enemy left blood behind and it wouldn't be difficult to track him down. and the Yugu sword wouldn't let the villain escape and would avenge his sins. Master Yetien applied the opponent's blood to the sword, and the sword spirit Yugu asked the master what he was doing and whether it was hurting him and to stop harming him. Master Yetien was surprised to see how his opponent's blood was corroding Yugu's sword spirit, and he had to rack his brains and come up with a plan to find the enemy. Master Yetien told the sword spirit Yugu that even a little pain makes him scream in agony, and it is worth training in this, and the boss is dissatisfied. Sword spirit Yugu is angry and told Master Yetien that he is still a child, and why can't he treat him better, and the boss is always making complaints. Master Yetien told the sword spirit Yugu that they should improve their relationship and that they would not waste time and start training, and he decided everything. Sword spirit Yugu told Master Yetien that he is a devil, but the master clearly does not agree with him, because he is the kindest person in the world and respects everyone. Master Yetien applies the technique and noted that in this battle the connection with the sword spirit of Yugu was smoother, and he is pleased with the progress, and this makes him happy. Sword spirit Yugu asked Master Yetien what he was doing to him again, and what happened to his body, and why he was making the sword spirit suffer. Master Yetien told the sword spirit Yugu that he is the sword, and they are both one, and no enemy will break their connection, and they both control their powers. Master Tian told the sword spirit Yugu that they must learn to get along and understand each other, which is the starting point of the spirit swords. Master Yetien is not worried, and the spirit of the sword Yugu will withstand the load. And Yuishan. He put the sword to the test, but Yugu did not break, and the sword is strong. Master Yetien raised his sword, and he has no time to rest when all their enemies are on guard and preparing their serious attacks, and he knows the risk. Lightning erupted from the Yugu sword, and Master Yetien realized that everything was going according to plan, and Wang Haiyan would regret that he had gotten involved with him and wanted to manipulate him. Master Yetien has begun to merge with the Yugu sword, and no one will interfere with his plans and let the enemies wait, and soon he will destroy everyone, and this is his goal. The next day, people heard that Yuishan's opponent was found dead, and they said that the spirit's strength had disappeared and the spirit itself had also disappeared from the body. Duishan thought she would see the champion fight between Yuishan He and Yetien today, but it looks like the tournament organizers have changed the schedule, and there is a reason. Duishan asked the champion Yuishan whose turn it was and whose fight they would see first, and Duishan was so interested in finding out all the information. Champion Yuishan He didn't sleep well today, so he hopes he can rest. But Brother Yetien must not give in or he will be offended. Master Yetien thought about the people's words and whether the spirit had really disappeared, and it was so strange, and it seemed like Yetien was missing an important detail in this matter. Master Yetien wondered if the human spirit could be so easily absorbed, and he didn't know about it, and the news shocked the genius. Champion Yuishan, he asked Master Yetien what he was thinking about, and that he shouldn't worry about other events and that he was still participating in the tournament. But suddenly at that moment someone approached his friends and said that he and Master Yetien were true enemies, and he was waiting for the master to come to fight. Master Yetien was surprised and wondered if this was the stranger with whom he had fought so desperately yesterday, and the opponent's spirit had become stronger overnight. The stranger took off his robe, and he should say thank you to the bosses and the organizers who helped him avoid a lot of problems, and it's so cool. Master Yetien noticed that everything had changed, and it seemed that Yuishan's death was also his doing, and he was very dangerous for all people, and he would protect them. The stranger stood in front of Master Yetien and said the scoundrel would pay with his life for yesterday's antics, and he would no longer pity the weakling. Master Yetien asked the stranger if he really wanted to take a life, and he was afraid that he himself would be the only one to lose his life, and he shouldn't get too cocky there. And at that moment, the stranger began to strike many blows at Master Yetien, and he has an excellent spirit, and he will not spare the impudent one and will destroy them. Master Yetien asked the stranger if he had figured out the technique, and he was confused in his thoughts, and the sword spirit Yugu wanted to punish the scoundrel. The stranger told the sword spirit Yugu that it was time for him to change his master, and together they would become even stronger and defeat all rivals. The sword spirit Yugu told the stranger that he couldn't even defeat his shadow, and if he wanted to become its master, he would have to try harder in their fight. The spirit of the sword Yugu pierced the opponent and said that he would soon send the enemy to the next world, and that it was in vain that he got involved with Master Yetien and that he was the best there. The stranger asked the sword spirit Yugu if this was all that the legendary sword spirit Yugu was capable of, but the sword said it hit the mark. Master Yetien began to use the technique, and the opponent clearly did not expect that he and the sword spirit Yugu came up with a brilliant plan. And this is strange. Master Yetien told the ice dragon to awaken, and he was tired of all the games and tricks of the opponent, and his end was near, and he would smash the enemy in an instant. The stranger was shocked and asked Master Yetien where he got his special and powerful strength from and whether he underestimated his opponent's skills in their fight. Master Yetien ordered the dragon to capture the opponent and help defeat the villain, and the enemy made a mistake when he thought that he was smarter than Master Ye. Sword spirit Yu Gu asked Master Yetien if he would really leave the enemy alive, and he changed his mind so quickly and he did not understand the boss's logic. Duishan told Master Yetien that his connection with the Yu Gu sword was astounding. And Yushang, he said they hadn't seen each other for a day, and he had already improved his skills. Master Yetien knows, and he will never admit his mistakes, and there is no need to reproach him for anything, and all his friends always support him. There's a man watching the fight from the crowd, and he's very interested, but it's not time to intervene yet, and he'll obviously wait for the perfect moment. Master Yetien keeps his eyes on the man in the crowd, and he seems to know who it is, and that this is the culprit of all the events, and he will remember him. Master Yetien realized that this man Wang Haiyan is planning many evil things and he must stop his plans, and this is very important. Master Yetien is serious and told people to get out of the way, and he will not let Wang Haiyan escape, and he will answer for all the vile deeds of Master Ye, Sword Spirit. Yu Gu told the boss that he is already there and waiting for them to catch their main enemy. And they have been looking for Wang Haiyan for a long time but have not caught him. Master Yetien jumped on the Sword Spirit Yu Gu and ordered to go after Wang Haiyan. And where did this scoundrel get so much impudence, and they will punish the enemy for everything? Champion Yushang, who said that this was the Yu Gu sword to Master Yetien, and he himself did not know that the sword was so good, and Duishan read about it in books. After a couple of minutes, Master Yetien caught up with Wang Haiyan and wanted to slowly ask him questions and let the enemy answer or face pain from the sword. Master Yetien jumped towards Wang Haiyan and hit him with the Yu Gu sword, and then the scoundrel would forever remember that it is forbidden to harm other people. Wang Haiyan told Master Yetien that he came anyway, and why he was so eager to go to the other world, and he could arrange everything there. And at that very moment, Wang Haiyan disappeared and asked Master Yetien not to waste his time trying to catch him, and he clearly wouldn't succeed. Master Yetien is at a loss, and Wang Haiyan is very cunning, and one must be careful in battle with him, and with any mistake the enemy will immediately be seriously wounded. Master Yetien turned around and said to Wang Haiyan, "It wasn't him, why all these illusions? And didn't he want to discuss everything with the master personally?" Wang Haiyan told Master Yetien that he himself says that the body is just profit for him, and he shouldn't dwell on this, and they still have many plans. Wang Haiyan asked Master Yetien about joining his side, and together they would achieve success and conquer the world. But Master Yetien struck his opponent with a sword and told Wang Haiyan that there was only one thought in his head, and that was his death, and he would find him so soon. Wang Haiyan told Master Yetien that he has ambition, but he is too naive and relies on his friends, and his feelings prevent him from becoming stronger. Wang Haiyan knows that Master Yetien is so desperate. But what about all his acquaintances, and are they similar to him? And it seems Tian doubts them. Wang Haiyan told Master Yetien not to forget about dear Tian Shui, and he must think 100 times about his family and friends. Master Yetien told Wang Haiyan that he had underestimated his insolence and immediately asked what he wanted and why he was putting so much pressure on his psyche and preventing him from thinking. Wang Haiyan thanked Master Yetien, and he thought he was an idiot, but the last battle changed his mind, and he is clearly an extraordinary person. Wang Haiyan told Master Yetien that he has enormous potential, and that Wang Haiyan will help him to fully develop it, and he will realize all his talents. Wang Haiyan asked Yetien if he didn't like Tian Shui and let her go over to his side and she would be his slave and guarantee everything. Master Yetien asked the sword spirit Yu Gu if his entire spirit could be transformed into a fiery strike, and the sword could realize Master Yi's idea. Wang Haiyan told Master Yetien not to test his patience, and he will not wait long for his answer and will start to act, and he is not joking there. But Master Yetien doesn't want to put down his sword, and Wang Haiyan told the fool Yetien that it's useless to talk to him about anything, and it's better to show all his power. And at that moment, Master Yetien used the Fire Dragon technique, and Wang Haiyan lost his boundaries and brazenly threatened everyone, and he will fix it. Wang Haiyan called Master Yetien an idiot and asked him to wait, because soon everything that was dear to him would come to an end and he would take Yetien's friends away. Wang Haiyan told Master Yetien that he couldn't save all his friends and family. But Tian told the enemy that he burned his doll to ashes and he deserved it. Master Yetien asks Wang Haiyan not to worry, and he has 999 ways to kill the enemy, and he will take revenge on the enemy. Wang Haiyan understood, and it seems that Master Yetien is not so simple, and he is strong and has many dangerous techniques in his arsenal, and he is capable of harming enemies. The assistant told Mr. Wang Haiyan that people are on the line and they are waiting for him to give them all the information and hopes the boss will take the time to talk to everyone. Wang Haiyan asked his assistant. It seems that this is Lin Yinan from the island, and he has many plans for the future, and these people are connected with an important matter. At this time, Lim Yongnam is sitting in the building and people are asking Mr. not to be nervous, and Wang Xiao will also arrive soon and answer all the questions. And then Wang Haiyan appeared on the screen and said, "Good afternoon" to the guests, and he was glad that each of them took the time and paid attention to the details. Wang Haiyan would like to discuss the reward and hopes that all colleagues are already interested in helping Wang and that he will never abandon them all in trouble. Mr. asks Wang Haiyin to continue talking about the conditions and all the people listen to him with interest, and he is an authority among many clans in the city. Wang Haiyin told the people that those who bring him Yetien's head will receive a reward of $500 million and a talisman, and Wang guarantees. Lim Yongnam asked Wang Haiyin who made him so generous, and if he were in his place, he would deal with Yetien himself if it was important. Wang Haiyin told Lim Yongnam, "That is the power of wealth, and he does not have to get his hands dirty," and asked what Mr. Lim Yong was unhappy about. Lim Yongnam told Mr. Wang Hao that he is just a strong man and used to like to do everything himself, and thought that Wang Hain and Wang Hao were dangerous. At this time, Yu Shanghe and Duishan found Yetien's friend, and she asked why he left the arena so suddenly, and they did not have time to catch up with Yetien. Master Yetien told his colleagues that Wang Haiyin was about to fight, and he wanted to know how strong their main enemy was, and that he was a secretive type. Champion Yu Sheng he told his friend Yetien that this time is similar to the last one, and he remembers well what happened a year ago, and the events are repeating themselves again. Master Yetien told Yushan that this time Wang Haiyin's target is the entire martial arts world, and they all need to be extremely careful with the enemy. Duishan told Master Yetien that it looks like a sword that can cultivate to the 6th or middle level, and it's all her guesswork. Master Yetien asked Duishan how the 6th level can be compared to the middle level, and whether she has knowledge of swords or not. San tells Master Yetien, and this is exactly what she said. It's easier to remember, and she always looks for easy ways and remembers data. Master Yetien said, Duishan is probably easier to remember with numbers rather than complex names, and a friend suggests changing the Dewey method. Yu Shenghe said that now many sects are under Wang's control, but only 12 magicians and the 8 trigram gate are on the neutral side. Champion Yu Shanhe told his friends that if they don't stop Wang, the real world of China will be in danger and Wang will eliminate all his rivals. Master Yetien told Yu Shanhu that instead of being nervous, they should try to attract other sects to their side. And this is important. Duishan will try to convince the owner to help them, and he will listen to her and will not refuse because she has saved him so many times and she will not abandon her friends. Yu Shenhe remembers how the leader said that he has some influence on the dragon sect and let Master Yetien leave this matter to his friend. Master Yetien said a huge thank you to his friends and he appreciates their help, and now it's his turn to strike the enemy and let Wang wait for their visit. At this time, Mr. Wang's colleagues ask others not to interfere with bringing the boss his goal, and they know that Yetien and Yue Xinghe have a good relationship. And then people noticed silhouettes in front of them, and it was Yetien himself, and they didn't have to look for him. And the prey came to the hunter itself, and it's cool. The man told Master Yetien that it was better to arrive on time than to arrive early to the party. And he and his friends arrived on time, and everyone would accept their fate. And at that moment, the enemies threw axes at Master Yetien, and he was no obstacle to them all. And why did the idiot decide that he could brazenly come to the opponent? But Master Yetien easily repelled the axes. But the sword spirit Yugu was angry and told the boss that he could have repelled the axes without him, so why bother him? Mr. Wang's colleagues surrounded Master Yetien and his friends, and this time he has nowhere to run, and let his colleagues not dare to interfere with him in battle. Master Yetien said that Wang's people arrived very early and asked his friend Yu Shanhe to keep an eye on Duishan, and he would deal with the villains in battle. One of Mr. Wang's men asked his colleagues if they should really fight this weakling, and Mr. Wang thought too highly of Tien. The guy told his colleagues that there were enough of them to play with Master Yetien, and he went to bed and wouldn't interfere with having fun with the boss's enemy. Master Yetien remembered, and according to Duishan, all these people are of the 3rd and 4th level, but they are only afraid of the person who left. Master Yetien told Yu Shanhe that he can handle the fighters himself, and he must take Duishan to a safe place, and he trusts his friend in everything. Champion Yu Shanghe told his friend Yetien that of course he understands that these weaklings will not hurt him, but he asked him to be careful in the fight with them. The master told the enemies his name is Yetien, and he came to them, and if they want his head, they can attack, and he is ready to defend himself from all attacks. The fighter asks the idiot, Yetien not to blame them, and he is worth a lot, and they want to get the jackpot and are obliged to bring it to Boss Wang, and this is their task. But Master Yetien used the Fire Dragon technique and defeated the enemy and asks the next opponent to come and fight him face to face. The fighter asked his friends what they were afraid of, and Yetien was an ordinary fighter, and they should attack him together, and then the enemy would lose concentration. Master Yetien asked his opponents if this was all they were capable of, and if they were too weak, and he felt sorry to beat them and waste his strength. Master Yetien smashed all the enemy's attacks with one swing of the sword Yugu, and he told the opponents that they were annoying like small mosquitoes and enraged. Master Yetien noticed that it seemed like the enemies were preparing to kill him and take his sword made of fishbone, and their boss Wang was interested in a special sword. Master Yetien told the scoundrels that he had spent a lot of spiritual power, and that this battle could not be prolonged too much, and that he would use his trump card in their fight. But at that very second, an explosion was heard, and someone aimed at the opponents and did not hit Master Yetien, and he did not understand anything there yet. Someone dealt a lot of attacks to the opponents and saved Master Yetien there from unnecessary trouble. And this fighter has a lot of special moves, and he is so strong. Master Yetien was surprised to see this man who single-handedly smashed a crowd of enemies into pieces, and he arrived in time and attacked the villains. Someone continues to beat the enemies and asks Master Yetien for forgiveness for being late, and now he is safe and they will cover the genius. And then Shang Qin and Hong Linger appeared in front of Master Yetien, and they asked the master to let them finish off the vile enemies and the ladies are ready. But suddenly, at that moment, one of the enemies attacked Shang Qin, and he will teach the impudent ladies a lesson and why they can't sit at home, and the ladies made a mistake. But Shang Qin managed to hit her opponent, and she always believes in her own strength and she is ready to protect Master Yetien from any villains. The enemy was in great pain from Shang Qin's blow, and he didn't think that the ladies were so strong, and Master Yetien had trained them well, and they were both professionals. Hong Ling swung her sword and wounded two opponents at once, and she has nothing to worry about because Shang Qin will cover her, and she is the best. The sword spirit Yu Gu was delighted and asked Master Tian who these beauties were and why they were helping them. And it was a pity that their figures were a bit flat. Master Tian told the sword spirit Yu Gu that these were his disciples from the Lingtian Meng clan and asked the ladies why they came there and surprised the teacher so much. Shang Qin asked Master Yetien how he could be happy about participating in such an interesting martial arts tournament, and she was so angry. Master Yetien wondered why Shang Qin had already decided that the tournament was so interesting, and it seemed like they both didn't know many secrets. Hong Ling asks Master Yetien to rest, and he is so strong, and he and the little girl, Shang Qin, will defeat all the enemies, and it will not be a problem for them. Master Yetien thought that he, Shang Qin, and Hong Ling had not seen each other for a long time, but they had grown so much, and he was glad that he taught them many techniques. Master Yetien thinks Shang Qin will leave someone alive there for interrogation, and everything must be finished clearly and quickly and without delay. Champion Yuishang. He asks his brother Yetien to let him help, and he will not delay with the enemies for long and will quickly deal with everyone there. Master Yetien told Shang Qin and Hong Ling that they arrived there in time and asked to lend him some of their spiritual power to attack. Master Yetien knows the skill of using the sword, which has already emerged from the continuation of the spiritual power of the 10 Directions cultivation method. Sword Spirit Yu Gu asked Master Yetien what this new technique was, and he had never seen anything like it, and it seemed like the master was hiding all the information. Master Yetien uses the technique of glorious light of the sun and moon, but in his technique, these 5 mountains are unique, and he has not forgotten the actions of the enemy. Master Yetien is serious and has knocked over Mount Tai, and his 5 mountains technique has never failed him during battles, and Tian is confident. All the friends noticed a bright glow in the sky, and Master Yetien is one of the strongest cultivators in the city and is able to use techniques. Master Yetien threw 5 mountains at his opponents, and they stood in his way in vain, and he will not spare those who threatened Master Ye's friends and loved ones. Champion Yuishang. He realized Master Yetien was strong, and at first he underestimated the master's skills, but he saw everything from the example and became silent. The sword spirit Yu Gu told Master Yetien that he was very strong, and with just one move he was able to punish the vile enemies, and Yetien didn't even have to strain himself. Friends told brother Yetien that he is the coolest and used a technique that made his opponents forget about everything, and now everyone is gone from this world. But one of the fighters told Master Yetien and his friends that they were idiots, and it seemed that the Hua state was not as boring as he had previously imagined. The fighter told Master Yetien that they were offering $5 million for him, and that it was not enough for such a loot. But he had not come in vain and would punish the bastard. Champion Yuishan. He didn't think the enemies would arrive so quickly. He thought they couldn't delay the fight, otherwise they would definitely miss the main villain. Shang Qin told Master Yetien that if he needed help there, he should tell them, and she and Hong Ling swore to protect Master Tian. Hong Ling 100% agreed with Shang Qin and told Yetien that they haven't played enough yet and really want to beat up even more enemies. Master Yetien said that Shang Qin and Hong Ling are not a game or a joke, and Wang Haiyan will not give up so easily and asked them both to come back. Yuishan He thinks it's time for Master Yetien to trust his people there, and asking other people to help them is not an easy task, and he knows all this. Shang Yin told Master Yetien that he also saw them beat up the enemies, and Hong Ling said that they were disciples of the Lingtian Meng clan. Master Yetien told Shang Qin and Hong Ling that it was useless for him to persuade them, so he asked brother Yuishang He to look after them. Master Yetien is a little worried about the man who immediately left the scene of the fight as soon as he appeared. And this greatly worries Yetien. The man who disappeared as soon as Master Yetien appeared is already standing in front of the wolves, and he has a plan, and the weaklings will not stop him in this. The fighter threw the balls up and he knows what he's doing, and Master Yetien won't guess his plan and will wonder what his tough enemy has come up with. The wolves froze in place and the fighter paralyzed them with a technique, and he wants to quickly gain strength and energy, and next time he will finish off Yetien. The fighter asks people to come out to him, and it looks like these are people of the 5 elements, and let them not forget to bring Master Yetien to him. And this is the goal of the fighters. The wolves keep disappearing, and the fighter isn't afraid of any wolves, and he's interested in a large beast, and his name is Yetien, and he will soon punish him. All the animals disappeared, and the fighter told the clan people that soon the entire Hua state would be under the Qin gang, and Lin Yunan would be his alone. The next morning, the host struck the gong, and the first tournament of the country of Hua began, and people heard the banal dragon catchers will put forward a fighter. Master Yetien stands in the ring alone against a crowd of opponents, and he has no doubt that he will defeat anyone, even if everyone attacks him in a crowd. People asked if Master Yetien really wants to fight a crowd of strong fighters alone, and it seems he won't notice how he dies in the hands of his opponent. One of the enemies started to attack Master Yetien, and Yuishan said Yushang he acted cruelly and allowed Yetien to fight them alone. The opponent delivered a powerful blow, but Master Yetien managed to dodge the blow and is not worried because his reflexes and reaction are well developed. Another opponent waited for the right moment and attacked Master Yetien from behind, and he won't be able to dodge attacks forever, and Tien is an idiot. Master Yetien retreated to a safe distance and realized something was strange there, and the spiritual powers of their enemies were slowed down, and this was not normal. Sword Spirit. Yu Gu asks Master Yetien to lower him to the ground, and he will quickly defeat the enemies there. But Yetien said the enemies clearly do not cultivate. And then Master Yetien's opponents grew wings, and Tien said to Yu Gu that these people are not ordinary people who cultivate, and this is annoying. Master Yetien is completely shocked. And could it be that the power of 10,000 animals was forcibly placed into his opponents, and he did not expect this in their fight? The opponents surrounded Master Yetien from all sides and would not let him leave and hide. And he himself agreed to fight with everyone and let him take the pain. And at that very moment, the opponents rushed towards Master Yetien and want to prove that impudent behavior can destroy a fighter, and Tien is an example. Duishan looks at Master Yetien and tells her friend to be careful and that he is in danger and that the opponents want to attack and kill Yetien together. Duishan told Master Yetien that if something happened to him, she would not survive it and that he should not take any risks and give up rather than get injured. But Master Yetien is not nervous and he is ready to fight back against his opponents. And it is not for nothing that he took on the fight with everyone at once and wants to prove a lot to the audience. Master Yetien realized that the coordination of spiritual energy was not affected at all, and these 5 fighters had definitely lost their minds, and he felt sorry for them. Master Yetien's opponents are emitting dark energy, and they have all lost control of themselves and do not know how to think rationally. Master Yetien realized that his opponents couldn't even be called people, and who invented and uses such terrible dark art and magic there. Master Yetien suddenly changed his trajectory and immediately flew in the other direction, and 5 opponents rushed after him. And this is the plan. Master Tian has known for a long time that the dark force has not overcome the light force, and these strange methods prove how worthless the villains are. Sword Spirit. Yu Gu told Master Yetien he is really cool and asked what this new technique is, and he didn't tell him important information about it. Master Yetien wasted no time in using the 5 mountains technique and the mountain sword technique, leaving no chance for his opponents, and they fell into his trap. Master Yetien's opponents were in great pain from the special technique, and they did not expect that he had deliberately lured them into a trap, and he decided to injure them. Sword Spirit. Yu Gu asked Master Yetien when the boss will kill the enemies if he hits them slowly and makes them tense their muscles. Master Yetien told the Sword Spirit Yu Gu that they clearly wouldn't be able to kill their opponents and that they needed to be taught a lesson so that their enemies would be afraid to harm their friends. Sword Spirit Yu Gu told Master Yetien that he was taking so long that he himself felt disgusted, and why didn't he kill them immediately and what was the problem? Master Yetien told the Sword Spirit Yu Gu that their opponents' bodies were tuned so that they were almost immortal, and it seemed like they were sent there on purpose. Sword Spirit Yu Gu asked Master Yetien if the opponents were truly immortal and couldn't be killed in any way, and let him come up with a plan. Master Yetien told the Sword Spirit Yu Gu that this is not entirely true, and asked the spirit to look at the opponents and see for himself that Boss Ye's methods are the best. Master Yetien's opponents are suffering, and he has injured their bodies with his technique, and the blow has reached each of the enemies, and they do not know where to hide from the attacks. Sword Spirit. Yu Gu was surprised and asked Master Yetien what was going on, and didn't he say that their opponents had an immortal body and lied? But Master Yetien told the sword spirit Yu Gu that their opponents had some limitation on the use of spiritual energy, and he noticed the weakness, sword spirit. Yu Gu is furious and asked Master Yetien. It seems he wants to stall for time as much as possible, but Yu Gu thinks this is a stupid plan from Boss Ye. All of Master Yetien's opponents lost consciousness, and the enemy's attack was powerful and no one survived the attacks, and they regretted that they fought with Tian. Master Yetien said the opponents are not moving, and now they can find the manipulator along their lines, and the main culprit is hiding somewhere. Master Yetien released the necessary things from the opponents' bodies, and the main villain was wrong to underestimate him, and he will find and avenge their sins. Master Yetien asked the enemy not to hide there, and he already knows that he is in a crowd of people and hoped that his dolls could defeat him in the tournament. The fighter told his colleagues that the man Mr. Wang Haiyan chose was indeed not bad, and that drastic measures had to be taken against Yetien. Lim Yong-nam said that finally someone will play with him, and he has been waiting for a long time for an opponent of equal strength, and the fighter Yetien must live up to expectations. Master Yetien asks his friends to take care of Duishan, as it is dangerous there and Lim Yong-nam can harm her, but he will protect his family from enemies. Master Yetien told Lim Yong-nam that he had already seen worthy people in the state of Hua, and he was a dirty rat hiding in the crowd and he was weak. Lim Yong-nam invited Master Yetien to play in a dark place and whether he dares to challenge him, and he is interested to find out soon. Master Yetien told his friends that they should take care of other enemies, and he would go there to kill Lim Yong-nam and would be back in a second. Master Yetien stood in front of Lim Yong-nam and asked if he was the only one who wanted to fight him, and wasn't afraid that his opponent would send him to the next world. Lim Yong-nam asks, Master Yetien, not to think that he is fighting only against him, and doesn't he see how many dolls he has, and that's a fact. Master Yetien told people to quickly run away from there, because the enemy's powder is poisonous and they can suffer, and Lim Yong-nam will not spare anyone. The fighters said the Five-Element sect will never abandon any of its people and they live and die together. And this is already the code of the sect. Master Yetien told his colleagues that the other people were fine, and that they were lying unconscious because they had used up all the important spiritual energy key. Dai-san fell to her knees and begged Master Yetien not to lose control no matter what happened to her, and he should not go to meet the enemy. Lim Yong-nam asked Master Yetien, it seems he knows this doll and it's good, and he can blackmail Yetien in this way in extreme cases. Lim Yong-nam controls a crowd of people, and other people said Lim is vile, and offered to share the reward and cast a spell on the cult members. People asked Lim Yong-nam if he was really trying to fight against all the cultivators of Hua City, and if he believed in his own strength so much. Lim Yong-nam said he was born in a foreign country and became famous in the island country, and never took into account the country of Hua and despised. And then, Lim Yong-nam sent the dolls to Master Yetien, and the cultivators of the country of Hua will fall by his hand, and how Yetien will fight with his friends. Lim Yong-nam understood, and Master Yetien found a weak spot in his magic, but he couldn't hold out any longer and ordered the dolls to attack him from all sides. Duishan wanted to hit Master Yetien with a sword, but her friend saved her from the effects of Lim Yong-nam's magic and remembers how he promised to protect her everywhere. Master Yetien did not let Duishan fall, and she asked her friend for forgiveness and did not want to harm her friend's health. And Dewey did not understand what came over her. Other Lim Yong-nam dolls continue to attack Master Yetien, and he has lost a lot of energy and cannot defeat hundreds of people at once. But at that very moment, a bright light appeared in the arena, and someone asked Master Yetien for forgiveness for being late and to fix the troubles. Zhong Dai and Yue Shangyun and his brother Yu Shang, who rode there, and they are a special squad of dragon hunters, came to help Master Yetien. All of Master Yetien's friends have started using defensive techniques and will not allow the vile Lim Yong-nam to harm their colleague. And this is so important. Shang Qin and Hong Ling are said that the Cloud Sect and Master Yetien are in good hands, and so many friends will not let anyone harm Master Ye. Master Yetien entered the portal and told Lim Yong-nam to show himself, and he is a coward who runs when he senses danger and he does not want to fight. Lim Yong-nam told Yetien that this is his space and he is in his power, and only he can decide the fate of the master and let him accept his fate in battle. But Master Yetien took out his sword and told Lim Yong-nam that he didn't care at all, and that he wanted to kill him so that everyone else would learn their lesson forever. But at this moment, Lim Yong-nam created many clones and surrounded Yetien. And Lim asked the opponent to guess which one is the original enemy. Lim Yong-nam told Master Yetien that he is in charge of this place and what he can do, and let him answer the question, and he is interested to know. Lim Yong-nam told Master Yetien in Hua City that all people are cowards and worthless like him, and the idiot there wants to solve problems by closing his eyes. But when Lim Yong-nam did not expect this, Master Yetien swung his sword, and it was not in vain that he closed his eyes, and the enemy did not understand who he was fighting there. Lim Yong-nam was surprised, and could Yetien really see through his illusion? And it was impossible because he created this place, and Tien accidentally hit. Master Yetien told Lim Yong-nam that in this dark spiritual place he no longer exists, but his life is attached to everything, and this is a fact. Master Yetien told Lim Yong-nam that the enemy is no longer able to create such a place because his body cannot merge with it, and this is a weakness. Ever since Lim Yong-nam started practicing the secret magic of the island country, he has killed everyone who knew about his secret, and he is not lying. Lim Yong-nam understood the truth, and the sword in the hands of Master Yetien helped him. And the sword, Yugu, is unusual and in vain. He did not take this fact into account and is now in danger. Master Yetien jumped and Lim Yong-nam thought it looked like a world power, and it's not for nothing that many fighters fear Master Yetien's attacks, and he's cool. Master Yetien uses the 5 mountains circular balance technique, and their enemy Lim Yong-nam himself has fallen into the trap and will not get out. And how naive. Lim Yong-nam is very nervous and he began to lose spiritual power. And what kind of special technique does the villain Yetien use and take them by surprise? Master Yetien told Lim Yong-nam that spiritual power arose from the world. Power just as the small island country arose from the country of Hua. Master Yetien said no matter how great the secret magic of the island country is, compared to Hua, all their magic is still small and insignificant. Master Yetien told Lim Yong-nam that he received his spiritual power from the people of Hua country, and it is time to return to them what he brazenly took from them. Lim Yong-nam asked Master Yetien if the people of the island country were not part of the Hua state, and if that was how he treated his brothers. Master Yetien dealt a powerful blow to Lim Yong-nam, and this is not what he said before, and the enemy said, Yetien, Mr. Wang will destroy the bastard. Champion Yuishan, he knew 100% that his friend Yetien would defeat and punish the scoundrel who dared to attack Master Tien's friends. Hongling Air told everyone that her master will never lose, and that he is smarter than any other fighter and a genius of tactics and strategy, and he proved it to everyone. Shangqian Huya told the people that Master Yetien is the best cultivator in the state of Hua, and let them remember his name because he got their enemies. Master Yetien came out of the portal, and the fighters asked the master what the result was, and they were so interested to know whether Lim Yong-nam won the fight. Master Yetien wiped the blood from his sword and thought he couldn't help but show his students a masterclass so they could learn from the example of the best geniuses. Master Yetien told his friends that he had completed his mission and killed Lim Yong-nam, and his blood served as revenge for the good innocent people. Master Yetien realized that even the Demon King clan in the island country became Wang Haiyan's ally, and now he is defeated by him, and this is a problem. The fighters from the 5 Elements sect told Master Yetien that instead of punishing them for their meanness, he saved them, and the fighters will never forget. The sage told Master Yetien that their 5 Elements sect always values kindness and loyalty, and they saw him as the master of their clan today. The 5 Elements sect fighters told Master Yetien that they were not lying and would follow him anywhere and help him at any time in the future. Master Yetien thanked the fighters, but he had not settled personal matters with the others, and now he cannot be their master, and there are reasons for this. Champion Yushang had told Master Yetien that all the people had woken up and his friend was asking Duishan to get up, and why hadn't she come to her senses yet? Master Yetien told the 5 Elements sect fighters that they would discuss everything later, and that his girlfriend was injured, and he had to check on her condition there. Master Yetien is very nervous and asked his friend Yushan why Duishan hasn't woken up yet, and whether she has received any serious injuries. Yushan He doesn't know, but Duishan fell into a coma as soon as she got rid of Lim Yong-nam's control, and he noticed this pattern on Duishan's skin. Master Yetien said this is the sign of the Immortal Sword Clan, and usually all people don't know about them, and he learned about them from ancient books and what they need. For a long time, the clan of the Sword of the Immortals were solitary practitioners, and such symbols were carved on their skin from birth, and they knew the spirit of the weapon. Tens of years ago, the Immortal Sword Clan was already slaughtered by the Demon King clan and their allies, and since then, the Sword Clan has disappeared. Master Yetien asks Yushan He to step aside, and he believes the demonic spirit of King Lim Yong-nam is the main cause of Duishan's coma. Master Yetien knows that immortal swords have a close connection with the sword spirit, and this can awaken Duishan and hopes that everything will be fine with her there. The spirit of the sword Yugu is glad, and his spirit helps his sister Duishan, and how this power goes away. And can the owner explain all the information and he will understand the essence? Yetien asks the sword spirit Yugu not to talk nonsense and be careful, and he saves people. And the master noticed soul fragments in Duishan's body. And at that moment, the evil spirit began to leave Duishan's body, and he assumed that the villain Lim Yong-nam and his magic were involved in everything. The evil spirit continues to leave Duishan's body, and Master Yetien was able to find out the reason for his friend's coma in a couple of minutes and protect her parasite. Master Yetien ordered the sword spirit Yugu to destroy the evil spirit, and it brazenly harmed Duishan's sister. But fortunately, the illness was noticed in time. Friends noticed, and Duishan wakes up and Master Yetien performed a miracle. And no one believed that he could save his sister from a coma, and he is a genius. Master Yetien assessed the strong and incredible aura of the Duishan sword, and he was convinced that it was definitely the sword of the immortals, and that was a fact. Duishan told Master Yetien that from now on her life is connected with his, and she will follow her friend to the end wherever he goes. Zhong Dai said the immortal sword family and her blood dragon squad, and she had been looking for them for more than 30 years, and Jinan is on the Tian side. Zhong Dai said, the era of the Blood Dragon Squad has arrived and Yu Shanhe's brother must accept all the conditions, and he knows it was Zhang Qichai. Yu Shanghe told the Dragon Hunter squad that he can push aside the Heavenly Leaf martial arts of Lord Ling country, and this is the leader's goal. All the people bowed and asked Master Yetien to help the people and the 5 elements to help him in any situation, and the master earned trust. Master Yetien listens to the words of people, and he only helped them in a dangerous moment and is obliged to protect the residents, and how could he leave them there in trouble? Master Yetien thought that if he had received such a position in his past life, Tiansui would not have been captured by Wang Haiyin, and this is a fact. Sword Spirit. Yugu is very happy, and Master Yetien has become rich and asked if Yugu can enjoy plenty of food every day from now on. Yu Xinghun told his friend Yetien that the martial arts continent exists to cultivate world leaders among cultivators and talents. Yu Shenghu asked Master Yetien why he didn't want to be a leader, but Yetien told his friend he was just thinking about the past, and that was not the case. Yu Shenghe told Master Yetien that in his heart, he is the ideal candidate for the leadership position this year, and the sect leader also agrees with Yu Shenghe. Master Yetien told his colleagues that he is not someone who seeks glory and triumph, and that he is only at the tournament because of some personal disputes and to protect the country. Master Yetien is ready to work to save the country of Hua. But only after the force threatening the world of cultivators is destroyed will he leave. Shang Qinqin and Hong Ling are bowed before the leader. Yetien and all the people respect him and are willing to go anywhere, and he is an example for them. The people on behalf of the 7 sects give Master Yetien their marks and officially recognize Yetien as the leader of the cultivator world in Hua country, and he is the boss. Master Yetien values the trust of his friends, but he has something he needs to discuss with the leaders and asks his loved ones to follow the leader. Master Yetien asks Duishan to go with them, and she has been through a lot, and he wants to be sure that he can protect her from dangerous opponents. Shang Qinqin told Master Yetien that it was unfair, and she was his first student, and why did he choose a newbie, and Duishan was still so weak. Master Yetien asks Hong Ling to take Shang Qinqin to wait for him quietly, and he will discuss all matters with her after talking with the heads. The leaders told the leader, Yetien, that they were surprised that he called them all to a meeting, and it seemed that the situation required drastic measures, and this was so important. Master Yetien first wants to ask the heads what their opinion is of Duishan's strength level, and it is important for Yetien to hear the opinions of all the heads. The head of the 5 Elements sect has revealed Duishan's strength, the phase of spiritual flow at the fundamental level, and there is a hint of a breakthrough in her strength. Zhong Dai said, from the Blood Dragon Squad. She doesn't like the old names, and Duishan is in a state of body shape change, and it's easier this way. According to the Water Sect, the power of Duishan should be called the 2nd level in the stage of preserving the backwater. But no one understands the strange terms. Master Yetien told the heads that they have very different understandings of how to evaluate the development of the fighter's strength and how all the heads will defeat the enemy. Duishan asked Master Yetien if she wanted to show the heads the data and materials she spoke about so that they could take action. Master Yetien noticed this before, and Duishan was not only focused on studying the sword spirit, but also Duishan was studying the source of spiritual power. Duishan asked Master Tian if he really wanted to leave something so important to her, and it seemed like he trusted her completely. Master Tian first wants to reorganize the spiritual system of the country of Hua, and Duishan must do this and save the alliance from shame. Duishan is happy, and then she will be the first to present innovations and will be grateful for advice on how to improve the system for their evaluation. Duishan told the heads that if the foundation is not installed, they have no chance of building any kind of system, and she took a landmark and called it a point. Starting from the first point, Duishan released half of her spiritual powers, and based on this, she will say that she already has 80 points. The head of the 5 Elements sect said it was about 30% of his spiritual power, and according to Duishan, he had 50 points. Zhong Dai told Master Yetien that she was interested in the points in his spiritual key and whether he could answer her question, and this was so important. Master Yetien told Zhong Dai that since she was curious, he would show her 20% of her spiritual key. But let it remain their secret. Duishan is shocked by Master Yetien. And this is the power of the vast universe, and she always thought this power was exaggeration from ancient books and stories. Dui San is at a loss, and is Master Yetien really that strong? And he has amazed her, and she wants to know the limit of her friend's potential, and he is cool. Dui San can follow a strong man of this level, and it is like a dream. And Master Yetien is an incredible person, and he excites her. Master Yetien asked Dui San if she had not conducted research on the magical attributes, and if Dui could tell the leaders the results. Dui San agrees with Master Yetien, and she is distracted and fantasizes about a romantic relationship with Yetien's friend, and he is so good at everything. The leader said that in their 8 trigram sect, there are geniuses like him and her. But he didn't even know about it, and it's some kind of shame, and he learned everything. But Duisan told the leader that she was just studying theory and wasn't good at cultivation skills, so it was normal that he didn't know about everything. Zhang Daidai said the leaders know the depth of cultivation methods more important than ordinary practice, and asks Duisan to teach his friends the techniques. Duisan is very worried and asks the leaders not to be so polite, and she is not so experienced yet, and asked Master Yetien how to solve the matter. Master Yetien asks Duisan not to panic, and he will clearly show everything, and she should just comment, and the heads will understand what is going on. Master Yetien asks the sword spirit Yugu to follow him and show his friends their skills. And Yugu is happy, and it is finally time for the debut. Dui San said the Yugu's sword contains world power, and it imports various spiritual roots and can fix the flame on the Yugu sword. However, for cultivation with a wood spiritual root like hers, their expenses for this will already be 3 times more than with a fire root. Dui San's power is greater than many, and after activating the world powers, she doesn't have to worry about losing points regardless of her attribute. Zhang Daidai knows that some spells are simple while others are so complex, but she never thought that it had something to do with the attribute. The leader conducted research on the reserves of spiritual energy, and Dui-san is not mistaken, and the leader Yetien can be absolutely sure. Dui-san told Uncle Qian that she would think carefully about his words and that she would not disappoint them and would live up to all the ambitions of the leaders and try hard for them. Master Yetien told the leaders to explain it to him better, and Chief Qian asked the leader what type of treasure it is, and they want to understand the essence. Master Yetien explained everything to his friend and chief. Chen felt that this treasure of theirs always absorbs spiritual energy qi, and they were so lucky. Master Yetien said that the 10,000th stone can already contain the essence of heaven and earth, and how they do not understand the wonders of earth and heaven. Head Qian told leader Yetien that what he said was more inspiring than everything he had learned in 10 years of training, and he was so lucky. The leaders said that if they could borrow the treasure for a couple of days, they would make a breakthrough in development, and they needed to befriend the leader. Master Yetien knows what the leaders are thinking, and he has so many valuable stones and ancient books, and if they want to exchange, there is one condition. The head of the 5 Elements sect said that the Leaf Leader is insightful and they cannot hide their plans from him, and let him report the condition. Master Ye wants the Hua country to abolish all the previous hierarchy and spiritual Kuai system and adopt the system invented by Dui Sun. Master Yetien wants this to be a single world standard and for all the heads to be the first to practice and promote their Dui San method. Dui San told Master Yetien that she agreed 100%, and that together they would achieve success, and that the new system was much simpler than the old one. Zhang Daidai told the leader Yetien that the hunting party already completely agrees with him and will not contradict the leader's order, and he is right in everything. All the heads told the leader Yetien that they would carry out his order and he no longer had to worry, and soon everyone would know about the Dui system. Head Qian said the recommendation of the leader Yetien was the best his 8 trigram sect had received, and Zhang Daidai reminded him of his friendship with Ye. Head Qian and Head Zhang Daidai turned away and argued about who knows leader Yetien better, and they don't want to communicate with each other there. Yu Shenghe told Zhang Daidai that they were still in the office and they had something to show to the leader Yetien, and he was obliged to inform them of the decision. Zhang Daidai told her friends that it looks like the leader Yetien is in the office, and he is talking with Lady Dui-san, who is the descendant of the Sword of the Immortals. Hongling grabbed Shang Qinchin's hand, and they can't give this Dui-san a hand. And they are Mr. Yetien's main disciples and both are his friends. Zhang Daidai told Yushan that he also looks handsome, and why are so many ladies chasing after Yetien, but didn't pay attention to Yu's friend. And then Master Yetien shouted to his friend Yushan He, and he heard that he had something to show him and Dui-san, and he wanted to study the thing quickly. Yushan He told Master Yetien that he found a strange bead where he grabbed Lim Yong Nam, and the master asked if he could show the item. Yusheng He is sad, and Master Yetien is surrounded by so many lovely ladies, and he doesn't even want to show him what he discovered and why fate is cruel. Yu Shenhu knows for sure that something is wrong with the aura on this bead, and he will first find someone to seal it, and then it will definitely be safe. Yu Shenghe asks the leader Yetien to check the bead, But Master Yetien does not want formalities and let his friend call him Master as before. Master Yetien asked Yuishan what was wrong with this bead, and he felt that there was a rather evil spirit in it, and let his friend tell him all the information at once. Dui San said this is the aura of the Demon King and the leader. Yetien was clearly not mistaken. And there is something wrong with the beads, and she asks to be careful. Master Yetien remembers Dui-san saying that the beads are dangerous, but she has a way to remove the king's evil aura from the bead and help the Yugu sword. Master Yetien asked Dui-san if she had thought about it, and remembered that when she touched things with this aura, the marks on her neck hurt a lot. Sword spirit. Yugu said he wanted to level up, but the black bead looked unpleasant and asked Dui-san if it would help. Shang Qin and Yushang ask Dui-san not to take risks if the pain from the beads becomes unbearable, and she promised to advance the standards. Master Yetien told Dui-san that he has a personal plan to improve his sword Yugu, and she should not take such risks, and he is worried about her health. Dui-san told her friends that they may think she is stubborn, but Brother Yetien not only saved her life but also gave her an important task, and she appreciates it. Dui-san knows, and Master Yetien is an important figure, but will she be able to repay him with everything she has, and her character is not like that of her friend Ye. Master Yetien does not argue with Dui-san and will leave her the spirit of the sword Yugu, and he trusts her 100%, and she can research the fish sword there. Dui-san told Master Yetien that she would not betray his trust and could be sure that there would be results soon, and together they would improve the Yugu sword. Yuishan, who is despondent and noticed Dui-san looks like she has feelings for Master Yetien and is willing to do anything and always be by his side. Champion Yu Shanghai told Master Yetien that since he and Dui-san have known each other for so long, he would like to help her out and that friends have the same business. Dui-san asked her friend what he was doing, and Yuishan he said it was an amulet bead, and it would reduce pain if used to improve the sword. Dui-san told Master Yetien the amulet bead is a rare item and what she should do, and she wants the leader to give her advice and he will lead everything. Yuishan asks his friend Yetien not to persuade him, and now he is the leader and let him do something for the good, and he is useful to his friends. Master Yetien told Yuishan that since he pretends to be rich in the amulet bead Dui-san needs, he will not refuse the kindness of Brother Yu. Champion Yushang, he told his friend Yetien that this was the right decision, and he was glad that the leader accepted it, and they would not let him down because he always saved them. Master Yetien told Shang Qin and Hongling that clearing evil energy requires a lot of special materials, and he asked for some money. Shang Qin and Honglinger are glad that Master Yetien needs something from them, and he may not return their money, and this is their gift to the leader. Dui San said a huge thank you to her friends, and the clan of the Sword of the Immortals is almost destroyed, and she has no worthy things to repay everyone. Master Yetien told Dui-san that she didn't need to be so polite, and when she finished refining the sword, he would go with her to the Immortal Sword Mountain. Dui-san told Master Yetien that she had absolute faith in him, and that he had never let her down, and would always keep his word and help her with the clan. Master Yetien told the sword spirit Yugu that they would be apart for a couple of days, and he hoped he would be surprised when he saw him again, and the sword asked him to leave. Master Yetien said goodbye to Shang Qin and Hongling. Aaron the boss has a couple of things to do, so for now, he will leave the affairs of their alliance to both ladies. Shang Qin and Hongling will wait for Master Yetien and let the boss come back soon, and if anything happens, they both will help him solve all the problems. After some time, Master Yetien came to the bar, and a lot of time had passed since he was last there, and he had so many flashbacks. The waiter is very happy about the visit of Master Yetien, and he finally returned, and they waited for him for a long time and hoped to see him again, and this day has come. A friend is shocked to see Master Yetien, and is it really him, and he disappeared after the last visit, and they thought he would never return. Master Yetien told his friend that it was true that he came to the bar to ask for one favor, and he can only trust her, and she is a miracle. A friend told Master Yetien that if he himself asks for it, she will not refuse him and will try her best and let him not doubt them. Master Yetien asks her friend to keep it there with her until a lady named Tang Shu comes looking for her, and then she can give it to her. My friend was surprised and asked if this thing was for Tang Shu, and began to think that maybe this was Master Yetien's favorite lady. She was interested. Master Yetien told his friend that he still had a lot of things to do, and he would go straight away and thank her for not refusing to help him, and he would definitely remember everything. My friend realized that she couldn't continue to doubt so much and that she needed to ask Master Yetien what he meant, and that was her goal. The friend quickly ran out into the street after Master Yetien and wants to ask him something and will be glad if Tien takes the time to talk to his friend. But Master Yetien asks his friend not to ask about anything, and he is clearly not joking, and the more she knows about him, the more dangerous he is, and he is serious. A friend told Master Yetien that she wanted to ask one last question and asked her best friend where he was going, and let him answer, and this was important. Master Yetien told his friend that he was going to Tang Group and that he had some business in the company and that he had to meet with one person and resolve the issue. Master Yetien continued walking and said to Yu that he would definitely see her again someday, and thanked her very much for always helping his friend Ye. After some time, Master Yetien came to the Tang Group building, and he thinks this time he kept his promise, and his goal is to help Tang Shui in the matter. People didn't understand why the stranger had already come to the Tang Group in such a state, and judging by his face, he was younger than them, and the boss couldn't hire him for the mission. Master Yetien asked the administrator to contact Tang Shui and tell her that Yetien kept his promise, and the lady is happy to help the master with this. Master Yetien thought it looked like Wang Hain had not yet been able to get close to Tang Shui there, and the administrator asked Ye to go there. Master Yetien thanked the administrator and he will wait for her there and is obliged to discuss many aspects with her personally and resolve all issues. A friend asked the administrator why she was so kind to him and why she was usually very cold with this type of young man. The administrator said that a man named Yetien is different and he is not simple and he communicated normally with her, and she did not want to contradict the guest. The administrator told her friend that she didn't think it was a good idea for newbies like them to guess who Yetien was and let them get on with their business. Master Yetien remembered the last time he came to Tang Group. He was so careless and he almost put Tang Shui in danger. Master Yetien closed his eyes and concentrated the energy in his body and immediately felt everything that surrounded him. And he definitely learned many techniques. Master Yetien is excited, and the handwriting of this spiritual aura seems familiar to him, and he has seen this person in the past and even has feelings. Someone came into the office and told Master Yetien that he had returned, and she did not expect that he would come to Tang Group, and a friend gave her a surprise now. Master Yetien opened his eyes and realized that Tang Shui was in front of him, and he was so happy to see her and thought about her many times and fantasized in his thoughts. Tang Shui said her father was sick for a while, and as his daughter she had a responsibility to protect Tang Group, and luckily, she was able to protect the company. Tang Shui told Yetien that it was all her fault and she kept saying stupid things, and Yetien didn't know that she worked so hard in the company. Tang Shui asked her friend Yetien why she couldn't stop crying there, and she wanted her friend to see how much she had grown over time. Master Yetien told Tang Shui that it was no problem, and if she didn't want him to see her tears, he would close his eyes and acknowledge her as Tang's boss. Tang Shui thanked her friend Yetien for the praise, and now she has the confidence to continue working and go to her father. Tang Shui asked Yetien if he was leaving again, and the master said that he was going through a difficult time now, and many important matters depended on the leader. When Tang Shui first saw Yetien, she didn't know that he was different from other people and that the hero Yetien belongs to everyone, not just one person. Tang Shui shouldn't be selfish, and many people need his help. But she has one selfish desire and she asks her friend only for this. Master Yetien told Tang Wei that no matter the outcome of the mission, he would always find time to see her, and that she was not indifferent to him. Tang Shui was surprised and asked Yetien how he knew about her desire, and she didn't tell him anything, and it seems they have telepathy and it's so cool. Master Yetien always thought that this is what Tang Shui wants, and if she doesn't believe him, he can swear on his little fingers and convince his friend that way. Tang Shui and Yetien clasped their little fingers and she asked her friend Tian whether he swears to fulfill the promise, and the master promises to return to her. Yetien's friend is watching them and she is stupid and thought about slowly following Yetien, but never expected to see such a sight. A friend realized it was true that Wang Haiyan was not yet able to go against the Tang Group, and one of the 8 children from the capital was plotting. A friend wants to take Yetien's place next to Tang Shui and find out what a kind lady she is and why Yetien always cares about her so much. The friend left the Tang Group building and she doesn't know what Yetien will think if she finds out what she did, and it clearly doesn't make her a friend. Master Yetien went outside and he told his friend that earlier he felt a familiar spiritual energy and his guess turned out to be correct. And it was her. A friend apologizes to Master Yetien and she shouldn't have interfered in his personal life and she doesn't know what came over her and it's irrational. Master Yetien told his friend it was his mistake and he explained everything clearly before bothering her. And with her the master is always calmer. The friend stopped being nervous and told Master Yetien that he always knows everything and she shouldn't ask him because Master Ye is absolutely right. Master Yetien gave his friend something and asked her to take it, and if the ladies there get into trouble, let him break it and he will immediately come to their aid. The friend told Master Yetien that she would protect Miss Tang Sui well from any enemies and asked her friend to return safely, and she was worried. A friend wanted to ask Master Yetien a couple of questions, but noticed that he had already left and she would not waste her friend's time in vain, and it was pointless. Master Yetien thought he hadn't been to a peaceful country for a long time, and this steam looked so familiar, and often came there in his childhood. And then Master Yetien heard someone's voice and he did not return all these years, but the safety is the same and why the spiritual energy has changed. Master Yetien wanted to know what kind of magical arts do such terrible things to intimidate mortals and punish enemies. Three people stand next to a wounded guy and ask if he was the one who was so cheeky with them, and the guy told the hooligans that he is still a cheeky hero. But suddenly the bully kicked the guy in the face and he is so stubborn. And does he know who they know? And let him remember these facts forever. The guy told the bullies he had nothing to do with their boss, but the evil bully said their boss was Yetien, and the new leader of the martial arts world. The guy was surprised and asked the hooligans if they were talking about Yetien, and his brother's name was Yetien, and they were clearly making fools of themselves. Master Yetien hasn't realized yet that he is the leader, but hooligans from a poor and distant part of the country are already oppressing people in his name, and it's a disgrace. Master Yetien wants to use the technique and punish the hooligans, and they have clearly lost their fear, and how dare they speak on behalf of the leader Yetien. Yetien immediately humiliated the hooligans with an attack and wants to teach them a lesson, and let them first be convinced of their strength before saying someone else's name. Master Yetien told the wounded guy to get up, and if he can't beat the hooligans there, he shouldn't act aggressively, as it's dangerous for them. The guy told the mister that he is fine and ready to fight hundreds or thousands of hooligans, and that no one can break his will and that he is stronger than everyone. The guy was completely shocked when he noticed the leader of Yetien in front of him, and he never expected to see him at night in this place, and today, he was so lucky. The guy told his friend that it was really Yetien, and they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and he was Chen Yun, and does Master Yetien remember him after all? Many days have passed. Master Yetien told the guy that he remembers him and that this is Fatty Chen. And how can one forget such an image, and that he is glad that he was not injured in the fight? Chen Yun asked Master Yetien if he hadn't gone to Yin City and wanted to study there and returned to the peaceful city to visit his grandfather there. Master Yetien told Chen Yun that it was time to pay respects to his grandfather and visit his grave at night, and that his grandfather had died almost 10 years ago. To celebrate his brother's return, Chen Yun first wants to treat Yetien to barbecue, and the day after tomorrow they will visit his grandfather's grave together. Master Yetien remembered how in his childhood he spent so much time with his grandfather, and those were good times, and he misses his kind grandfather so much. Master Yetien remembers his grandfather personally read him the book of the formula of the ancient elixir, and he learned a lot of important information, and his grandfather was so smart. Master Yetien, as a child, asked his grandfather when they would eat, and he was hungry and they could have lunch together and discuss many interesting things. Grandfather told his grandson Yetien that he was working on something important and could not cook for his grandson, so maybe Yetien could buy some food for lunch. Yetien was indignant and told his grandfather that he always cares only about the stove and who is his grandson, he or the stove, and he wants to hear an answer from his busy grandfather. Brother Chen Yun told his grandfather that he was so tired of eating food from stores and that this oven smelled good, and he even salivated a little from the smell. Yetien told his brother Chen Yun that he doesn't know what's in the oven and that his grandfather sees it as a treasure and didn't tell his grandson anything about it and whether Chen wants to open it. Chen Yun told Yetien that there were 2 small pills in the oven, one for him and the other for Yetien. And he wanted to taste the pills so much, and it was funny. Chen Yun told Yetien that they were good friends and he hoped he wouldn't tell his grandfather about it. And Yetien also really wanted to take the pill. But after eating the pill, Chen Yun and Yetien knocked over the stove and there was a noise in the room. And they did not think that the effect of grandfather's pills would be strong. Grandfather Yetien ran into the room and asked his grandson, "Yetien, what happened there?" And he heard a crash and it looks like Tien did something again. Grandfather noticed Chen Yun and Yetien lying on the floor writhing in pain and asked the boys what happened. And the grandfather was very worried about his grandchildren. Chen Yun coughed and spat out the pill, and the grandfather realized that this was the pill he had been working on, and the effect of the pill was too strong for them. Grandfather realized that the spiritual key had now burst out, and he was afraid that he had no choice but to wash his grandson Yetien's spiritual pillar, and this was important. Grandfather took his grandson Yetien in his arms, and he will not allow anything to happen to his grandson, and it is all his fault, and he left them unattended. Grandpa used the technique, and he will save Yetien. And the pills are not suitable for small children, and he did not finish their structure and does not know the result. And at that very second, Yetien woke up and told his grandfather that he was hungry and asked his grandfather to get up, and they better prepare a dish, and his stomach was growling in the morning. The grandfather hugged his grandson Yetien tightly, and he is so glad that he is okay, and the grandfather will not let his grandson go anywhere and will watch over him everywhere, and was so worried. Yetien asks his grandfather not to cry, and he saw a dream about an old immortal who saved his life, and he did not feel any pain and everything is fine. Grandfather will cook noodles for Yetien, and grandfather spent so much time and wanted to keep Yetien's father from the magical world, but fate separated them. Grandfather Yetien is 100% sure that you can't escape fate, and he protected his grandson. But this incident eventually led Ye to the magical world. Chen Yun asked his brother Yetien what he was thinking, and whether he had said that he wanted the cakes that they usually ate, and that his friend wanted to eat everything. Master Yetien finally understood, and grandfather created pills that would already ignite the potential of people to learn magic. And they are unusual. Master Yetien asked Chen Yun if he remembered how they both stole and ate his grandfather's pills, and his grandfather was so worried about that incident. Chen Yun remembers that incident and asked his brother Yetien why his friend remembered that event, and maybe it was somehow connected with another matter. Master Yetien realized that since that incident, grandfather never created these pills again. And does Chen Yun know why grandfather left? And this is so important. Chen Yun remembers that after he woke up, Yetien's grandfather asked him to keep the records of pill creation for him and did not want to lose them. Master Yetien was serious and asked Chen Yun if his grandfather had given him the records of the immortality pills and asked where the records were now. Chen Yun told his brother Yetien that of course the records were at his home and his grandfather never asked about it, and he himself almost forgot about those records of his grandfather. Master Yetien asks his friend Chen Yun to go, and they both find out everything in his house. And he thinks his grandfather must have hidden something in the records, and this is a fact. A couple of minutes later, Master Yetien and Chen Yun quickly came to his house, and Tien will not leave this matter without attention and will understand the essence of his grandfather's experiments. Chen Yun asked Yetien where the records were, and his grandfather put them in a box and then handed them to him, and he said only the two of them could open the records. Master Yetien recalled that soon after this incident, his grandfather experienced a tragic death, and perhaps his grandfather foresaw that his grandson would be in trouble. Chen Yun told his brother Yetien that he remembers putting the notes there and doesn't know why he can't find them, and it's mystical, and he's furious. Master Yetien personally searched the cabinet and told his friend Chen Yun that he believed the records were there and that his grandfather carefully kept them, and it was not in vain that he passed them on to Chen. Chen Yun told his brother Yetien that he was a good guy and that this was what his grandfather gave him and he couldn't find the records without his help, and Tien was the best in any business. Chen Yun asks his friend Yetien to let him also look at his grandfather's notes, and he is very interested to know what kind of research the smart grandfather Tien conducted. Master Yetien froze in shock upon seeing what was in the box, and it was not for nothing that his grandfather hid the records, and the information could cause harm, and it was so dangerous. Master Yetien wondered if this was the seal of the 5 elements, and he didn't know that his grandfather was connected to them and why his grandfather never talked about it. Chen Yun told brother Yetien that he didn't care about the type of seal and let him act without wasting time, and had absolute confidence in brother Ye's intelligence. Master Yetien will destroy them if he doesn't break the seal with the spiritual power of the 5 elements, and there must be many secrets in this box. Master Yetien wants to use the technique to understand the secret of the 5-element seal, but he specializes in another element, and this is a disaster. But when Master Yetien did not expect this, his friend Chen Yun immediately took the records from Yetien, and his brother wants to open this seal as soon as possible. Chen Yun also uses the technique and fire came out of his finger, and he does not know how to solve the mystery of the seal of the 5 elements, and he has talent. Master Yetien was very surprised and asked Chen Yun if he had been practicing the magical art of the 5 seal systems all this time. Chen Yun told his brother Yetien that he always sets fire to things he touches, and it's annoying and he doesn't know exactly how to solve the problem. Chen Yun told his brother Yetien that this book is incredible, and asked his friend to look at it, and it was open, and it seemed like Chen was somehow able to open the seal. Master Yetien learned that a piece of the pill would give a person a chance to gain access to magical arts, and his grandfather attracted a lot of attention. Chen Yun started flipping through the pages and asked his friend Yetien why there were no words in the notes, and it seemed like Grandpa Tien had left something unnecessary behind. Chen Yun threw the book aside, and they both spent so much time and effort just to find a book without words, and he is tired and wants to burn it. Master Yetien picked up the book from the floor, and it was strange, and he thought that there were words in the book, and his grandfather actually conducted research, and Tien remembers. Chen Yun was very angry and kicked the furniture and told his friend Yetien that his grandfather had blatantly deceived them, and why he had ordered them to store the trash for so many years, and this infuriated him. But Master Yetien doesn't think so, and believes that this type limits the entire array to protect the records from those who shouldn't read the data. Master Yetien used a special technique and words appeared in the book, and he never doubted his grandfather's intelligence, and he was very smart. Master Yetien knew that he was 100% right, and when the practitioners injected spiritual energy chi into the pages, they would be able to read all the words. Master Yetien is very interested in what his grandfather wanted to tell him, and he will not let him down, and his innovative pills will definitely not lose their meaning. Chen Yun is shocked, and the words on the pages appeared and how Master Yetien made this happen, and he has incredible skills and he is clearly a genius. Master Yetien asks Chen Yun to stop playing the fool and explain everything to him after reading the information. And this is the most important thing. Chen Yun was indignant and asked Yetien if this was the right way to thank his best friend for supporting him in everything he did, and he was angry. The records say that power is created from the 5 elements, and the grandfather asks his grandson to create spiritual pills and seal them inside. And the grandfather believes Master Yetien understood everything, and it turned out that he was using the wrong method and did not know what his grandfather was preaching, and then created special spiritual pills. Chen Yun doesn't understand what his friend Yetien means, and let him explain everything in ordinary words so as not to strain his brother and make it so difficult for his brother. Master Yetien told his brother Chen Yun that he wanted to borrow his furnace, and it was not for nothing that they found his grandfather's records, and he wanted his grandson to finish his work. Chen Yun told his brother Yetien that he had been acting strange since he came to the house, and he had to explain to him what was going on and what was going on. Master Yetien understood why his grandfather was making notes, and that different interpretations of spiritual power systems lead to the creation of pills with different properties. Chen Yun looked at the pill and asked Brother Yetien if he hadn't eaten recently and whether it was edible at all, and he didn't understand Brother Yetien's logic. But Master Yetien told his friend Chen Yun that this is not for food and asked him not to think about food for a while, and that he wanted to create a special pill in the furnace. Chen Yun started laughing and asked Yetien if he was creating pills, and who did he think he was, and that the ancient emperor wanted immortality for himself. But suddenly, Yetien told Chen Yun that he would already make him immortal, so why doesn't he personally try the pill and evaluate the results? Master Yetien realized there, and the method of creating the spiritual power pill described in the book was amazing, and he did not expect valuable information. Chen Yun asked his brother Yetien if the black pill would make his friend immortal, and it seemed like his brother was joking and he hadn't believed in these stories for a long time. But Master Yetien asks Chen Yun to eat a pill, and he will be able to simply control the fire that he creates without reason. And this is interesting. Chen Yun agrees with Brother Yetien and puts the pill in his mouth and wants to know the result of the pills, but does not believe in Brother Ye's pills. But Chen Yun immediately felt changes in his body, and it was as if he had been in a sauna. And Grandfather Tien left such a surprise and an excellent gift for his grandson Ye. Master Yetien told his friend Chen Yun that he wanted to visit his grandfather's grave, and that his friend could go with him, and the three spent a lot of time together as children. The friends went to their grandfather's grave, and Chen Yun asks his brother Yetien to just take his time and wait for him. And he can't go any further, and it's so difficult. Master Yetien wondered if it was a mistake to involve his friend Chen Yun in the practice of magical arts, and would find out the answer to the question in the future. But suddenly at that moment, Master Yetien heard a roar. And what happened there? And it seemed like a huge thing fell to the ground or exploded. Master Yetien saw the glow and told his friend Chen Yun that his grandfather's grave was right there. And they both had to go quickly and find out what was going on there. Master Yetien felt the spiritual power and wondered if this was the Demon King, and he never expected to see him at night. But this is just his guess. Master Yetien came to his grandfather's grave and noticed a crater on the ground where someone had smashed everything to pieces, and heard a whistle, and he understood what was going on. Master Yetien was furious and told someone that he was a scoundrel. And why did the idiot do that to his grandfather's grave? And it seemed like the scoundrel had lost his mind there. Some silhouette told Master Yetien that the Demon King himself was coming there, and the king would no longer spare anyone who doubted his power and strength. Master Yetien listens to the stranger's words, and the silhouette there said, "The Demon King rules over everything, and all the foolish people will not understand the king's plans." Master Yetien told his friend Chen Yun to hide, and he would go after the bastard and check who caused the mess and wanted to hide. And the opponent was dangerous. Silhouette runs away from Master Yetien, and he has completed the task and is not obliged to answer Yetien's questions, and he will immediately begin to interrogate about everything. Master Yetien listened to the stranger's words and did not believe that this was a demon, and that someone from among the people was involved in everything and would be punished for the dirty tricks. The silhouette disappeared into the grass and trees and continues to run away from Yetien, and it seems the master will not be able to catch up with the pest and will lose sight of him. Master Yetien examined the evidence and realized that this is the scent of the Demon King, and he does not know whether the enemy followed them there and what is the reason for their actions. Chen Yun asked his brother Yetien if he caught the scoundrel, and they must find out what he was doing there, and came to his grandfather's grave, and it is so strange. Master Yetien told his friend that the enemy had escaped, and Chen Yun asked if this was his grandfather's grave, and he couldn't believe his eyes, and they were unlucky today. Master Yetien noticed that someone stole his grandfather's body and why his grandson didn't take action. Because he guessed that his grandfather had enemies, and he was to blame. Master Yetien is very angry at the scoundrel's actions and how he could steal his grandfather's body, and out of rage the master hit the ground with his fist and screamed. Master Yetien told his grandfather that he was late, and Chen Yun asked Brother Ye if the noise was really due to grave robbers and why the thieves needed his grandfather's body. Master Yetien is very worried and tells his grandfather that it is his grandson's fault, and he couldn't even save his remains and already hates himself for it. And at that moment, a pill fell out of Master Yetien's pocket, and he didn't notice it, and was busy with grief for allowing the thief to steal his grandfather's body. But at that very moment, the tombstone began to glow, and Chen Yun asked Yetien what was wrong with the tombstone, and it reacted with the pill. Master Yetien wondered if this tombstone was his grandfather's weapon. But at that very moment, Yetien disappeared and was pulled towards the tombstone, and Chen was shocked. Chen Yun is at a loss as to what kind of crazy day this is, and he is speechless, and why his friend Yetien has already hidden so much information from him. Grandfather asked his grandson Yetien. It seems that he and Master Ye ended up in another reality and sees his grandfather, and this is a miracle, and his chance to atone for his guilt. In his past life, Yetien failed to find his grandfather. And maybe in this life, God wants him to finish his affairs and improve his skills. Grandfather told his grandson Yetien that he had grown up, and how many years he and his grandson had not seen each other, and he was glad that Yetien was okay and his grandson had to believe in himself. Grandfather apologizes to his grandson Yetien, and the practice of magic is very cruel, and he should not have allowed his grandson Yetien to become part of the world of magic. Master Yetien begs his grandfather not to say that, and that is his fate, and he does not complain and still could not change anything, and it is all fate. Grandfather told Yetien that despite his lifelong doubts and unwillingness to reveal the family's secrets, he left a part of his soul in the tombstone. Grandfather told Yetien to protect the people on Sword Spirit Mountain. Their family fought against the Demon King clan, and their family fell into disfavor. Yetien asked his grandfather if that was why he didn't want to teach him all the magical practices, and wanted to know the answers to his questions from his grandfather. Grandfather agrees with Yetien, and perhaps this is the fate of his grandson, and the seal that held back the demon king will soon be destroyed, and he wanted to seal it. Yetien knows everything, and then the dolls serving the Demon King revealed the grandfather's plan, so they came to destroy the remains of the grandfather, and it's terrible. The grandfather told his grandson Yetien that practicing magic is now his choice, and the grandson will have to go through so many trials and he must believe in himself. Yetien asks his grandfather not to worry, and he swears that he will make the Demon King clan pay for everything they did and avenge his grandfather. Master Yetien returned to his world, and Chen Yun was nervous, and thought that something had happened to his friend and asked his brother how he was feeling. Chen Yun asked his brother Yetien what his plans were, and it seemed like he ended up in another dimension, and his friend couldn't help Yetien there. Master Yetien told Chen Yun that he wants to make the bastards who dug up his grandfather's bones pay with blood for their heinous act, and that is his goal. Master Yetien himself decided that these abnormal thieves would definitely go to the Mountain of the Sword Spirit, and he would interfere with their plans, and they would suffer from his attacks. Chen Yun asked his brother Yetien where he was going, but Ye thought that his grandfather had always protected his grandson, and now it was his turn to protect him, and he would not let him down. Master Yetien told Chen Yun that his friend should go home, but he would go to the Mountain of the Sword Spirit to fight the enemies, and this was already revenge for his grandfather. Chen Yun asked his brother Yetien if he had found out who the culprit was and let him know if he needed backup, and he would call many friends. Then Chen Yun noticed a glow in the sky, and he asked his brother Yetien if the grave robbers had returned, and Chen didn't know what was going on there. Master Yetien told his friend Chen Yun that this time they were not enemies, and his friends had come and he would introduce his brother to them, and they were very kind people. Duishan told his friend Yetien that Yugu's sword spirit had reached the highest level, and Yugu asked the boss how he could help him, and he was ready to do everything. Chen Yun told his brother Yetien that he should have known about Yetien's friends earlier, and they were cute, and why did he never introduce them, and his friend was happy. Master Yetien asked his friends to ignore brother Chen Yun's words, and they are best friends and grew up together, and Chen is not bad. Dui? San said after leveling up, Yugu's sword spirit communicates with the boss telepathically, and he sensed how the master was fighting the enemy there. The spirit of the sword Yugu told Master Yetien that Dui-san was talking nonsense and he did not ask to take him there, and Yetien realized the sword became invisible and he was glad. Dui-san told leader Yetien that the merit of taming the sword spirit of Yugu was passed down by previous generations, and she mastered the knowledge of her clan. Chen Yun asked his brother Yetien if he was really an important person now, but Yetien asked his friend not to ask questions so as not to disrupt everything. Master Yetien told Chen Yun that all he needed to know was that he would remain his best friend for life and would support him in his endeavors. Dai-san asked the leader Yetien if the enemies wanted to do evil on the Sword Spirit Mountain, and the master told his friend that they should hurry to the mountain. Chen Yun is indignant, and Yetien is so pompous, and he knows that this is all just the practice of magical arts, and one day he will catch up with brother Ye. Master Yetien will wait for Chen Yun, and if he has made a decision, let him go to the squad of dragon hunters, and they will help him. And this is true. After some time, Master Yetien and Dui-san came to the Mountain of the Sword Spirit, and he wants to find out all the information about the enemy who is being insolent everywhere. Master Yetien asks Dui-san not to be nervous, and now she is at home and nothing threatens her because her best friend is next to her, and he will protect her. Dui-san apologizes to Master Yetien, for worrying about her and lets him move forward and not be distracted by other things besides the enemy. But Master Yetien told Duishan to wait, and the guardian beast clearly looked strange and something was wrong and they both had to be more careful. Master Yetien uses the technique and wants to make sure that they are not in danger and that the guardian beast will not harm them and then continue on their way. But Duishan screams and asks Master Yetien to take care of himself, and the guardians are possessed and they can easily cause injuries and they have power. Duishan told Master Tian that the 4 beasts were created as a protective barrier for the gate and that they were installed by the ancestors and that the beasts were dangerous in battle. The spirit of the sword. Yu Gu is angry and told Master Yetien that he is a sword. And who do they and Duishan take him for? He is an elevator, and the sword Yu is used to fighting and not running away. Duishan told his friend Yetien that the eye of the barrier was moving among these beasts, and if they didn't find it, they wouldn't be able to destroy the barrier. But Master Yetien asks Duishan not to worry, and he has a plan, and he promised that he will not let anyone harm his friend and she is under the protection of the leader Ye. And at that very moment, Master Yetien used the technique, and Tian destroyed all the guardian beasts, and no one would survive the lightning attack on the target. Dui? San saw a bright glow from the technique of Master Yetien, and her best friend knows so many techniques and tricks, and it is not for nothing that he is the leader of the city. Dui-san asked Master Yetien if his technique worked, and she clearly didn't expect that the master would be able to easily get out of the dangerous situation. Sword Spirit. Yu Gu asked Master Yetien if he hadn't succeeded there in his first battle after leveling up, and why the boss didn't praise Yu Gu. Sword Spirit Yu Gu told Master Yetien that he could not only get rid of the guardian beasts but also embody the spiritual key around Boss Tian. Dai. San said it funny and they cultivated the spirit of the sword Yu Gu, but does not know how to develop character, and he is an unusual person and pleases everyone. Master Yetien told Duishan he only wants a sword without bad thoughts, and asked him to keep going, and they lost a lot of time with the beasts. The spirit of the sword. Yu Gu asks the boss Yetien not to look down on him, and he himself knows that the sword Yu Gu is incredible, and the boss is lucky to have it. Dui. San asks her ancestors not to blame her, and she asked Master Tian to break the curse of their clan, and she has absolute confidence in leader Ye. The ancestors told Dui-san to go with the leader Yetien, and the mission is accomplished, and now everything depends on her, and she can soon change the fate of many. After some time, Master Yetien and Dui-san came to the Temple of the Immortal Sword, and the master heard many stories about this place and learned the secrets. Dui-san told Master Yetien that the Immortal Sword Temple is the holy land of her ancestors, and it seems the Demon King is there for the holy weapon. Master Yetien asks Dui-san not to worry, and they will enter the temple and the sword. Yu Gu said, there is no light in the building and it is creepy and looks like a trap. And as soon as Master Yetien entered the temple, the door locked, and the sword spirit Yu Gu told the boss that he was 100% right, but the master did not believe it. Master Yetien asked if someone had immediately activated a protective barrier against him, and he was not one to give up and Tian would punish the enemies. Doi-san noticed the silhouette of huge hands and asked Master Yetien not to lose concentration and turn around, and behind him there was someone standing in the shadows. The huge hands wanted to crush Master Yetien and leader. Ye asked the enemy if he seemed to think he could defeat him with naive methods. Sword Spirit. Yu Gu is delighted and told Boss Yetien that he has split into 2, and his spiritual energy key is purer, and he is cool. And why didn't he talk about his strength? Yu Gu's sword spirit will stop their opponent and protect Master Yetien, and prevent anyone from catching the boss off guard and let the enemies learn a lesson. The spirit of the sword Yu Gu has been through so many battles in which he was strong, and no one has broken him yet, and the sword Yu has intelligence and tactics. The sword spirit Yu Gu has tightly tied the opponent's hands, and he won't go anywhere, and Master Yetien is obliged to first interrogate the scoundrel and torture him for everything. But the huge monster easily escaped from the net of Yu Gu's sword, and Master Ye and Dui-san were shocked. And it seems they underestimated the opponent, and he is so dangerous. Dui-san told Master Yetien that their opponent was the golden ring of gathering the immortal sword spirits, and she didn't expect to see a monster in the temple. The sword spirit Yu Gu asked Miss Dui-san what she was doing and told her to grab him quickly, otherwise the monster would injure her and he obviously wouldn't regret it. Dui-san grabbed Yu Gu's sword and jumped towards the monster, and she herself would not allow the Demon King to obtain the golden spirit gathering ring. Dui-san struck the monster with her sword, and this golden ring holds the leaders of the immortal sword, and she will hold the villain and protect her friends. Master Yetien asks Dui-san to calm down, and doesn't she see that he is not finished, and he will explain important information about the monster to his sister. Master Yetien told Dui-san, it can't be the Demon King, and it looks like his puppet and enemy is involved in everything, and he is spoiling the atmosphere. The monster screams and he received the sacred weapon and no one will stop him and let them not even fight. Otherwise, he will immediately punish all weak people. Master Yetien threw the spirit of the sword Yugu at the monster and asked his friend to quickly stop the monster and thwart its vile plans and save his friends. But the monster took out his huge sword and threatened Master Yetien, and he would destroy all the bugs that came to the temple and disturbed him. Sword Spirit. Yugu fights with a monster, and Yugu, for the sake of spiritual energy, key that Master Yetien gave him, he will block it, and Yugu is in so much pain. Master Yetien said they interrupted the doll's incubation and he will fight them there to the end, and why are they always unlucky in capturing enemies? Duishan stands next to the leader Yetien, and if they came to the temple a little later, she is afraid that they would see the Demon King, and this is frightening. Yugu's sword spirit is completely shocked, and is the monster really that strong but only half completed? And what is its potential, and he doesn't want to know it. Sword Spirit. Yugu told Master Yetien that he can no longer fight the monster and asks the boss to help, and together they will find a way to punish them. The monster uses the water dragon's roar technique and the opponents anger him, and he will not tolerate their attacks and will strike back at the enemies. The monster dealt many blows to Master Yetien, and the sword spirit Yugu doesn't even know how to escape from the enemy's attacks, and the monster's strength is on another level. Master Yetien decided that they had no chance to retreat and had to solve the problem on the spot, or the monster would get out and harm their good friends. When Master Yetien thought the monster dealt a serious blow to the master, and during the fight he should not lose concentration, otherwise everyone will die there. Duishan is worried about Master Yetien, and she hopes her friend didn't get injured from the monster's attack, and how they can find the monster's weak spot in battle. Master Yetien managed to retreat to a safe distance during the monster's attacks, and the doll's reaction and reflexes were better than he expected at the beginning. Master Yetien disappeared from the monster's sight and told the scoundrel that it wouldn't work, and that he had been through so many battles and would adapt to the situation. In his past life, Yetien could easily defeat the Demon King and wants to know if he has regressed in this life and how strong Tien is. Master Yetien used a special move and did the monster really want to escape from there? But it was too late and he underestimated Master Yetien's strength in vain. Master Yetien asks his friends not to be nervous and that it is just a doll and they will defeat the monster without any problems if they believe in themselves, and this is true. Master Yetien snapped his finger and gave a signal. And now the technique will work immediately, and the Demon King will regret that he decided to attack his friends. Something under the monster's feet began to glow, and Master Yetien is clearly not an ordinary opponent, and he thinks outside the box and has already come up with a tactic. The monster screams in pain, and Master Yetien's technique seriously wounded him, and he did not expect that Yetien was able to come up with a brilliant plan in a couple of minutes. Master Yetien told the Demon King not to handle the power of yin and yang, and Master Ye would teach the opponent manners and a lesson in technique. The Demon King began to disappear and said, Wang Hao promised a sacred body, and he is one step away from returning to the human world and will not lose. But Master Yetien reacted quickly and struck the monster with his sword, and he would never let the Demon King return and send him to hell. Master Yetien defeated the Demon King and items fell out of him. And Yetien is interested to know what these things are, and maybe they will find a clue. Duishan wants to take things and she is so interested, and Master Yetien is strong, and in a couple of minutes he found the opponent's weak spot and took revenge for his loved ones. Master Yetien took the talisman with the name Wang, and maybe Duishan will give them answers to their questions, and it's time for the opponent to pay the bills. Duishan cries, and it's her fault, and she failed in protecting the weapons of her ancestors and why she is weak and unable to protect anyone from troubles. But at that moment, one of the artifacts began to glow, and Duishan does not lose hope. And in any situation, a way out can be found, and these are facts. Duishan asked if her ancestors really appear, and she believes in miracles, and her ancestors protect and watch over her from heaven, and she will not forget about them anywhere. Sword Spirit. Yugu told Duishan the sacred weapon was contaminated by the Demon King's power and told her not to come so close or she would die there. Master Yetien asks Duishan to calm down and not to be nervous there because of all the factors, and he will find a way to help, and her friend Ye does not care. But Duishan told Master Yetien that this was the last thing she had left from the Sword of the Immortals, and she could not turn away from them. Master Yetien asks Duishan to allow him to close the artifacts and let him say what he wanted, and together they will come to a common decision. Sword Spirit. Yugu asks Duishan to decide faster, and Master Yetien knows the Demon King's spiritual power will only slow down their vanishing time. The ancestors told Duishan that he and his friends had done well, and he was glad to see the disciples of the immortal sword and that they would all save the civilians. But Duishan does not agree with the ancestors, and she came too late and made them suffer so much, and she regrets that she did not save any of the ancestors. The ancestors told Duishan that the sword must be reborn from the flames. This disaster was bound to happen, and Duishan could not change everything. The ancestors told Duishan they were lucky that the clan's sacred weapon was not obtained and used by the Demon King, who would have exterminated many people. The ancestors said that the Sword of the Immortals is destined to disappear, and she should already take care of herself, and Duishan has enormous potential and talents. Dui? San asked Master Yetien. What happened to the ancestors, and she hoped a friend could do something to solve the problem, and this is important. The ancestors told Duishan that they were all tainted by the Demon King's spiritual energy, and that if she kept them, they would only bring her troubles. Duishan's ancestors told Master Yetien that it would be better for him to destroy them than for the Demon King to do so, and they believe that Master will do so. Master Yetien asks for forgiveness from Duishan's ancestors, and he knows that he is able to solve the issue, and he will quickly destroy them and ease their fate. Master Yetien threw the spirit of the sword Yugu into the sword of the ancestral immortals, and it will fulfill the last request of the ancestors, and the people suffered from their enemies. Master Yetien destroyed the ancestral sword, and Duishan is serious about avenging them, and the Demon King will remember Dui's name forever. In his past life, Master Yetien was unable to do anything when the weapon left by his master was destroyed, and did not think that he would do it again. The ancestors finally told Duishan that the future of the immortal sword already depends on her, and Duishan is kind, and she will revive the greatness of the Sword Clan. Dai? San wants to give the entire inheritance of the immortal sword to Master Yetien to avenge the ancestors, and he definitely has enough strength, and she believes, yeah. Master Yetien felt a surge of strength and energy in his body, and Duishan is not lying, and she passed on her gift to him and why she decided to do this. Master Yetien asked Duishan if he regretted passing on to his friend Yetien the legacy that was originally given to her, and that her ancestors trusted her in her affairs. But Duishan decided everything personally, and Master Yetien is the only one who can avenge her, and the enemy is insidious, but friend. Ye has experience in battles. Master Yetien told Duishan that she thinks too highly of him, and that he is not perfect, and does not guarantee that Dui will defeat the enemy without problems. Master Yetien started to leave from there and told Duishan that he would already accept her request, and give his best and take revenge on the villains for Duishan's friends and ancestors, and this is his #1 goal.